Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Summoned His Own Demon? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The sound of moths hitting the street lamp was the only noise as Naruto crept down the street, keeping to the shadows to avoid unwanted attention. He knew that if someone were to see him, he would return home bruised and battered. This was a constant occurrence for him, and it had taken months to learn how to make it home without suffering a beating. Sneaking past the 5th Street lamp, Naruto spotted the ninjas who enjoyed leading the fox hunt. This game happened every few weeks, but there was always one day each year that was the worst, typically around the 2nd week of October. Standing still, he searched for a way around the 2 ninjas standing under the next street lamp. After scanning the area, he finally spotted an escape route. Backing away a good distance, Naruto climbed over a picket fence that stood 1.5 meters tall and gasped in surprise as he tumbled to the other side. Once he recovered from his surprise, he stood up and jogged silently down the side of the house, keeping his distance from the ninjas. Soon, the trees and buildings began to thin out, and Naruto could see the orphanage. He knew he was late, so he decided not to risk entering the house and waking up Mistress. Instead, he headed straight for the tree just outside the orphanage. Climbing the familiar wood, he leaned against the trunk, pondering why Mistress seemed to dislike him more than the other children. As far as he knew, the only wrong he had committed was taking something to eat without permission. He found this unfair, especially since he had not eaten anything for 1.5 weeks, while the other kids received meals every day. With his eyes closed, he drifted into a restless sleep. When morning arrived, Naruto was jolted awake by Mistress, who shook the tree so violently that he fell to the ground. Mistress was a large woman with strong, muscular arms and a face characterized by high cheekbones and small, narrowed eyes. She glared down at him, gripping his dirty and matted blonde hair in her strong hand. Although he cried out, he remained quiet as she dragged him inside by his hair, ensuring his small, thin frame hit every corner they passed. Once they reached the kitchen, Naruto's head throbbed with pain, and he felt a headache coming on, not to mention the new bruises he now bore. Mistress glared at him and ordered him to get to work, threatening punishment for being late and not working. He nodded, knowing that 1 punishment would leave him with scars, and 2 could be fatal. He walked over to the bench to see what chores awaited him. Collecting the chore list, he quickly skimmed it. Breakfast, mowing, fixing the roof, and getting shopping. Naruto knew it would take all day to finish the list, and by then he wouldn't have time to go into town and talk to Gigi. He got to work, laboring tirelessly late into the night. Climbing onto the roof was challenging for a 3-year-old, but he managed to complete the task smoothly. Once the list was finished, he looked at his hands, now adorned with purple bruises. It was 2 a.m. when he tiptoed to his room under the stairs and into the basement. Feeling particularly sad, he began to wonder why he was always the one who faced punishment and went hungry. Finally, he concluded that he must be a monster deserving of punishment. With this thought in mind, he resolved to do everything in his power to make up for his existence. Weeks passed, and Naruto worked day and night until his hands bled. He was convinced he hadn't done enough to atone for being a monster and had accepted the beatings Mistress had started giving him. He worked so hard that every surface of the orphanage was always clean, even the outside. However, it was difficult to maintain this cleanliness, as new graffiti appeared almost daily, creating more work for him. Things had become even harder since he stopped rummaging through garbage cans in the village, and he hadn't eaten anything since the previous Monday. He often felt faint from lack of sleep and malnutrition. Naruto truly believed he deserved this suffering, and no amount of reassurance could change his mind. One day, Naruto felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't seen Gramps for weeks and was eager to visit him. He realized that just working hard at the orphanage wouldn't change anything. He needed to take a more daring approach. This realization led him to the conclusion that the only way to earn forgiveness from the villagers was to become a ninja of Konoha. Using his 3-year-old logic, he figured that the most important person in the village could grant him freedom, and the most significant person he knew was Gramps. As he walked past a mirror, He froze, realizing he couldn't visit the Hokage looking like this. He hurried to the kitchen and rummaged through the third drawer until he found a pair of scissors. Back at the mirror, he noticed how unkempt his hair had become. It was longer but looked more brown than blonde, caked with dirt and grime, and it reached past his shoulders. No wonder Mistress always grabbed his hair. Taking the scissors, he hacked off about 2 inches from his scalp, carefully disposing of the severed hair by burying it in the backyard before shaking off as much dirt as he could. With that, he felt ready for whatever came next. Walking down the hall, Naruto reached the door, feeling a sense of dread wash over him as Mistress approached from behind, her hand tightening around his throat. The imposing figure of the woman forced the skinny blonde boy to the ground, the impact echoing against the stone floor. Her face flushed with anger as she raised her trembling fist, aiming for his jaw, which would soon bear the marks of her fury. Recognizing the rage in her eyes, Naruto ceased his struggles, accepting that he had done something to warrant her wrath. This only fueled her anger further, and she released her grip on his throat, instead pinning him down with a fist to his gut. She pulled out a ninja blade known as a razor knife, and Naruto's heart raced as he began to fight against her hold. He was determined to defend Konoha, but her grip was unyielding. She shouted at him, accusing him of being a deceiver, someone who would take from her stores. The razor was raised threateningly to his throat, and she hesitated before dragging it across his skin, just enough to inflict pain without ending his life. She then made 3 swift cuts on either side of his cheeks, deep enough to cause significant injury. Despite the agony, Naruto writhed on the floor, shouting defiance at her as she continued to strike him. This only incited her further, and after a prolonged struggle, his cries eventually faded into silence. The only sounds that filled the air were her heavy breathing and the soft whimpers of pain from the blonde boy. Satisfied with her work, she yanked him up and tossed him down the basement stairs. Naruto did his best to tend to his wounds, managing to stop the bleeding, though he knew the scars would remain as a reminder of his ordeal. Sarutobi was increasingly worried about Naruto, whom he hadn't seen in 2 months. Caught up in his Hokage duties, he had been unable to search for him. He promised himself that if Naruto missed the upcoming date, he would set aside his responsibilities to find him. As Sarutobi sat at his desk, he hoped that Naruto would show up this week. He sensed that something was wrong and felt uneasy about it. He shifted in his seat, anxiously waiting for Naruto, even though he wasn't expected for another hour. Meanwhile, Hotaru, one of the older children, rushed in, tears in her eyes, calling out for Naruto. She informed him that her little sister, Emi, had gotten hurt. Wiping his hands on a tea towel, he grabbed the first aid kit and followed the frantic Hotaru to where Emi sat in the dirt, cradling her knee. Emi's navy blue hair framed her face as she sobbed, her small body shaking with distress. Gently taking her leg from her grasp, Naruto spoke soothingly while examining the large gash. He realized he needed to disinfect it but felt helpless at his size. Suddenly, he had an idea and called out to the small group of children nearby. The group of 5 stopped what they were doing, and Naruto braced himself as they rushed to him, even offering hugs. Once they settled down, he instructed them to help carry Emi inside so he could treat her knee. They eagerly agreed, their youthful enthusiasm lifting the mood. Once Emi was comfortable on the old couch, Naruto carefully dabbed her knee with medicated alcohol. She flinched at the sting, and her older brother squeezed her hand reassuringly. After disinfecting the wound, he wrapped gauze around it and reminded Emi to be more careful in the future. The group watched in silence as he worked, some with furrowed brows, others trembling with anger. Naruto couldn't understand why they were upset with him. One of the boys, Kiyoshi, spoke up, expressing his frustration. He questioned why Naruto endured the beatings from Mistress when he had done nothing but help them. Kiyoshi was upset, pointing out the marks on Naruto's face and demanding to know why he allowed it to happen. Naruto was taken aback. He hadn't realized they were aware of his suffering. He felt guilty for potentially keeping them awake with his cries. Apologizing, he hung his head in shame. Kiyoshi's frustration grew as he pressed on, wanting to know why Naruto accepted the abuse. With a heavy sigh, Naruto whispered the words he had come to believe. He felt he deserved it. Leaving the stunned children behind, he went to put away the first aid kit. As he returned to the kitchen, he froze, realizing it was Friday. The day was finally here for the visit to Gigi. Turning around abruptly, Naruto jogged to the front door, shivering at the memories associated with that place. He flinched as his hand hit the doorknob, expecting a blow. When none came, he dashed into the hot sun, making his way along the worn path toward Gigi's. Navigating Konoha felt like traversing a battlefield. One wrong move could lead to being spotted. Naruto glanced around every corner, sneaking through the shadows. It was worth it, though, as he saw everyone in Konoha happy, and even better, he was free from beatings or any new troubles. He had made it just past the stores and had only been seen once. In a flashback, he recalled walking down an alleyway when his vision swam, and he felt himself sway. It didn't take long for him to regain his balance. Looking around, he noticed a girl about his age with long bluish-black hair and lavender eyes pointing at him and tugging on a man's sleeve. Seeing this, he slipped away before the man could comprehend who he had seen. Back in the present, Naruto looked across the busy street and spotted the entrance to the Hokage's office, trying to figure out when to cross. He examined the passing crowds, hoping for a break to sprint inside. After a few minutes, an opportunity arose, and he dashed through, rounding the corner toward the door. Walking past the secretary, he stood outside the door, a grin spreading across his face. He was excited to ask Gigi something important. With a burst of energy, he ran at Gigi, colliding with a pair of legs and falling onto the ground. Glancing up, he pouted at the Anbu standing in his way. Gigi chuckled and waved the Anbu away. As soon as Naruto stood up, he ran into Gigi's waiting arms, feeling safe for the first time and melting into the hug. From the Hokage's point of view, when Naruto ran into his study, a wave of relief washed over him, lifting a weight off his shoulders. However, that relief quickly turned to concern when he realized how light Naruto had become. It was clear he wasn't being fed properly. Sighing, he felt Naruto melt into him, and a small smile graced his face. But when Naruto sat up, the sight of his scarred face made the Hokage freeze. Guilt washed over him, even though he hadn't caused the scars himself. 3 perfectly parallel scars crossed Naruto's cheeks, clearly not an accident. Quietly, he asked, trying to keep the anger out of his voice, what had happened to his face. Naruto looked up, and what he said made the Hokage's heart break and his blood run cold. He mentioned that it was okay, that he deserved it, as the mistress had said he was a naughty boy who needed to stop being a wolf in sheep's clothing. The confusion in Naruto's voice worried the Hokage, especially as he noticed how light Naruto was becoming. Standing up, he walked out, alerting the secretary that he was leaving. As they neared the exit, he put Naruto down, only to see him sway with the effort. Deciding it would be better to carry him, the Hokage lifted Naruto, who buried his head into his neck. Walking outside, he headed to Ichiraku Ramen and ordered for both of them. Naruto remained on his lap, seeming excited about something. Once their lunch was finished, Naruto stared at the Hokage, who waited for the question he knew was coming. Naruto asked if he could join the academy early, a hopeful glint in his eyes. It would be beneficial for him to learn defense skills. Although he was still quite young, and probably couldn't even write yet, he needed to learn sooner than most. There was a chance he might get picked on, and this would help keep him away from the villagers during the day. Inside Sarutobi's mind, he was weighing the pros and cons of the situation. The biggest concern was whether Naruto could read. He noticed Naruto watching his face as it shifted from shock to pride, then to worry, and finally confusion. Sarutobi expressed that he thought Naruto was a bit too young to join the academy. Naruto hung his head sadly. Sarutobi continued, explaining that it would be in Naruto's best interest to join the academy early to minimize the bad treatment he faced. He decided that the next day, he would have Naruto take a literacy test to see if he could keep up with the older kids. At this, Naruto beamed with joy, exclaiming his excitement. Sarutobi reminded him that even if he passed the exam, he could only join after turning 4, emphasizing that 3 was still too young. He noticed that while he was sweating slightly from the stress, Naruto was smiling happily, the happiest he had seen him in a while. As he observed Naruto enjoying another bowl of ramen, he summoned Inambu. He instructed the Umbu to go to the orphanage, arrest the lady in charge, and have her sent to Ibiki. He also requested that Queen come see him when he returned to work. The Umbu acknowledged the orders and swiftly departed. Sarutobi pinched the bridge of his nose, groaning at the paperwork that would follow. Regardless, he was determined not to make the same mistake twice. He thought Queen could take over the orphanage even if she was a bit inexperienced. He was confident Naruto would help her out. Looking up, he noticed Naruto finishing his third bowl of ramen, much to the surprise of Tsuchi and Ayam. Naruto's head drooped slightly, showing signs of fatigue. Sarutobi informed Naruto that he needed to return to work and that the exam would have to be on Sunday since there was no time for it the next day. Naruto groaned but then launched himself at Sarutobi for a predictable surprise hug. Sarutobi playfully suggested that Naruto use the next day to study for Sunday. Naruto cheerfully responded that he would be fine and expressed his determination. Sarutobi grinned, noting how rare it was to hear Naruto use his verbal tic unless he was extremely happy. He hoped things would improve now that Queen would be in charge of the orphanage. At the Hokage's building, Sarutobi walked past his office and headed to the interrogation chamber. There, he found Borga, the woman in charge of the orphanage, sweating profusely while Ibiki stood before her, glaring. Sarutobi introduced them with a mischievous glint in his eye. Borga protested loudly, claiming she ran an orphanage and didn't deserve this treatment. Sarutobi growled, explaining that she was arrested for the abuse and mistreatment of Naruto Uzumaki and that Ibiki would interrogate her for evidence. He added that the Yamanaka clan head would check her memories and store the evidence in a scroll. Borga screamed in outrage, but Sarutobi instructed Ibiki to have fun with the interrogation and to ensure she was imprisoned if found guilty. With most of his anger vented, he headed back to his office, now looking forward to seeing Queen, the kindest and surprisingly most oblivious person he had ever met. As he entered, he noticed Queen, her short caramel hair barely reaching her chin. Once he sat down, she hurried to his desk, expressing her concern and asking if everything was okay. Sarutobi reassured her that everything was fine and proposed a job for her. Queen frowned, reminding him that she was no longer a ninja and couldn't take on missions. Sarutobi explained that since she was injured and had to give up her dream of having children, he thought she might like this opportunity. He revealed that the owner of the orphanage was in custody and would soon be going to jail, asking if she would like to take over the orphanage. Queen's face lit up with excitement as she accepted the offer, thanking him profusely before rushing off. As she left, Sarutobi's sweat dropped, realizing he needed to provide her with directions. He assured her he would drop her off and asked her to let Naruto in when he arrived. With a quick shunshin, he transported them to the middle of the orphanage, where the sounds of children filled the air. Arriving at the front door of the orphanage, Naruto heard the usual noise of children, but this time he noticed a woman trying to calm them down. As he entered, he saw a woman with short caramel pixie hair and forest green eyes, looking upset and worried. He approached her and tugged on her sleeve, quietly asking who she was. When she looked at him, her sadness struck him, and he worried he had done something wrong. She introduced herself as the new orphanage manager, Queen. Naruto introduced himself timidly and inquired why she seemed sad. She explained that she was struggling to get the children to calm down. Feeling empathetic, Naruto realized she probably wanted to introduce herself but couldn't do so amidst the chaos. Determined to help her, he let go of her sleeve and walked to the center of the room, ready to assist in calming the children. Everyone froze and turned towards Naruto, smiles spreading across their faces as they called out to him. Before they could rush in for a hug, he raised his voice in a calm yet firm tone. Taking a deep breath, he announced the first group. Gasps filled the room as Group 1 hurried to line up in front of him. Once they were settled, he smiled at Kiyoshi before calling out for Group 2. 7 girls, including Emi, limped over and took their places behind Group 1. With a grin, he called for Group 3, and 5 children aged 11 to 13 stepped forward, standing behind Group 2. Glancing back, he noticed Queenie looking utterly shocked. Then he called out for Group 4, which consisted of about 17 boys, some strong and others not so much. He smiled at Hataru, who returned the gesture. Looking at all of them, he said that a kind lady wanted to speak with them. Though he spoke barely above a whisper, they all nodded in understanding and turned their attention to Miss Queenie. Slipping out of the room, Naruto headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, making hot chocolate for everyone as well. Queenie observed Naruto as he walked to the center of the room, noting how much skinnier he was compared to the others. It was clear that the children at the orphanage admired and cared for him deeply. As she snapped back to reality, she saw him getting everyone to focus on her, some of them wearing small smiles. She wondered if they were only listening to her because she was nice to Naruto, feeling a strange sense of uncertainty. When she realized Naruto was no longer there, she introduced herself as the new owner of the orphanage. The expressions on the older kids' faces hardened, and one boy from Group 4 spoke up, warning her to treat Naruto well. Queenie nodded, assuring them that she would be kind. Another boy from Group 1, his eyes shadowed, expressed his concerns. He explained that their previous mistress had not treated Naruto well, showing her the scars he bore. The boy revealed that Naruto had taken beatings for the others, helped with their injuries, prepared their meals, and tucked in the younger children. Yet he was never allowed to help with his own chores and rarely got any sleep. The mistress had only fed him once a week, and he had to sleep on the cold floor of the basement, despite there being plenty of extra beds. The boy scoffed, lamenting that Naruto believed he deserved such treatment. He continued, explaining that when their mistress would disappear for days, they formed groups to help Naruto with his chores. Group 1 consisted of heavy lifters and healers who reported to Naruto. Group 2 handled cooking and grocery shopping, while Group 3 looked after the youngest children. Group 4 was responsible for cleaning duties. The children glared at Queenie, demanding that she allow them to help. With a smile, Queenie agreed and asked where Naruto was so she could share the changes with him. A girl from Group 2 happily informed her that he was likely in the kitchen preparing dinner. Following her to the kitchen door, Queenie called out to Naruto, who responded. She told him that he should use the groups to share the chores, as it was unfair for him to do everything alone. She also insisted that he join them for dinner every night and sleep in one of the beds. Thanking him for his help, she noted how much influence he had over the others. Naruto beamed at her words and called out for Group 2, the sound of running feet echoing in response. However, what Queenie didn't see was how his smile vanished the moment she turned away. Naruto groaned as he sat up groggily, realizing it was just past 4 in the morning. Crawling out from under the covers, he remembered that Queenie had given him a bed. He felt unworthy of such kindness, believing he was just a monster. Confusion filled him as he wondered why she didn't hate him. Sighing, he made his bed perfectly, ensuring it looked untouched, and left his sleeping roommate behind. He hadn't slept much anyway, perhaps only half an hour, as the villagers seemed to haunt him even in his dreams. What to do now? He decided he could practice reading. He thought about reading the cookbooks in the kitchen. Silently walking down the hall, he heard a soft cry. Following the sound, he found the door to room 6 ajar, the room for the little kids. Opening the door, he saw little Junko hanging precariously from his crib, caught by a snagged piece of clothing. Rushing over, Naruto picked him up and held him close, trying to calm him. Although he wasn't sure how to care for children, he remembered what he had wanted when he was younger. Gently rubbing Junko's back, he carried him with him to the kitchen. Junko was the newest addition to the orphanage and was only 9 months old. He was quite heavy and not much smaller than the narrator, but they could carry him anyway. As they walked down the long paths, they reached the kitchen. Upon entering, the narrator placed Junko into a high chair and grabbed a book from the counter, beginning to read aloud. 2 hours later, they understood all the words. Although they already knew how to read, engaging with the text helped them remember better. After getting off the bench, the narrator noticed baby Junko asleep. They picked him up gently and carried him back to his room, placing him in his crib before closing the door and walking away. Sighing, they stepped outside and climbed up the pipe onto the roof, moving silently to avoid waking anyone. They began to clean, scrubbing graffiti off the walls. It was harder than expected, but they felt responsible for its presence and didn't want the others to see it. Once the graffiti was gone, the narrator walked inside, already feeling exhausted, even though it was only 7 a.m. People would start waking up soon. Entering room 6, they saw most of the children already awake. They gathered the kids who could walk and led them to the little playroom before returning to get Junko and Rin, who were the same age. After placing them in bumper chairs, the narrator sat and played with the other kids. They and another girl, Ami, built a tower as tall as the narrator with building blocks. When it fell down, they giggled and laughed together. Suddenly, the narrator felt someone watching them and turned to see Kiyoshi, who was grinning. This made them happy. They walked over to Kiyoshi and tugged on his sleeve, whispering for his help with writing. Kiyoshi bent down and agreed to assist, which filled the narrator with joy. They felt they were one step closer to becoming a ninja, confident they were almost there with just a little more practice. Kiyoshi wondered why Naruto wanted to write, but he decided not to question it. If it made Naruto happy, he wouldn't complain. However, he noticed the dark bags under Naruto's eyes, and his smile faltered. He knew Naruto hadn't been sleeping well and sometimes wondered if he slept at all. As they walked to Kiyoshi's room, he saw Naruto's eyes widen in surprise. When Naruto whispered that it was Kiyoshi's room too and that he was his roommate, Kiyoshi grinned, reassuring him. He could see the worry in Naruto's eyes but chose to let it go, wondering why Naruto was concerned. Perhaps he feared being hurt, but Kiyoshi believed Naruto would soon realize he meant no harm. Once inside, Kiyoshi gathered the writing materials they needed, and they went outside into the sun to write. Kiyoshi was shocked by Naruto's writing ability. It was almost as neat as Kara's, who aspired to pursue calligraphy. Kiyoshi's own handwriting seemed like scribbles in comparison, and he realized that Naruto could even spell better than he could. Hours passed, and Kiyoshi finally asked Naruto if he was hungry. No was the immediate reply. It wasn't surprising, as he was accustomed to eating only once a week. Leaving him to it, the narrator headed to the dining hall, where they found Queenie watching Naruto from the sink window. The concern on her face was evident as she frowned slightly when informed that he wasn't hungry. In Sarutobi's perspective, he puffed on his pipe while finishing the last question on Naruto's exam. It was easier than the entrance exam for the academy, but he believed it was perfect for assessing Naruto's skill set. He didn't think Naruto would fail this exam, but he couldn't recall another 3-year-old who could read or write at that age. Itachi was in the academy, and he would say he was the only one capable of such feats at 3. All the kids in the academy were around 10 years old, while poor Naruto was only 4 when he joined. It might not have been the best choice, but Sarutobi was confident he could manage. Listening carefully, he heard bare feet running through the hall on the wooden floor. He smiled and put his pipe down, counting down. As the door slammed open, a messy yellow-haired child rushed in, calling out for Gigi. He was running until he collided with Dog-san, the same Umbu as always. Sarutobi could tell the Umbu enjoyed teasing Naruto every time he entered, the amusement radiating from him. Waving the Umbu away, he saw Naruto running toward him again. Picking him up, he noticed that he hadn't gained much weight since their last encounter. Sighing, he asked how the orphanage had been treating him. Naruto excitedly recounted his experiences, mentioning how fun the orphanage was, how kind Queenie was, and how he had saved Bubby, with Kiyoshi helping him with his writing. He had even read a cookbook to Junko and managed to get everyone to assist with chores, all while having fun with the other kids. He spoke so quickly that Sarutobi needed a moment to process his words, noticing a bored look on Naruto's face afterward. Smiling, Sarutobi pointed to a desk nearby and asked if Naruto saw it. The boy nodded, and Sarutobi explained that the desk had writing utensils and his academy entrance exam. Instantly, Naruto's face lit up with excitement as he dashed over and flipped the test over. From Naruto's perspective, when he reached Gigi's building, he stopped his stealthy feet and ran as fast as he could to Gigi's office, slamming the door open. He called out for Gigi while scanning for the Umbu, trying to predict when he would intercept him. Left? No right? No behind? No above. He felt a bump as he collided with something, realizing he had missed his chance to evade. Slowly getting up to avoid further pain, he ran back to Gigi. Glancing back at the Umbu, he noticed a look of concern in one of his eye holes. Perhaps the Umbu thought he would hurt Gigi, as that was what monsters did, hurt people. Sitting on Gigi's lap, he was asked about the orphanage. In his eagerness to start the exam, he blurted out everything he could think of as quickly as possible. Bored while waiting for Gigi to remember the exam, he grinned when his strategy worked and dashed over to the desk mentioned. He noticed that the desk was right next to where the umbu stood. Sighing inwardly, he recalled that he apparently wasn't trusted by anyone, not even Gigi. Pretending to be excited, he sat at the desk and turned the exam over. The first question instructed him to listen to the words and then spell them. Confused, he looked up to see the umbu placing some sort of tag on his head. When he raised his hand, he could no longer feel the tag. Shrugging it off, he returned his focus to the exam. Naruto felt a sense of pride as he recalled Gigi's words of praise. He remembered the moment when Gigi had acknowledged his hard work in answering questions correctly, even providing additional explanations. It was rare for anyone, even the elite umbu, to go the extra mile like that. Naruto pondered why he had done it. Perhaps it was because he had always strived for perfection, second-guessing himself to ensure he met expectations. However, he decided to share a more inspiring reason with Gigi, proclaiming that he wanted to become Hokage. Gigi smiled, impressed by Naruto's enthusiasm, and encouraged him to keep trying his best every day. But then Gigi surprised him with a request to see what Naruto could do with a special tag. With a grin, Naruto playfully placed the tag on Gigi's forehead, causing him to chuckle before he tucked it away in his special pocket. As Naruto walked through an alley, lost in thought, he became aware of the hushed whispers around him. The atmosphere shifted, and he felt the weight of the stares directed at him. The murmurs were harsh, labeling him a demon and a monster. With each cruel word, he quickened his pace, panic rising within him. The whispers escalated, and he heard a chilling call to action. Someone suggested they should get rid of him. In a rush of fear, Naruto sprinted toward the edge of the forest, desperate to reach the orphanage. But then he felt a sharp pain in his leg, causing him to stumble. He struggled to get back on his feet, his legs screaming for him to stop, but he pushed forward. Suddenly, he saw a flash of fire and felt it knock him out of the forest. The orphanage was in sight, but he couldn't move. As he lay there, he felt helpless while they approached him, intent on inflicting harm. He could see the malicious intent in their eyes as they prepared to carve words into his skin, words that would haunt him. Blood surrounded him, and the crowd stepped back, their intentions clear. Just as he thought it was over, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking the incoming threat. It was Kiyoshi, his best friend, who had stepped in to protect him. Time seemed to freeze as Naruto watched Kiyoshi take a blow meant for him. Tears filled Naruto's eyes as he crawled over to his fallen friend, filled with anguish and disbelief. Kiyoshi, with a weak smile, told Naruto he was saving him just as Naruto had saved others. With one last smile, Kiyoshi bid farewell, leaving Naruto to grapple with the weight of his loss. Overwhelmed by grief, Naruto sat there, cradling Kiyoshi's lifeless body. He felt the villagers' eyes on him, resigned to his fate. Just when he thought it was the end, a knife flew toward him but was deflected at the last moment. He looked up to see Queenie standing protectively over him, her determination evident as she created a barrier around the villagers. As she checked on Kiyoshi, a medic ninja arrived to take his body away, leaving Naruto in a state of shock. Queenie rushed to him, her heart racing as she realized the extent of his injuries. She worked tirelessly to stop his bleeding, wrapping his torso in gauze and bandages until the flow of blood slowed. After cleaning him up, she discovered the cruel words etched across his back and chest, labels that defined him as a monster, a burden, and more. In that moment, she felt a surge of anger and sadness. How could they not see that Naruto was the one holding back the darkness from them? Not knowing how to face the scars any longer, she carefully wrapped him in fresh bandages and discarded his shirt and jacket. Gently, she laid him down on the sofa. As she looked around, she noticed many children crying, and it filled her with a sense of dread about what she would have to tell them when Naruto woke up. If he woke up, it was the holiday season, and she felt a mix of emotions. She knew there was a question and answer page for the kids, and she encouraged them to write down any questions they had. She sensed that they might be upset with her, but she hoped they would still share their thoughts. In her mind, she recalled Kiyoshi in his favorite hoodie, a memory that brought a bittersweet smile to her face. She felt a connection to the kids and wanted to reassure them, even in these difficult times. Flopping onto the couch, a huge sigh escaped as the noise of crying, screaming, and yelling kids filled the air. It was overwhelming, and the thought of Naruto still being asleep after 3 days weighed heavily on the mind. The average child could go a week and a half without food, but Naruto's malnourished state made the situation dire. If he didn't wake up today, a trip to the hospital would be unavoidable. The responsibility of informing Saru loomed large, and there was a worry that he might be upset with both Naruto and the situation. Using the body flicker technique, a quick journey to the Hokage's office was made. Upon knocking gently on Saru's door, he was invited in. With a grim expression, the news about Naruto was delivered, but it was the mention of Kiyoshi, Naruto's first friend, that ignited Saru's quiet rage. To the surprise, Saru calmly inquired about the attackers. This question prompted a facepalm moment, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. The response came out sheepishly, explaining that the attackers were right where they had been left. Saru's expression shifted to one of satisfaction, commanding that the attackers be delivered to Ibiki and Anko, who was serving as an ANBU. With a stammered acknowledgement, the window was exited, and a swift dash across the rooftops commenced. Reaching the edge of the forest, the search began, and soon tracks were spotted, indicating a small child had been running blindly. Gritting teeth at the sight of skid marks, it was clear Naruto had been thrown, and the scorched leaves hinted at a fireball attack. The ground was littered with kunai and shuriken, leading to the spot where Naruto had landed. A pool of blood and a kunai stained up to the hilt suggested where Naruto had sustained his injuries. Looking up, the earth dome was spotted just to the right. Approaching, a chakra-covered fist broke through the wall, followed by the release of knockout gas. After waiting for the coughing to subside, the dome was shattered with a swift motion, and 12 civilians were gathered before teleporting to the torture and interrogation unit. In a dark void, Naruto felt an emptiness that was unsettling. He should be feeling sadness and pain, but instead he felt nothing. The silence was maddening, and the thought of being dead crossed his mind, though the distant screams assured him he was still alive. All he needed to do was open his eyes. After several attempts, his eyes cracked open, only to shut again against the bright light. As his senses cleared, the sounds of children crying became clearer, and he began to take in his surroundings. Confusion set in as he noticed tubes in his arm, and the pain across his chest, back, and leg surged, almost making him long for the numbness again. Curling into a ball, he waited for the pain to ease, but memories flooded back, and tears streamed down his face. Kiyoshi's death weighed heavily on him, and the guilt consumed him. If only he had taken a different route, Kiyoshi would still be alive, still his older brother. Once the tears subsided and his face was cleaned, he stood up, ignoring the protests from his wounds, and ripped the tubes from his arm. Hearing cries nearby, he grabbed a first aid kit and noticed a funny tag he had wanted to show Kiyoshi sitting on the bedside table. Ignoring it, he limped toward the source of the commotion. In the living room, he found 3 kids crying while others ran around or wrestled. Sighing, he grabbed a pan and struck it against the wall until he had their attention. Once they settled down, he approached the first injured child, a 5-year-old with curly red hair and maroon eyes named Hachi. Noticing a swollen bump on his head, he asked someone to fetch an ice pack. Hachi offered a watery smile as he followed a group member to the kitchen. Next, he attended to Emi, who had scraped her hands. Hataru was fussing over her, offering water and food. Using the first aid kit, he disinfected her hands while she cried, wrapping small bandages around each. Moving on, he found Korra, who was holding her arm, a red mark visible. Upon closer inspection, it was clear she had been stung by a bee. Applying a soothing balm and a bandage, he advised her to get some ice. Standing up, he called for Group 4 to clean up the mess, Group 3 to gather all the kids and take them to the playroom, and Group 2 to prepare dinner. Well, only if you want to. Instantly, Group 4 started arranging the couches while the girls went off to cook. Group 1 went to help gather the little kids while I stayed behind to clean, scrubbing the walls and coffee table to erase the drawings made by the little ones and putting dirty clothes into laundry baskets, picking up various food wrappers. Queenie's perspective shifted as she thought about the villainous civilians who had been mentally tormented by Ibiki and physically confronted by Snake. she was instructed to take them to the dungeon. As she made her way home, she pondered what to do with the screaming kids and how to transport Naruto to the hospital. Walking past the remnants of the Earth Dome, she felt a twinge of discomfort but couldn't deny that she had enjoyed watching the civilians plead for mercy after their actions. Upon arriving at her new home, which also served as an orphanage, she opened the door, bracing herself for the usual screams. When silence greeted her, worry crept in. What if the children had been taken, kidnapped, or worse? Moving quietly inside, she expected to find a trashed living room but was surprised to see it spotless. Entering the kitchen at the other end of the house, she realized why it was so quiet. Everyone was sitting together, enjoying dinner. They chatted softly, a stark contrast to the usual chaos. Sitting down, she poured herself a coffee and nearly spat it out when she saw Naruto, balancing Rin on one hip and Junko on the other. Getting up, she handed the kids over to Group 3 and leaned in close to Naruto, asking with a stern tone what he was doing out of bed. He shrank back slightly, flinching at her tone, which made her feel guilty, so she backed off. It was only then that she noticed the silence in the room, with all the kids' faces turned towards them, their expressions eerily focused. Quickly steering Naruto off to bed, she mentioned that she hadn't yet told the others about Kiyoshi and suggested they do it tomorrow. Queenie felt a wave of nerves wash over her. What if they blamed her? What if they never listened to her again? Looking into Naruto's room, she noticed something unusual. The space was filled with numerous mini sky lanterns. Each one had a word written on it in beautiful calligraphy. Glancing around, she saw Naruto with his head resting on his hand, ink smudged on his face. As she observed him, she noticed his breathing became labored and his body started twitching. Understanding what was happening, she rushed over and shook him awake. His eyes darted around the room before settling on her, and then he returned to making the mini sky lanterns. Naruto knew he had to share important news that day. He had been crafting these sky lanterns since 11 o'clock the previous night, haunted by nightmares of Kiyoshi's demise. He decided that he would express his final words that afternoon, sending his thoughts up to Kiyoshi. To him, Kiyoshi deserved the perfect send-off, and he hoped the others wouldn't resent him for organizing it. Later that afternoon, Naruto completed his task, creating exactly 42 blue and 42 pink sky lanterns, just enough for everyone at the orphanage to have two. As the clock approached 5, he called everyone together. Standing in the middle of the room, he shouted for everyone to gather. It took a couple of minutes, but soon everyone was present. He asked them to come to his room to collect their 2 lanterns, and one by one, they went to receive them. Walking outside with his and Queenie's lanterns, he handed hers to her. He then asked everyone to quiet down, as he had some serious news to share, struggling to keep his voice steady. Clearing his throat, he began to recount the events of the past weeks, mentioning how Queenie had dragged him inside, injured. He explained how he had been chased by villagers, how he had been struck and thrown, and how he had received those scarred words. Tears flowed freely as he spoke, and he could see some of the older kids starting to cry. He shared how, in the end, someone had stepped in front of a sword meant for him. As he fell to his knees, he revealed the heartbreaking truth: Kiyoshi was gone. The revelation sent waves of sorrow through the crowd, and as he released the lanterns, he felt the weight of their collective grief. Soon, everyone else released their lanterns into the sky. They sat there, tears flowing for what felt like hours before the crowd began to disperse. One individual remained, staring blankly at the floor, tears cascading down their cheeks. A hand rested gently on their shoulder, prompting them to look up and see Queenie, who urged them to go inside and rest, mindful of their injured leg. They entered the house, finally noticing how dark it had become. Tomorrow would bring change. No words would be exchanged, and no one else would suffer because of them. They resolved to sever all connections. That night, they lay in bed, contemplating the significance of having people close. Tomorrow, they would choose silence. They didn't want anyone near them. As they drifted into a seemingly endless nightmare, visions of Kiyoshi's repeated demise haunted them, along with the faces of villagers and mistresses swirling in their mind. Thoughts of being a burden filled their head, voices echoing accusations of being pathetic, a monster, a demon, a murderer. The darkness loomed, whispering to finish what had been started long ago. Since Kiyoshi's funeral, Naruto had not uttered a single word. He ate more than he used to, but his frame remained too thin. On the evening of October 10th, Queenie pondered what to prepare for dinner, only to discover there was no food left. She decided it was time for Naruto to make a trip to the shops that afternoon. She couldn't believe he hadn't spoken since his brother's funeral. The other kids tried to engage him, but he merely shrugged them off and continued with his chores, despite their attempts to help. As she washed the dishes, she heard the sound of crying and followed it to Junko, who looked hungry. She fed him the last of the baby formula, her thoughts drifting back to Kiyoshi. He had tried his best for Naruto, and in the end he had paid the ultimate price. She still wondered how they had discovered Naruto's secret. Time slipped away, and Queenie realized it was already 4 p.m. If they wanted dinner, Naruto needed to head to the shops immediately. She called for him, and when he entered the room, she asked him to fetch food and more baby formula. He seemed ready to protest but nodded, looking close to tears before he turned and left, the door slamming behind him. Naruto ran through the forest, hoping to make the trip without being seen. However, he burst out of the trees and found himself face to face with a mob of villagers wielding torches. They dragged him to an abandoned building, tying his hands as if preparing for a grim fate. He noticed children among the adults, all around the age of 11 or 12. It dawned on him that these were the same kids he would see in the academy, assuming he survived this ordeal. Once they secured him, the crowd lined up, and the first person in line glared at him with such hatred that he braced himself for the blows. They struck him mercilessly, and he could hear the crunch of his bones with each hit. Eventually, the crowd grew tired of waiting and attacked him all at once. Pain enveloped him, and as darkness closed in, he succumbed to a blissful unconsciousness. In the depths of his mind, Kyuubi seethed with anger. He despised life, not because of Naruto, but because of Danzo, who had placed an additional seal on Naruto that prevented Kyuubi from healing him. Bound by the seal, Kyuubi could only watch as Naruto endured the beatings. When a villager struck Naruto across the head and stabbed him, Kyuubi's fury ignited. In a moment of desperation, Naruto appeared in his mindscape, unconscious and floating. Kyuubi screamed, smashing against the barrier of Danzo's seal. Fortunately, the commotion roused Naruto, who sat up and looked around with indifference. Kyuubi urged him to break the seal, and to his astonishment, Naruto stood and tore it away, freeing Kyuubi at last. With newfound determination, Kyuubi shrank to the size of a car and rushed to Naruto, curling around him and channeling only his chakra to heal him. Then Naruto spoke, asking where they were and why Kyuubi was there. He recognized Kyuubi, and that realization sparked a flicker of hope. "I have to be here because your father sealed me inside you, but I'm not what you think," the voice explained. "I am a peaceful demon. I don't want to hurt anyone." "Well, I didn't, but now I wouldn't mind confronting a few troublesome villagers," it added with a hint of frustration. "The only reason your village was attacked was that a masked man was controlling me, forcing me to act against my will." As for their surroundings, the voice continued, "You passed out, so you are in your mindscape." Looking at Naruto's adorable 4-year-old form, the voice whispered a heartfelt birthday wish, recognizing his potential. Having been inside Naruto for 4 years, it had quickly noticed how much more advanced he was compared to others his age. The voice couldn't take credit for his abilities, as he was born with a photographic memory, allowing him to remember everything effortlessly. This realization sparked a desire to teach him. "Naruto," it began. He responded, "You don't have to, but I would like to learn how to be a strong ninja." At that moment, he jumped up and embraced the voice, excitement radiating from him. "Yes, please," he exclaimed. Meanwhile, Queen was growing anxious. Naruto had taken longer than expected, and she wondered what was keeping him. She glanced at the calendar on the fridge and realized the date. "October the 10th, she gasped. She had sent him out today, which felt like a mistake. What was she going to do? She couldn't leave the kids behind. Making a quick decision, she used her Shunshin technique to appear inside the Hokage's office. When the Hokage saw her, he froze, hoping it wasn't about Naruto. Please tell me it's not Naruto, he thought anxiously. Hokage, I've done something horrible. You have to help, she spoke quickly. Sighing, he asked what was wrong. I sent Naruto out for food today, she exclaimed. Oh no, not today, he thought. He needed to send Umbu to find him. With a low whistle, he ordered Eagle and Fish to locate Naruto and take him straight to the hospital. He also instructed them to detain the villagers involved in Ibiki's cell. Giving a curt nod, they left, and he could only hope they found him in time. Here they were again, embarking on another mission. Fish wondered why the focus was always on Naruto these days. Why not pursue rogue ninjas or assassins instead? Fish expressed his frustration, wishing they could go after someone else. Eagle remained silent, which only added to Fish's annoyance. Guarding the Hokage all day was far from thrilling. As Fish pondered Naruto's extraordinary misfortune, he noticed that the boy had his own hospital bed in the Hokage tower. While casually looking around, Fish spotted Eagle near a shop, holding something in her hand. Approaching her, he saw it was a handmade torch with many footprints leading away from it. Intrigued, he decided to follow the trail. After about an hour of tracking the footprints, they reached the source of the noise, a lively party at a club, filled with laughter, cheers, and even some screams. The atmosphere was enticing, and Fish considered joining in after their mission. He called out to Eagle, who had moved ahead. As he caught up, he noticed her pace quickening, turning frantic. She dashed into the crowd, disappearing from view. Moments later, a powerful dust spiral erupted, sending everyone, including Fish, flying. The impact felt like a barrage of tiny needles striking him from all directions. The dust spiral technique made the particles hard as steel, coming at them with incredible speed. It was nearly impossible to counter, dodging was futile, and the pain was intense. After picking himself up, Fish saw Eagle fiddling with something. Curious, he teleported over the fallen logs to her side. The sight before him was alarming. Naruto appeared as if he had stepped out of a horror movie. His arms were bent awkwardly, pinned to the ground, and blood covered him entirely. His clothes were in tatters, and his hair, once blonde, was stained red. Naruto felt a wave of realization wash over him. It made sense why the villagers despised him. He had caused harm, and despite his innocence, he felt like a monster. In the depths of his mind, he saw the darkness surrounding him and the warm glow of Rama-kun. Rama-kun's presence brought him comfort, and as the darkness began to fade, he called out for her. She reassured him that he was waking up and that they would talk later. When the darkness lifted, Naruto opened his eyes, overwhelmed by pain. The Umbu members turned to him, and Eagle and Fish rushed to his side. Fish, feeling guilty for wanting to join the festivities while Naruto suffered, picked him up and teleported him to the hospital bed prepared by the Hokage. After laying him down, Fish informed the Hokage about Naruto's condition, prompting the Hokage to summon nurses, grumbling about the inconvenience. The Hokage looked at Naruto's sleeping face and felt a pang of guilt. He recalled the glares and whispers they received every time he took Naruto out. Reflecting on the past, he remembered picking up the young boy when he was just 2 years old. Naruto had looked so much like his father, with his shoulder-length blonde hair and bright blue eyes. The memory of Naruto's innocent giggles faded as he felt the weight of the villagers' disdain. Putting his head in his hands, the Hokage questioned his own naivety. He regretted listening to Danzo's advice to inform the villagers about Naruto. As he leaned his head on Naruto's bed, holding the boy's hand, he drifted off to sleep, haunted by dreams of endless paperwork. Meanwhile, Naruto blacked out after being laid on the bed. In his mindscape, he found Rama-kun, stretched out and sleeping peacefully. Feeling exhausted, he crept over to her and nestled against one of her tails. As he began to drift off, he felt her tail curl protectively around him, providing warmth. The next morning, Naruto awoke early, finding the Hokage asleep with his head resting on the bed and his hand on Naruto's. Surprisingly, the pain in his body was less severe than he had expected, and he silently thanked Rama for that. Looking down, he noticed his arms were in casts, but he felt determined to remove them. However, with stiff limbs, he struggled to reach the other cast, realizing it would be a challenge. There was only one option, but it was loud. With determination, Naruto bent his arms as hard as he could, feeling the tension build. A sudden snap echoed in the air. The Hokage bolted upright, and Naruto couldn't help but suppress a laugh, maintaining an emotionless expression on the outside. The Hokage looked at him with wide eyes before pulling him into a tight embrace. Naruto smiled faintly before standing up, grabbing his clothes from the end of the bed, and heading to the bathroom. Once dressed, he walked out of the hospital, exchanging a goodbye with the Hokage and waving as they parted ways. As he made his way to the orphanage, he heard a faint call of his name. He tilted his head, listening intently. After a moment, he slipped inside and quietly entered his room without being noticed. Suddenly, a voice called out, causing him to flinch and cover his ears. He looked around but saw no one. Once in his room, he silently shut the door. Just 4 days until he would attend the academy. He hoped the other kids wouldn't recognize him. He reassured himself that he would be fine and then heard a voice asking if he wanted to train. Looking around, he tried to find the source but saw no one. The voice whined, reminding him of their connection. Clicked. It was Rama. He hadn't realized they could communicate like this. Rama encouraged him to grab some training clothes and come along. Following her advice, he picked out a long-sleeve black shirt and some loose black pants that reached his ankles. They then headed to Training Ground 66, where he climbed over the fence as instructed and began walking. They ventured deep into the area, and soon he found himself lost in the twists and turns. Sitting down, he awaited Rama's next instructions. She told him to meditate and come to her. Confused, he complied, trying to clear his mind. After a few moments, the world around him faded, and he could see Rama again, appearing small and holding something. As he approached, she laid several thick scrolls on the ground. Standing there, he felt puzzled until she urged him to get to work. He walked over and examined the scrolls, reading titles like Chakra, Surviving in the Wild, Fighting, Hunting, and Sword Techniques. Intrigued by the concept of chakra, he began to read about it, realizing it was similar to the strange energy he possessed. Hours passed as he immersed himself in the scrolls, eventually drifting off to sleep in his mindscape. He could hear Rama's voice, expressing her amusement at his carefree nature, promising to watch over his body while he rested. The next morning, Naruto yawned and stretched before getting up from the floor of Training Ground 66, where he had slept. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he reflected on what he had learned about chakra. He was eager to use jutsu to defeat bad guys. A voice in his mind suggested he try the tree walking exercise he had read about. Excited, he agreed and set off to find the largest tree he could. After searching for a while, he spotted a massive tree, towering over the others. In his mind, he could sense Rama's surprise. With determination, he ran at the tree and attempted to climb it, falling repeatedly but never giving up. Hours passed, and finally he managed to reach the top, lying on one of its enormous branches. Once he caught his breath, Rama instructed him to come down and begin his physical exercises. Panting, he carefully descended, slipping a few times before finally reaching the ground. He asked Rama what he should do next. She outlined a series of exercises, starting with 200 sit-ups, followed by meditation, and then running laps around the forest. Naruto, eager to prove himself, began the sit-ups, feeling the strain in his muscles halfway through. A few of the scars on Naruto's body stung from the exertion of his workout. By dusk, after struggling through sit-ups, he slowly got up, panting and with his hair sticking to his face, and began searching for the fence. After an hour of running, he finally found it. He wondered where the fence could be, certain he should have passed it by now. As he glanced around, he noticed the trees thinning out in one direction and decided to walk that way. A few minutes later, he discovered a cave in a clearing, but it wasn't the cave itself that sent him running. It was the sight of a giant bear that began to chase him. Not long after, he ran into the fence. Now that he had found it, he was made to run around it 4 times, yes, 4 times, not 2 because he had taken too long to locate it. After about 20 minutes of running his first lap, he could no longer feel his legs or feet. Lightheadedness overcame him, and before he knew it, he collapsed. Time passed, and Rama observed the situation. She felt a twinge of guilt for the poor kid who had kissed the ground. It was her fault. She had forgotten that he hadn't eaten properly in a while and that he was still young. She thought about teaching him some jutsu once he woke up. Hearing a groan, she realized Naruto was regaining consciousness. She couldn't believe he had slept all night. Naruto groaned as he realized he hadn't finished the lap but had instead hit the ground. He felt frustrated, questioning how he could ever be significant to the Leaf if he couldn't even complete Rama's extensive ninja training. He chastised himself for being so foolish. Determined, he got back up and continued running, pushing aside the pain from yesterday's workout. It took him an hour and a half to reach the end of the circuit he had already half completed. Picking up speed, he ran as fast as he could and dove over the finish line drawn in the dirt. Rama cheered for him, expressing her excitement about his achievement. Now they could go hunting, and Naruto was surprised at how much she cared. She encouraged him to learn how to track. The following days were spent teaching Naruto how to hunt and track. Rama also introduced him to the transformation jutsu at the first opportunity, wanting to ensure he could protect himself. Every day, Rama made him run around the forest, and as the days passed, the laps grew longer. It had been about 4 days since he started training with her, and he was beginning to adapt to the running. It felt easier now, even if it took a long time. Today, he sensed that Rama had something planned, a mischievous grin on her face. After finishing his laps, he sat down at a nearby lagoon he had discovered while learning to track with her. Tracking and hunting had become second nature to him, and every night he climbed the large tree he had found on his first day to sleep and eat. He called it his home base, but Rama insisted on calling it the big tree. They had a playful argument about it, but she won, believing it shouldn't be called home since they wouldn't live there permanently. He countered that he called the orphanage home, even if he wouldn't be there forever, which silenced her. On the second day of running, Rama introduced him to a new exercise involving striking a tree stump with his hands and feet. Throughout the week, he noticed her muttering about summoning and possibilities, which piqued his curiosity, but he didn't want to interrupt her. After cleaning up in the lagoon, he heard Rama call for him. She instructed him to meditate and join her, wanting to try something new. He sat down, focusing intently on remaining perfectly still and clearing his mind. After about 40 seconds, he found himself in the familiar black walls of his mindscape, where Rama sat with her tails curled around her. She asked if he thought he could learn to summon her, in her small form, of course. He pondered her offer, realizing he would certainly try his best to summon her. If he succeeded, she could teach him in person, eliminating the need for meditation every time he wanted to learn something new. With a hint of a smile, he nodded and she stood, her 9 tails swaying. As he watched, her eyes turned gold, and her tails lowered to press their tips against the ground. Golden chakra rippled around her tails, forming a piece of parchment before the light faded. He glanced at the parchment and saw Rama smiling softly. She mimicked biting her thumb, and he followed suit, drawing blood and writing his name on the blank parchment. Rama squealed in happiness, expressing her excitement about forging a summoning contract, which startled him into covering his ears. She grinned sheepishly and showed him how to summon her before she gently nudged him out of his mindscape. Opening his eyes, he stood up from the lotus position and began forming the seals for the summoning. Once he completed all 12 seals, he bit his thumb again, channeling all the chakra he could through his blood before slamming his hand down onto the ground. In just 2 seconds, he realized he had done it right. In front of Naruto stood Rama, his mentor, who was about as tall as his head, so not too big. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he pounced onto her, and she let out a happy bark, looking around. Feeling sleepy from chakra loss, he laid on her back and soon slipped into darkness, dreaming of his 4th birthday, where all the villagers' faces transformed into Kyoshis. Rama stood up when she was sure her little kit was asleep and began walking toward Naruto's home base, as he called it. Glancing around, she marveled at the colors she had long since forgotten and searched for Naruto's tree. After an hour of walking happily, she found it and carefully set Naruto down before transforming into her human form. Her long red hair reached her middle back, and her ruby eyes glowed happily as she picked up her kit with her 6-foot frame. She jumped high into the air, the moonlight illuminating her pale skin. Jumping from branch to branch, Rama spotted the small hollow where Naruto always slept and set him down in it. Transforming back into her original state, she curled her body around him, dreading the end of the following week. She knew Naruto would still attend the academy despite what the other kids had done to him, so she devised a plan to ensure he would be the best there, preventing the other students from hurting him. With that last thought, they both drifted off to sleep, awaiting the rigorous training that lay ahead. Naruto groaned silently as he stretched his aching arms, still sore from the week's training. Forcing his weighted body to move, he marveled at the amount of weight the body seal placed on him. Initially, he had doubted that if Rama drew lines all over his body and added chakra, everything would feel heavier. However, he quickly learned how much of a burden it was. Lifting his head, he stared at the academy doors. It was already class time, and he was a little late. As he walked through the door, he ignored the butterflies in his stomach and approached the front desk. Tilting his head slightly, the receptionist glared before handing him a piece of paper with his class written on it. Nodding to her, he made his way, occasionally maneuvering around parents chatting in the halls. Glancing at the sheet and the sign, he nodded to himself and pulled out the piece of paper Gigi had written for him to give to the teacher. Knocking on the door, he entered silently, trying not to draw attention to himself, but he failed when the white-haired teacher smirked and introduced him as the newest class member, stating that he was mute and inviting questions. One student raised his hand, capturing Naruto's curiosity. He had onyx eyes and black hair that was slightly longer than short. The teacher acknowledged him, and the student asked why Naruto was so young, questioning the age requirement for joining the academy. Naruto smiled slightly at the compliment but quickly returned to a neutral expression before anyone could notice. He told himself that he couldn't have friends, remembering the last time he had friends and what had happened. Forgetting the idea of friendship, he observed the other students in the class. Most glared at him, some of whom he recognized from his birthday. However, one girl with long red hair and eyes similar to the boys sat nearby and seemed friendly. Walking over to the spare seat near the window at the back, he glanced at the girl. On her desk was a pencil case with her name on it, Rinako Nakata. Curious, he watched her interact with others before paying attention to the class. After over an hour of sitting and only half listening, the teacher announced that they would go outside for practice. Smirking, Naruto jumped outside with impressive speed and leaned against a tree. He watched as the teacher demonstrated kunai and shuriken throwing, something he had mastered in just 2 hours. Getting an idea, he set up the hardest course he could think of for throwing shuriken and then blindfolded himself. There were 22 targets, each hidden or positioned in different directions. Intent on hitting them all in one shot, he leapt into the air, flipping gracefully as he released the shuriken at the targets. Once he landed, he removed his BLNDIF LD to find half the class watching him with wide eyes. Smirking, he walked toward the hidden targets and retrieved the shuriken from the bullseye. He heard the teacher encouraging the students to train hard for the upcoming exam. Walking away from the targets, he climbed a tree and settled on one of the branches in a precarious position before meditating. Visiting Rama was enjoyable. They played tag and hide and seek, and she had taught him how to conjure things into his mindscape, filling it with items to hide in, making their games much more fun. A slight frown crossed my face when Rama-sensei kicked me out, but I quickly understood why as I sensed someone behind me. Reacting swiftly, I grabbed the finger aimed at my head and executed a judo flip, sending the offender sprawling in front of me. It was only then that I realized I was still perched in the tree. Looking down at the boy now on the ground, I wondered why Shursui was trying to get my attention. I jumped down and extended my hand to him. He looked up at me and burst into laughter, as if this was the funniest thing in the world. Once he calmed down, he introduced himself, saying it was nice to meet me, and took my outstretched hand to pull himself up. As I began to walk away, I glanced over my shoulder and saw Shursui running to catch up. He grinned at me and expressed his eagerness to learn how to throw shuriken like I had, claiming it was even better than Itachi's technique. I raised an eyebrow, contemplating how to discourage this enthusiastic boy from trying to befriend me. Several scenarios played out in my mind, but giving him the cold shoulder seemed the most effective. With him walking beside me, I suddenly took off at full speed toward the Hokage tower to meet Gramps. To Shui, it must have looked like I vanished into thin air. What an interesting person, I thought, before continuing on my way to Gramps. It had nearly been 3 weeks since Naruto joined the academy, and each day felt increasingly tedious since he already knew most of the material. His boredom led him to create his own variations of the class jutsus. One of his inventions was a technique he called the spiked clones, which would sprout spikes from the areas where an enemy struck. From Naruto's perspective, he had not anticipated how easy the academy would be when he had asked the elder to enroll. The only challenge he faced was avoiding Shui and Rinako, who had also joined the academy. They were both eager to befriend him, which would typically be simple, but their presence in his class for 6 hours a day made it a bit more complicated. As he zoned out again, he realized it was time to leave. The elder had approached him with a suggestion. He expressed that since Naruto had joined the academy, it would be appropriate for him to have his own apartment. Naruto understood that the elder wanted to keep the orphanage safe now that he was training to become a ninja, which was why he encouraged Naruto to move out. Naruto agreed to move into an apartment by the 3rd week of the academy. He frowned slightly at the thought. If he wasn't there, Queenie might struggle, and he would need to visit as often as possible to ensure she didn't become overwhelmed. As Naruto walked out of the academy, he couldn't shake the feeling that no one would listen to him. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Shui chatting away behind him. When he arrived at the orphanage, a sudden silence enveloped the place. Glancing back, he saw Shui staring wide-eyed at the building. Approaching the front door, Naruto knocked 3 times. After a moment, Korra, one of the younger kids, opened the door and joyfully announced his arrival. She exclaimed his name and leaped into his arms, followed by a rush of other children who piled on top of him. It became difficult to breathe until an arm wriggled through the crowd and lifted him up. Naruto face-bombed when he realized it was Shui. With a warm smile for the kids, he turned his back to Shui and walked inside. Navigating the familiar twists and turns, he reached the room he had shared with Kiyoshi for just a week. As he gathered his belongings, he noticed his prized orange jacket was missing. This jacket, a gift from his grandfather when he was 2, no longer fit him. After searching for a while, he spotted the edge of the jacket peeking out from under Kiyoshi's bed. Laying on his stomach, he pulled it out and noticed a string tied to it. Following the string led him to an air vent above the bed. When he lifted the vent cover, a card and parcel fell onto the bed with a thud. With trembling fingers, he opened the card. It read that even though they weren't blood-related, Kiyoshi considered him the family he needed. The message encouraged him to ignore those who hurt him and to cherish those who cared for him. It concluded with a heartfelt birthday wish, affirming that he was already a hero in the eyes of the orphanage. Naruto reread the card multiple times, memorizing its words. Despite his vow of silence, a few muffled sobs escaped as he buried his face in a pillow. He carefully unwrapped the parcel to reveal a black hoodie, identical to Kiyoshi's favorite one. Overwhelmed with emotion, he felt a mix of sadness and love. He realized that Kiyoshi cared for him deeply, and it fueled a sense of anger within him. He needed to channel that energy into something productive. Without wiping away his tears, he donned the new hoodie and stepped outside, not noticing the kids watching him or Shui trying to catch up. Naruto made a beeline toward Training Ground 66, eager for Rama-sensei's guidance. He jogged lightly, lost in thoughts of his failure to protect Kiyoshi. Arriving at the training ground, he gracefully flipped over a 6-foot fence and leaned against it, gathering his energy. He added weight to his gravity seal and began running laps, leaving his belongings against the fence. After 53 laps, he calmed down. Enough to notice Shui sitting on one of his bags, watching him intently. Remembering the card's message about loving those who care, Naruto glanced at Shui and rummaged through his training bag. He grabbed his shurikens and kunai pouches, then tugged on Shui's sleeve, leading him toward the forest. Shui followed silently as Naruto reached his favorite training tree. He chakra walked up the trunk, leaving Shui at the bottom. Once at the hollow, he gathered his targets and returned to Shui, who watched him with curiosity. Naruto led Shui to the lagoon, setting up the targets around the water to ensure safety. He decided to teach Shui about shuriken throwing, hoping to see if he would stick around after the lesson. Stripping down to a long-sleeved black shirt and board shorts, he crossed the stepping stones to a rock in the middle of the lagoon. He handed Shui the shuriken he would need and demonstrated the technique. Taking a deep breath, he flipped off the rock, throwing the shuriken dead center into the targets. Shui seemed eager to try, so Naruto waded back to shore and watched as he attempted the throw. Although Shui executed the flip perfectly, the shuriken missed the targets. Realizing they needed to focus on accuracy, Naruto let him keep practicing for another hour and a half, but the results remained the same. Finally, he took Shui's wrist and led him to the towels he had brought. Once they were dry and changed, Naruto positioned 4 targets at different angles across from a tree branch. Hanging upside down by his knees from the branch, he threw the shuriken effortlessly, hitting the targets each time. Naruto hopped down and let Shui take a turn. It took Shui an hour to master the technique, and once he did, Naruto moved the targets to more challenging angles to increase the difficulty. This training session continued for hours until Naruto tugged at Shui's sleeve, signaling the end. He removed all the targets and shuriken, placing them back in the hollow. As Naruto walked back to his belongings, Shui followed closely. With one hand, Naruto grabbed his things before jumping onto the fence and extending a hand for Shui to take. He pulled hard, and despite Shui's exhaustion, they both managed to get over the fence. They parted ways, with Shui thanking Naruto loudly and waving back at him. After Shui left, Naruto felt a lightness in his shoulders, as if a burden had been lifted. He made his way to Gigi's office, completely ignoring the secretary who had always disliked him. As he approached the door, he began his usual routine but decided not to call out to Gigi this time. This caught the ANBU off guard, and when Gigi appeared in front of him, Naruto quickly sidestepped and dove onto the Hokage's lap. The ANBU was taken aback, his body stiff with surprise. Naruto giggled silently, his shoulders shaking with amusement. Gigi glanced down at him and asked how the academy was going. Naruto smiled slightly and wrote on his notepad, "It's boring." Gigi chuckled heartily and informed Naruto that he had enrolled him in an exam in 3 days, giving him a chance to become a genin if he passed. He then handed Naruto a map and a room key with a number on it. Glancing at the map, the protagonist made their way to the new apartment. The journey felt significant, marking a new chapter in their life. They hoped that the readers would appreciate the length of the chapter, as it was a bit delayed due to spending time with a friend. The protagonist wished for understanding and engagement from the audience, eager to hear their thoughts on the developing bond between Shui and Naruto. Naruto woke up and looked around at the apartment that was supposed to be his new home. To him, the forest of death seemed more inviting. The walls were covered in mold, and the floor was so dusty that it had kept him coughing all night. The windows were boarded up, preventing anyone from looking in. The apartment had a kitchen with a kettle, a fridge, and an oven. The only other piece of furniture was the bed. Glancing at the clock, he got up to prepare for school, grabbing his shuriken and kunai pouches along with some bandages. Today would be the day he decided to summon his mentor. He performed the hand seals for summoning, channeling just a small amount of chakra. In a puff of smoke, Rama-sensei appeared, now the size of his hand. She glared at him, clearly displeased with her new size, before settling down in the hood of Kiyoshi's hoodie. Leaving the house, Naruto headed toward the Forest of Death for some training before the exam tomorrow. He felt there was nothing more the academy could teach him, so attending was unnecessary. As he approached the forest, he encountered Shui, who was walking in the same direction. Confused, Naruto continued ahead. Shui called out to him, jogging to catch up. When he reached Naruto, he was panting heavily and asked if Naruto was skipping school too. Naruto shook his head, and Shui grinned, excitedly suggesting they meet his friend and then train together. Nodding, Naruto grabbed onto Shui's sleeve to avoid getting lost in the crowd. As they moved through the throng of people, one man suddenly spotted Naruto and kicked him in the head, sending him crashing to the ground. Groaning silently, he watched as Shui rushed over, gently touching the spot on his head where he felt blood. Carefully sitting up, Naruto took out a small strip of bandage he always carried and wrapped it around his head. Looking around, he realized Shui was no longer by his side and began searching for him in the crowd. When he spotted Shui, his mind raced. Was Shui defending him? Shui was confronting the man who had kicked Naruto, making quite a scene. Naruto coughed and stood up, putting away the extra bandages. He walked over to Shui, grabbing his sleeve and leading him away from the villager. Shui wore a confused expression, as if asking why Naruto wouldn't let him confront the man. Realizing he was wasting his time, Shui wrapped his arms around Naruto's torso and lifted him onto his shoulders. Naruto smiled, even though Shui couldn't see it. They continued on their path, heading straight past the forest and toward the direction Shui had taken yesterday. Burying his face in Shui's hair, Naruto felt a lightness in his heart, wondering if this was what friendship felt like. Looking up, he noticed they were passing through a gate with a peculiar lollipop-shaped symbol that was white with a red top. Using his mind, he asked Rama-sensei where they were. She replied that it was the Uchiha clan district, essentially a mini-village for members of their clan. Looking down, he saw Shui start running, and he couldn't help but giggle. Shui stopped suddenly, looking up at Naruto with sparkling eyes, excitedly singing that he had made Naruto laugh while spinning him around in circles. Naruto smiled and jumped down from Shui's shoulders, feeling nervous about meeting Shui's friend. He grabbed onto Shui's sleeve again, hiding behind his leg to avoid being seen by others. They ran over to a river behind some trees where someone was waiting. When they stopped, Shui introduced Naruto to Itachi, who was crouched in front of him with a closed-eyed smile. Itachi greeted Naruto, and Naruto frowned, unsure how to respond. Shui moved to speak, but Naruto held out his hand to stop him. Instead, he walked forward and tapped out a message in Morse code. Itachi recognized the code and smiled, confirming Naruto's name. Naruto beamed, pleased that Itachi understood. Shui looked on, both amazed and confused by their exchange. Being cautious around Itachi, Naruto grabbed his sleeve and then Shui's before jogging toward the Forest of Death, with Shui sprinting and Itachi jogging leisurely behind them. Itachi seemed curious about their destination, but Naruto kept his plans to himself. Once he was sure they were following, he slowed down for Shui and let go of their sleeves. Still a bit dizzy from the earlier kick, Naruto realized he needed to release the jutsu to heal himself. He face-bombed, knowing it would be difficult for Rama to train him with both boys around. As the fence came into view, he sped up and gracefully flipped to the top, perching like a cat. He waited for Shui, watching as Itachi followed suit and landed on the fence beside him. When Shui reached the fence, both he and Itachi grabbed an arm and pulled him over. Walking towards the clearing, Shui gathered all the targets again and headed to the same branch where he had practiced the day before, setting up 10 targets. He grinned and jumped straight into action, with Itachi watching him curiously as he hung upside down. As Shui began launching shuriken at the targets, Itachi seemed to understand the technique. Looking around, I moved to a small clearing not far away and arranged the leftover targets in challenging positions before signaling for Itachi to try hitting them. He looked at me as if I were crazy. Nevertheless, he took his stance and gave it a shot, hitting 12 targets perfectly while the others either grazed the edges or missed entirely. Observing him, I collected all his shuriken and handed them back before demonstrating the technique myself. I blindfolded myself once more and executed the move, sending all my shuriken thudding into the targets, with all 46 hitting the bullseye. Glancing over at Itachi, I motioned for him to practice again. While both of them were engrossed in their challenge, I quietly slipped out of the forest and headed off. This chapter is dedicated to Kara 87624 for winning the cover contest. Thank you to everyone who participated. Naruto left Shui and Itachi behind as he exited the forest, eager to see if the kids had managed to defeat Queenie yet, as he hadn't informed them of his departure. Hopping over the fence, he felt a strong desire to return and practice the new jutsu Rama-sensei had been teaching him. It was called Mind Shadow, allowing him to write messages directly into someone's mind without speaking, making it seem as if they were reading it aloud to themselves. Excited about this jutsu, he wished he could try it out on his friends, but instead, he had to face his older brothers, who were likely to be upset. A voice in his mind suggested that he practice on some villagers to see if they reacted, but he hesitated, worried it might anger or upset them. He decided to try it on the kids when he arrived, not wanting to upset anyone he didn't know. As he shadow walked over the rooftops with practiced ease, he silently thanked Rama-sensei for teaching him how to navigate them. He reached the forest next to the orphanage much faster than usual, a testament to the training he had undergone. Nervously scratching the back of his head, he walked through the forest toward the house where he had lived for 4 short years. From a distance, he smiled at the sight of the kids playing ninja and hide-and-seek outside, unaware of his presence. He was searching for Queenie when he suddenly heard a muffled scream coming from inside the house. Shadow-stepping past the children, he sprinted toward the house. In an instant, he was through the door and in the kitchen before he even registered being inside. As he rounded the corner, he heard the voice of an older girl speaking with a sinister tone, demanding to know what had happened. The familiar thud of a kunai hitting the wood made him decide to reveal himself. The shock on his face must have been evident when he saw Queenie tied to the wall with kunai surrounding her. Her face was red, and her eyes were wide with fear. In front of her stood Yuchika, one of the special people from the orphanage. She was 18 and a chunin ninja who had been assigned to keep him company a year ago when she was a genin. They had grown close, but after she stopped visiting, he had to fend for himself until Queenie came along. Looking at their faces, he forced a smile to greet Yuchika, though he felt empty inside. She was the one who had left him alone, the one who hadn't returned until ordered to. She was the one hurting Queenie, the one who had once been there for him and had stopped the mistreatment. Walking over to Queenie, he expertly pulled out the kunai and caught her before she fell. As she steadied herself, he lost his smile and glared at Yuchika with icy anger. She visibly flinched, and he could feel the snarl from Rama-sensei at the sight of her. Looking over at Queenie, he decided to attempt the jutsu he had been working on. Making the single ram seal, he focused on visualizing a notepad in his mind and wrote the message on it. Then, using chakra, he made it appear as a genjutsu in her head. "Are you okay, Queenie?" it wrote. He could see the shock in her eyes as he waited to see if it had worked. She nodded at him, and he used more chakra to attempt the jutsu on a larger scale. Carefully writing the words down, he searched for the chakra signatures of the other kids before sending it over like an email. "Hey everyone, it's Naruto. There's a mean person being mean to Queenie in the kitchen," it wrote, adding for effect, "I'm scared." In less than 4 seconds, they heard the sounds of angry footsteps. He glanced at Queenie and saw her grinning mischievously at Yuchika. He had ensured that the message reached everyone except Yuchika, so Queenie knew what was about to happen. She looked at him and grinned when she saw the smirk on his face, quickly resuming her scared act. He began to shiver and hid behind Queenie's leg, his big blue eyes watering slightly for added effect. As the first few kids spotted him, he watched in fascination as their eyes gleamed with determination, some even turning red with anger. He observed as the army of orphans advanced on the chunin, who began to back away nervously. After having to peel the kids off of her, he watched as she fled as quickly as she could. He smiled at all the kids, who instantly tackled him in a hug. He frowned, not yet accustomed to hugs, and flinched slightly at the contact, as he had done countless times before. Queenie watched the kids with a small, relieved smile, as if she believed she might perish if he didn't visit. Silently giggling at the scene, he raised his arms to Queenie, a habit he had developed when it was just the kids and her. She leaned down, picked him up, and placed him on her shoulders, walking toward the kitchen to help prepare breakfast. As she set down the last bowl, he performed the ram seal and spoke to her again. He conveyed that he couldn't stay, as the Hokage wanted him to move to his own apartment, asking her to tell the kids. Her frown returned, and he began to feel guilty, realizing he had upset Queenie. She gave a serious look and stood up to make the announcement. The guilty feeling in my stomach intensified as she told the kids, and I watched tears roll down their cheeks. I felt terrible. It reminded me of why I had chosen to remain silent in the first place. Keeping my lips tightly sealed, I waved goodbye and left to see how much the boys had improved since my departure. My shoulders felt heavy with guilt as I walked through the forest, struggling to hold back tears. I had left them crying and sobbing. As I approached the clearing where I had left Itachi, I frowned when I noticed he wasn't there. The marks from the kunai added to my targets caught my eye, and I felt bad for just leaving them behind. I walked over to Shirsue's clearing, hoping to find him and Itachi talking while having lunch. I plopped down next to them, feeling no appetite after what had happened. Sitting silently, I noticed Itachi glance at me. I met his gaze for a moment before looking away. He frowned, and I began tapping out Morse code on the ground, unaware that Itachi was picking it up. I felt foolish, questioning why I always mess things up. I thought of myself as a monster, a demon, a murderer, and believed I made everyone upset. It always felt like my fault, and I didn't feel deserving of the food I needed. Looking down, I stopped tapping and glanced up to see Itachi staring intently at me. Avoiding his gaze, I looked over at Shirsue, who was smiling and munching on some odd-looking food on a stick. The thought of food made me feel nauseous, and when Itachi offered me one of the skewers, I didn't move. He frowned and approached me, causing me to flinch and back away toward Shirsue. As Itachi got closer, I ran into Shirsue, who remained oblivious, still enjoying his food. Shrinking into a ball, I began to shiver as Itachi paused, his eyes reflecting an emotion I had never seen before. Was it concern? He crouched down in front of me, and when something was placed in my mouth, I froze. The food settled uncomfortably in my stomach, and I knew it wouldn't stay there. My face went pale, and I instinctively stood up and ran to a bush, where I expelled the sweet treat. I continued until I was dry heaving, feeling incredibly weak as I collapsed onto the dirt, coughing violently. Looking over at Itachi, I saw his eyes wide with concern, while Shirsue hurried over, horrified, and picked me up to take me to the campfire they had set up. Despite feeling dizzy, I kept my eyes open as Shirsue checked my temperature. After everything was done, Itachi asked me a question I hadn't expected. When was the last time I had eaten? I frowned, trying to recall, but my mind came up blank. I remembered catching a small bird 2 weeks ago but hadn't finished eating it, as it had made me feel sick. Too weak to think clearly, I couldn't focus, and my photographic memory was of no help. Looking up at Shirsue and Itachi, I raised my arm. Itachi reached forward, allowing me to tap, "I don't know," onto his palm before collapsing back onto the ground. I watched as Itachi's expression shifted to worry, and he pulled Shirsue a little away from me. With my sensitive hearing, I could catch snippets of their conversation. Itachi expressed concern that I might develop a mental condition if I wasn't looked after properly, noting that I was already sick. Shirsue mentioned my light weight, suggesting I didn't weigh more than one of my wooden targets. Itachi reassured him that I was just weak from not eating and would be okay after some rest, but emphasized the need for me to keep eating to avoid worsening my condition. Tired of eavesdropping, I fought off the dizziness and rose from my spot on the ground, shadow stepping back to my apartment for a much-needed rest. As I walked through the streets, I suddenly felt dizzy and almost collapsed. My mind faded before I hit the ground, unaware that Itachi had caught me before I fell. After I left, Itachi focused on the challenge I had set for him. He still wasn't convinced it was possible to hit that many targets in one flip, but that wouldn't stop him from trying. After several failed attempts over 3 hours, he began to feel tired and decided to find Shirsue and me. Entering Shirsue's clearing, he caught Shirsue as he fell from his perch on a tree. Itachi asked where I was, and Shirsue replied that he thought I was with him. Itachi frowned, realizing I had left them in the forest but figured I would return soon. He made a fire in the clearing and sat down in front of Shirsue, unpacking his lunch, which consisted of a large bag of dango on a stick and some snacks. Shirsue pulled out a similar bag filled with rice ball. They chatted mindlessly about various topics. Suddenly, Itachi stopped talking as he sensed my presence. He watched as I emerged from the trees, glancing at Shirsue to see if he had noticed. He hadn't. I sat down on the other side of the campfire, and Itachi's worry deepened when he saw the broken look in my eyes. I avoided his gaze, and my fingers began to tap out Morse code, revealing my inner turmoil. Itachi grew increasingly concerned as I expressed through my tapping that I believed I was the cause of everyone's problems and thought of myself as a demon or monster. When he heard the last insult directed at himself, He froze and began studying the boy. The boy had said he didn't deserve the food he needed, and concern washed over him as he noticed how thin the boy was, his ribs visible through the long shirt. He picked up a stick of dango and held it out, hoping desperately that the boy was fine and it was just his overactive imagination. When the boy ignored the offering, he frowned and stood up to approach him. He watched as the boy flinched away, eyes wide with fear. His worry deepened for this small boy he had only met that morning. As the boy continued to back away, he followed, but when the boy bumped into Shursui, panic set in, and his breaths came out in small pants. He curled into a ball, shivering, prompting him to pause, deeply concerned. Crouching down, he gently placed a piece of dango in the boy's mouth, knowing he had to do something. His eyes widened when the boy's face went pale, and he suddenly darted away from his spot next to Shursui to the side of the clearing. The boy was sick, and he felt frozen, realizing his fears had come true. The sight of the boy, younger than his own little brother, in so much pain hurt him inside. The boy was now dry heaving and swaying on his feet. Looking over at Shursui, he noticed the horror etched on his friend's face. Suddenly, Shursui rushed forward to the boy, carrying him back to a spot near the fire. Shursui began checking the boy's temperature and confirmed that he had a slight fever. Once Shursui finished his limited examination, he turned to the boy and asked the question that needed an answer. After lying there for about 10 minutes, the boy finally raised his arm. He placed his palm under the boy's dangling fingers and deciphered the Morse code, "I don't know." The answer made him wince slightly, and he took Shursui aside to discuss their concerns. "I think the boy might not be looking after himself well enough," he began. "Is it because of how light he is?" "I don't think he weighs more than one of his wooden targets," Shursui replied, frowning at the thought. "Yes, but right now he is just a little weak from not eating. He should be okay after a good rest," he reassured, shaking the troubling thoughts from his mind. "But we need to ensure he keeps eating, otherwise it could get bad very quickly," he added. Shursui nodded, glancing over at the makeshift bed they had set up for the boy. He started looking around for him, while Shursui, in his condition, was careful not to move around too much. Shursui decided to check the orphanage for the boy, while he headed toward the Hokage tower, hoping to find him. After running for a while, he spotted a swaying figure with dull yellow hair. Picking up speed as the boy began to fall, he caught him just before he hit the ground. Lifting him up, he froze upon realizing Shursui was right. The boy was not much heavier than one of the targets. With the boy's chin resting on his shoulder, he carried him home to the Uchiha district. As Naruto woke up, he felt himself swaying back and forth. When he opened his eyes, he realized someone was carrying him. Too weak to protest, he allowed the person to take him away. Watching the scenery pass by, he reflected on why he hadn't eaten in so long. For the past 4 weeks, every time he tried to eat, he felt sick and had to spit it out. This troubling situation had begun shortly after his 4th birthday. He had initially shrugged it off, thinking that he didn't need food. More food meant more weight. However, he was now growing worried. In the last week, he had started experiencing dizzy spells, and all of his scars felt as if they were fresh wounds, with the one over his heart causing the most pain. As he registered the discomfort, he began to whimper, biting his lip to suppress his cries. The figure carrying him stopped and held him away for a moment. Blinking a few times, he realized it was Itachi. Pressing his hand over the wound in an attempt to ease the pain, he noticed Itachi adjusting his hold to carry him more gently. They soon passed under the lollipop gates, and Itachi walked up one of the paths to a house. The streets were deserted, as it seemed to be around 8 o'clock. Sliding the door open, Naruto shivered at the cold air. Inside, he noticed many pictures on the walls as they made their way to the kitchen, where a man and a woman were talking at the table. When they looked up, the woman hurried over to him, while the man strolled to a cabinet and retrieved a bag of ointments. Naruto was only vaguely aware of Itachi laying him on a couch, his shivering becoming uncontrollable, and his lips turning blue. The woman pressed her hand against his forehead gently but quickly withdrew it, beginning to make hand signs. Once she finished, her hands glowed green, and she ran them over his body. Her expression furrowed when she reached his torso. She spoke to Itachi, who then reached for Naruto's shirt. His eyes widened as he weakly held the shirt down, but his strength faltered, and Itachi took the opportunity to pull it over his head. Looking down, Naruto saw the scars across his torso, each telling a part of his story. The word, monster, was particularly red and had not healed properly. When he glanced at Itachi, he saw tears streaming down his cheeks. Upset that he had caused Itachi sadness, he lifted his hand toward him. Itachi knelt down, placing his hand in Naruto's and squeezing gently. Naruto's lips trembled from the cold as he watched Itachi run his fingers down his ribs, stopping at the word, fat, carved into his skin. He flinched at the warmth of Itachi's fingers, which only made him feel colder. The woman, having regained her composure, began applying ointment to his wounds. The pink ointment seemed to help the wound close, but scars would remain, just like the others. Despite his fever, he could make out some words. Infection, needs to eat, fever. Itachi gently lifted him and carried him to a room filled with drawings, mostly of crows. He carefully set Naruto down on a bed and lay next to him, pulling him close and kissing his head. As Naruto drifted off to sleep, he braced himself for more nightmares. His dreams began with his friends, Shisui and Itachi, both running toward him with wild. They were screaming something he couldn't understand as they rushed past him. When he turned around, he saw them both with the end of a sword protruding from their stomachs. Panic surged through him, and he screamed, pleading for them to stop. But it was too late. They collapsed on the floor, blood pooling around them. Itachi opened his mouth, and Naruto leaned in, crying to hear his last words. "Wake up," he whispered. "Wake up," he shouted again louder. Suddenly, Naruto's body bolted upright, his eyes widening as he found Itachi holding him against his chest. He started stroking her hair to calm her down. Only then did she realize she was hyperventilating. As her breath slowly evened out, she used her chakra to convey her gratitude to him in a way he could understand. His surprise was evident as he stumbled backward off the bed. Ignoring his reaction, she got up, slightly unsteady, and extended her hand to him. He took it and lifted himself up without her assistance. Together, they walked out of the room, and he led her to the kitchen, where he prepared breakfast for her and another person. Looking at the food piled on her plate, her face paled. Itachi noticed and quickly hid the plate behind his back. Moments later, she heard a cheerful voice call out, "Itachi!" She turned around, surprised to see a young child, around her age, launching himself at Itachi, who nearly dropped the plate. Itachi knelt down in front of the child and pointed to her. He introduced her as Naruto and then introduced the child as Sasuke. With a wide smile, Sasuke greeted Naruto and asked why he was there. Sasuke's curiosity dimmed when Naruto remained silent and instead hid behind Itachi's leg. Itachi explained that Naruto didn't speak much but was there because he had been very sick the night before. Sasuke nodded, still smiling, and ran over to the table to eat the food Itachi had set out for him. Naruto sat as far away from Sasuke as possible, while Itachi took a seat next to her, still concealing the plate of food. He held out a piece of egg on the end of some chopsticks. Cautiously, she opened her mouth, allowing him to feed her a small amount of egg. Though she didn't like the feeling of food in her stomach, she knew it would make Itachi and Shisui happy. He then offered her another piece of bacon, and after eating it she felt full and slightly queasy from the greasy food. She could tell that any more would make her uncomfortable, so when Itachi held out more egg, she sealed her lips shut and shook her head. He seemed frustrated but didn't push her further. Feeling extremely tired, she decided to take a break from her constant training. Sitting where she was, she began to channel chakra throughout her body, with Itachi watching her with interest. She then removed the 10 pounds of weight from her gravity seals. Instantly feeling lighter, she raised her arms to Itachi, who didn't seem to understand but lifted her anyway. Perhaps he would understand what she had done if he lifted her, she thought. As Itachi lifted her, his face paled considerably. He asked about the gravity seals, and she nodded in response. He set her back on her feet, and she waved goodbye as she left through the front door. The exam for the academy was today, and she needed to retrieve her belongings from her apartment. After successfully completing the written exam, Naruto followed the others to the target area, making sure to stay behind Shursui to avoid the familiar faces that still haunted his dreams, which were present in the crowd. He observed as the Hokage stood next to Mizuki, keeping a careful watch on each child as they were called up. A smile crossed his face when he noticed there were exactly 10 targets. He hoped that Shursui had managed to perfect his aim and flip. As his name was called, he smiled widely and confidently approached the shuriken, taking them all and holding them as he had been taught. The Hokage glanced at me, and I nodded in confirmation. Looking over at Shursui, I watched as he took a deep breath, his hands moving swiftly like lightning. The sound of shuriken hitting wood echoed in the air. The reactions of the other kids were filled with shock, while the Hokage looked on with pride. When my name was called next, I stood silently in front of Mizuki, who was searching for me, unaware that I was right in front of him. I tugged on his sleeve, and he looked down at me with a glare. With a forced smile, he told me to go. Taking all of the shuriken, I turned around and casually sent them thudding into the targets behind me. I walked over to stand next to Shursui, who lifted me onto his shoulders with a big smile. As we waited for the others to finish, I began braiding his hair out of boredom. By the time I was done, his hair was adorned with braids, some decorated with little feathers and strings I had on hand. In my opinion, it resembled a bird's nest, but Rinako, the redhead I had seen on the first day, told him she liked it, so it must have been acceptable. Walking back inside, I took my seat and gazed out the window, waiting for my name to be called. When it finally was, I left the nearly empty classroom to complete the final test. Inside the small room, there were 2 desks with Konoha forehead protectors of different colors. Behind the desks sat Mizuki and the Hokage. I waved to them, and the Hokage instructed me to perform the clone jutsu to pass. I nodded and formed the Kage Bunshin hand seals. Releasing the perfect amount of chakra, 50 clones appeared around the room. Mizuki looked at me with disdain and declared my failure with a smirk. The Hokage, however, glanced at him and lightly tapped him on the head, telling me to ignore Mizuki and that I had passed. I smiled and walked forward to the Hokage. He handed me an envelope and pulled out a pure white headband. I looked at him curiously as he explained that the envelope had been given to only one other student from the academy, both of us showing great potential. He instructed me not to tell anyone. I nodded, confused, and left for my house to read the letter. I cooked some instant ramen and ate half of it before opening the letter. Dear Skilled Academy student, since you are reading this, you have shown potential. You have been nominated to join other skilled ninja in a new training corps in ANBU. Join the other nominees at the Hokage's office at 5 p.m. I smiled, thrilled at the opportunity to show the villagers that I was not a monster and that I could help protect them. Glancing at the clock, I packed my ninja tools, tied my white headband on my head, and left for the meeting at the Hokage's office. Using my shadow step, I managed to move undetected through the main streets of Konoha, taking the easiest route to the Hokage's office. Once I arrived, I gently opened the door and slipped inside, noticing about 11 other young ninja present. The first person I spotted was Shursui, wearing a pure white headband just like mine. With a smile, I leaped into the air and landed on his shoulders. He startled for a moment before realizing it was me. He was talking to someone, and I turned to see Itachi also present, holding his navy forehead protector while Shursui tied on a pure white one. Looking around, I noticed that we were the only 3 with white headbands. I smiled at Shursui and jumped onto Itachi's shoulder, tapping his arm to say hello. He turned to me and smiled, saying he wasn't surprised to see me there. At the front of the room stood the Hokage next to a heavily bandaged man with short dark hair and an aged face. Hello everyone, I am Danzo. Those with black headbands, please form a group to the right, he instructed. Once most of the people had moved to the right, he continued, all right, you are the weakest in the room and need the most improvement. You will be squad 3. I heard grumbles from the other side of the room and waited to see what the next group would be. Okay, now those with navy blue headbands, please stand in a group over to the left. In an instant, they gathered on the side, noticeably stronger shinobi. You are a strong group, consisting of some of the strongest shinobi. However, you lack teamwork. You will be Group C. Finally, he said, those with white headbands, step forward. I moved closer to him with Itachi, while Shisui took a little longer to join us. Danzo studied us carefully, and I felt a chill run down my spine. This man was not to be underestimated. He spoke, "You are a group of prodigies. With the proper training, you will become the best shinobi we have. You are the strongest team, but you lack experience. You will be the only team that can take missions during the next year of training. You will be Squad A." I glanced at the other two in my group and nodded to myself. The old man knew what he was doing. If he put me with anyone else, I wouldn't be comfortable. Danzo continued, "All right, Squad 3, Squad A, and Squad Z, tomorrow you will meet at ANBU headquarters for your training. This will be your new home for the next year, so don't expect to return to your houses. Bring everything you need and be ready." With a firm, "dismissed," I left the building through the window and headed home for the last time in a long while. Itachi, Shisui, and Naruto entered the ANBU headquarters for the last time, having just returned from a 3-day mission. Kneeling with his head bowed low, Naruto waited with his team for Danzo to speak, a lesson learned from previous experiences. As they entered the room, Naruto noticed his teammates kneeling before Danzo. The captain of ANBU, standing next to Danzo, unexpectedly kicked Naruto's feet out from under him, forcing him to kneel painfully. Danzo addressed the group, stating that their team would accompany the captain to track down the individual who had kidnapped Hinata Hyuga. They needed her alive, and the target was to be eliminated. He then informed them that they would carry out this mission after 4 weeks of training, leaving the captain to evaluate them. The captain's intense presence made Naruto feel the weight of his gaze, pressing him harder against the floor. From that moment on, Naruto always knelt when reporting to Danzo. Soon, all the trainees were kneeling before Danzo, each marked with a seal on their tongues that prevented them from speaking about him, except for Naruto's group. When he first noticed the seal on one of the new recruits, he had dragged Itachi and Shisui over to create a type of seal on their tongues, allowing them to avoid the permanent mark. This marked the beginning of his study of seals, and he had mastered nearly all of them, with only 2 remaining: his father's teleportation seals and the Hyuga's caged bird seal, which had no known way to remove it. The general commanded everyone to attention, and they all stood with their arms clasped to their sides, as drilled. Danzo began his speech, announcing that their year of training was over and they were free to leave. Some would stay to train new recruits, some would join his ranks, and 3 would become the Hokage's personal ANBU. Danzo's single visible eye seemed to pierce through them as Naruto glanced at his team, noticing Shisui's gaze drifting to Itachi before returning to Danzo. The tension in the room was palpable, and Naruto felt restless in his fox mask, itching to escape. Itachi adjusted his weasel mask, while Shisui lifted and replaced his bear mask. They were all eager to leave, especially Naruto, who wanted to visit Queenie at the orphanage for the first time in a year. As the line moved closer, Danzo whispered in Naruto's ear, instructing him to report to the Hokage the next day at noon as his new personal ANBU. With that, Naruto dashed off to see Queenie and the kids. Running silently through the forest, he hoped everyone would remember him after a year away. Upon entering the orphanage, he contemplated a grand entrance. He decided to teleport into a chair at the dining table, casually grabbing a plate and filling it with food. Pretending he had been there all along, he waited for someone to notice him. Slowly, he raised his fox mask to the side and began eating. The kids were chatting and eating when one girl stood up, asking Queenie if there was any news. Queenie looked up and replied that he should be there any minute, if he wasn't already. Naruto watched with amusement as the kids exchanged glances until one boy next to him dropped his fork with a loud clatter, his mouth agape in surprise. Instantly, he was bombarded by the children launching themselves over the table at him. A smile spread across his face as he used Mind Shadow to apologize for disappearing and to share that he had joined ANBU. The kids shouted for him to teach them. In a flashback, he recalled being assigned his first solo mission to Sunagakure to teach their ANBU. He was instructed not to reveal any confidential information and to assert his strength as a representative of his village. He left immediately, his fox mask secured to his face with chakra as he sped through the air. Upon reaching the gates of the sand village, he was stopped by 2 men who laughed at his height, mocking him. Though he maintained a calm demeanor, he felt anger boiling inside. They were barely chunin and had the audacity to call him weak based on his stature. He frowned, hidden by his mask, and walked around them, making his way to the Kazekage Tower. As he landed in front of the door, he shadow-stepped inside, masking his chakra, and approached the Kazekage's office. After knocking, he was invited in. The heads of the Sans Enbu turned towards him as he entered. The Kazekage, with his striking red hair, raised an eyebrow at Naruto's presence. Walking over, Naruto handed him the scroll containing his mission details. Watching the Kazekage read, Naruto noted the amusement on his face as he finally sat down at his desk, just low enough for Naruto to rest his chin on it. The Kazekage instructed another ANBU to lead Naruto to the new recruits. The protagonist followed the orders given and trailed behind the ANBU, who appeared to be one of the individuals he would be training with. They entered what resembled a vast sand dune, revealing hundreds of staircases leading downward. Glancing at the rookie ANBU, who was already 2 flights down, he climbed onto the railing and walked alongside him. The rookie looked up in surprise, and the protagonist regarded him with a bemused expression, thinking it was odd that an ANBU would choose such a tedious way down instead of finding a more efficient route. With a determined gaze, he leaned sideways and leaped off the railing, free-falling to the bottom of the stairs. He used his chakra to cushion his landing, ensuring he hit the ground without causing any damage. After shaking the thoughts from his mind, he nodded to the group of children, and they made their way outside. He decided to start by teaching them about chakra and then move on to how they could communicate with him through mind shadow techniques. Lying in bed at my apartment, the protagonist closed their eyes and was whisked away to their first mission. After leaving Danzo, their team, later known as the Pure-Hearted, set out to rescue Lady Hinata, with the ANBU captain trailing behind. The mission lacked details on her whereabouts, so they began at her clan home. Summoning a family of foxes, the protagonist instructed them to search for Lady Hinata. It wasn't long before the foxes began to yip excitedly. Itachi and the protagonist dashed ahead, while Shursui remained back for the element of surprise in case they encountered trouble. As they followed the foxes, the protagonist extended their sensory abilities to detect any chakra. After a few minutes, they identified a chakra source about 4 kilometers away, moving toward the nearest border. If they crossed it, there would be nothing they could do. Using ANBU hand signs, the protagonist communicated with their teammates, and they sped up, leaving the ANBU captain behind. While other ANBU teams focused on training their strength and taijutsu, this team took a different approach, dedicating half their time to improving speed. The protagonist's gravity seals had increased to 60 pounds, and just a month ago, they had introduced Rama-sensei to their friends. Rama took the form of a knee-high fox with 9 tails, and their friends were understandably shocked. Shursui was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Once they got to know Rama, she began to appear more often and taught the protagonist even more. One day, she decided that training would be ineffective if the team held the protagonist back, so she pulled out a brush and washcloth. Now, both Itachi and Shursui had reached level 12 with their gravity seals and could almost keep up with the protagonist's slow jog. The ANBU captain, however, struggled to keep pace, sprinting full out yet still 500 meters behind. They completed the 4-kilometer run in mere minutes. Suddenly, the protagonist froze, all chakra was gone, and in this form, they couldn't hear or smell anything. Dispelling the foxes, they joined their hands in the dragon seal and concentrated, molding chakra with a small amount of Rama's energy. Once prepared, they activated the jutsu, their eyes glowing bright purple with cat-like pupils. Fox ears sprouted from their head, and a long, bushy orange fox tail grew from their tailbone. This jutsu, called fox sensory, allowed them to see heat signatures and detect even the smallest movements. The ears could pick up sounds from a mile away, and the tail acted as a chakra detector, channeling energy into their body. Once transformed, the protagonist heard the sound of a kunai flying toward them. Reacting instantly, their tail caught the weapon just before it could strike. Turning around, they saw the ANBU captain with an outstretched arm and a scowl on his face. Shui confronted the captain, reminding him that he was there to observe, not to interfere or attack a teammate during their jutsu. The ANBU captain stood silent, absorbing Itachi's words before coughing into his hand and looking away. Refocusing on the mission, the protagonist used their tail to gather chakra from the air and soon detected a signature that didn't belong to their group. They signaled their friends with ANBU hand signs, instructing them to follow the trail while they moved ahead. The others nodded, though the captain appeared confused, likely questioning how the protagonist would get ahead. The unasked question was answered when the protagonist took off at a dead sprint, leaving the forest behind in seconds. They smirked in victory as they reached a clearing where the chakra was emanating from. By now, they sensed a very small chakra signature, likely from a young child with no reserves. Using their enhanced vision, they spotted 3 heat signatures, which surprised them until they realized it was a bird summon. Rama commented on the speed of the summons. Noticing a green glow surrounding the young heir, the protagonists turned off their enhanced vision and peeked out from the tree. They observed a white chakra net enveloping the girl, using bits of chakra to maintain pressure on her points, keeping her unconscious. Narrowing their eyes, the protagonists spotted a man with short hair and dark skin, identifying him as a ninja from the Cloud Village. Scanning the area, they noticed a body lying on the ground, a Hyuga with unrecognizable eyes. This indicated he was a member of the branch family, and upon closer inspection, they recognized him as Jonin Hisashi Hyuga. The protagonist scowled, knowing he was a single father to a boy their age, now left orphaned. Assessing the situation, the protagonist decided that Hisashi would return alive to the torture and interrogation unit. Jumping down from their perch, they startled the man, who was now recognized as a head ninja from the Cloud Village. His eyes widened before a confident smirk appeared on his lips. The protagonists thought to themselves that just because they were small and alone didn't mean they were easy prey. Taking a fighting stance, the protagonist noted the man's weaknesses: a sloppy stance, favoring his left leg, and chakra levels akin to a chunin. They couldn't understand his cockiness, as they felt confident they could have defeated him even before ANBU training. Watching him charge forward, the protagonist easily dodged the kunai, using his momentum against him to flip him over their shoulder. Spinning around, they kicked his chin, sending him crashing into a tree. He quickly recovered and shouted, "Water wave!" The protagonist raised an eyebrow, recognizing the jutsu lacked hand signs, likely the only reason he held his rank. Standing their ground, the protagonist performed a simple fireball jutsu, concentrating their chakra. As their energy mixed with the fireball, it exploded, and the large fireball evaporated the water wave. The man moved away, a smart decision, as the fireball continued, leaving smoking stumps in its wake. The protagonist noticed his face pale, realizing he was no longer willing to play around. With a determined scowl, he unleashed a large dragon made of fire. His eyes widened as he summoned a large dragon made of wind. Understanding his intent, he quickly formed advanced seals to create a rock barrier and leaped over to Lady Hinata, who was the current target. Gently lifting her, he removed the chakra net and placed her safely in a tree, surrounding her with advanced barrier seals. The man began unleashing a barrage of fire techniques, igniting many of the nearby trees. To counter this, he conjured a powerful tornado of water that swept toward the man. Caught off guard, the man was engulfed by the water and was forcefully thrown to the ground. With blood trickling down his face, impairing his vision, he tapped into his vast chakra reserves and created thousands of shadow clones. They all charged at the man, who, now desperate, summoned a large bird with a hand sign. He leaped onto the bird, attempting to escape. However, the clones launched kunai at the creature, causing it to vanish and sending the man plummeting back to the ground. He landed heavily, struggling to rise. Deciding he had played enough, the protagonist swiftly knocked him out and secured chakra cuffs around his wrists before heading to check on Lady Hinata. She was curled up against the trunk of the tree, leaning on Itachi, who had been observing the fight. As Shui took charge of the incapacitated man, he focused on the astonished Umbu captain, who seemed taken aback by his performance. The captain coldly remarked that he should have killed the man, but Itachi interjected in a monotone voice, explaining that if the man had been killed, the village in the clouds would have used it as a declaration of war. He emphasized that next time, they would not resort to killing without considering the consequences. He bent down and lifted the heiress in a princess carry, as she was already his height, and carried her down to where Itachi had sealed Hizashi in a scroll, with Shisui carrying the cloud ninja. They turned to leave, the captain following behind them. It took them half the usual time to reach Hinata's clan home, where he walked inside and laid her down on the couch. Only after ensuring she was asleep did he turn to Hayashi, handing him the scroll containing Hizashi's remains. He noticed Hayashi's stoic expressions soften slightly before their emotionless Umbu counterparts departed to report to Danzo, kneeling before him this time. As the dream faded, he opened his eyes to the bright day, ready to report to the Hokage for his first mission. A question appeared in Naruto's mind, asking him to spell the word, strategy. Confused, he decided to go along with it and wrote the word down in his neatest handwriting next to question 1. After half an hour, he had completed the spelling questions, though he struggled with the kanji for mission. It took him a few minutes to write it down before moving on to the reading and answering section. As he looked around his desk, he noticed a book about an inch thick, much slimmer than the cookbook he had read to Junko. He began reading, taking notes of important information and page numbers that could assist him with the questions. Once he finished reading the book on ninja history, he started answering the questions, ensuring he included all the information he knew about the subject. As he reviewed his answers, he realized how easy the exam was. Sitting in his chair, with the exam complete, he began patting his head, trying to find the tag that the Umbu had placed there. Feeling nothing, he concentrated, channeling his energy into his fingers. After some effort, he finally located the tag and removed it from his head. Examining it, he noticed squiggly lines and the kanji for spelling in the center. Suddenly, he realized he could no longer hear the spelling questions being asked. Feeling a bit sad because the delightful voice had disappeared, he attempted to stick the tag back on his head. It didn't work at first, but he persisted, adding more of his playful energy to his hands. Eventually, the tag stuck to his head again, and he could hear the questions once more. So engrossed in the amusing tag, he failed to notice the chuckles coming from the Umbu and the Hokage. Gigi asked if he had finished, to which Naruto replied with a grin that he had. He then excitedly held up the tag, asking Gigi if he could hear the funny voice now. After Gigi confirmed he could, Naruto took the tag off him and asked if he could still hear it. When Gigi said no, Naruto realized the tag must possess some kind of magic that could put funny voices in someone's head. Carefully placing the tag in his special pocket for safekeeping, he handed his test to Gigi. After about 10 minutes, Gigi announced that Naruto had done well on his exam. As the new year approached, Naruto felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. He had been busy with school and was working hard to keep up with his studies. He knew updates would take longer, but he appreciated everyone's patience. He also wondered how his readers wanted him to handle flashbacks in the story, whether all at once or in small glimpses throughout Naruto's life after training. He encouraged his readers to vote on their favorite pairings, expressing his support for Naruto and Hinata but clarifying that he wouldn't include any same-gender pairings for Naruto. He was curious if anyone was interested in a Shisui and Itachi pairing as well. After a long wait, he finally finished the first mission to save Hinata, which marked his first fighting scene in the story. He was eager to hear what his readers thought about it and hoped they would continue to engage by voting, commenting, and adding to the story. After reporting to the Hokage, the protagonist returned home to begin packing. They had received their first mission as part of the Hokage's personal ANBU team, to escort him to the village hidden in the sand for treaty negotiations aimed at preventing another war in the elemental nations. Once packed, the protagonists donned their fox mask and secured their musty apartment before teleporting to the Hokage's office. Shortly after, Shisui arrived, followed by Itachi, and they set off together. The Hokage walked alongside them until the village was out of sight, at which point he accelerated to ANBU speeds, surprising the team. The protagonists thought to themselves that there was a reason he remained Hokage. They easily kept pace with him, vigilant for any enemy encounters. They skillfully avoided a trap to the left and dealt with summons that lunged at them, only for the creatures to vanish back to their realm. As they continued on their journey, they encountered bandits, dispatching them without hesitation. In one instance, an ANBU from the village hidden in the mist charged at them, but he was quickly overwhelmed by 3 massive fireballs from their team, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Before long, they reached the gate, where they encountered some ANBU who failed to recognize the Hokage, who had slowed his pace to appear more casual. The ANBU grabbed the protagonist's arms, recalling their previous encounter. Standing firm, the protagonist released a hint of their killing intent, causing the ANBU to tremble. With a smirk, they mixed in a bit of Kurama's energy, and the ANBU collapsed to the ground. It was only then that they noticed the annoyed Hokage standing beside the protagonist, who regarded the ANBU as if they were children caught misbehaving. They continued down the path to the Kazekage Tower, with the protagonist on the Hokage's left, Shursui behind him, and Itachi on his right. The ANBU stationed around the marketplace reminded the protagonist of their training days with early recruits in the village hidden in the sand. In a flashback, the protagonist recalled how they had shocked the ANBU recruits by landing at the bottom of the stairs and sending out a mental message for everyone to line up. The new recruits snickered, while the older ones knew better and complied. The new recruits were the first to experience the protagonist's genjutsu, which left a lasting impression on them. They could still remember the screams and the sight of one male rubbing his eyes, trying to erase the memory of the horrifying images they had witnessed. Once the recruits were lined up, the protagonist lifted the genjutsu, feeling a mix of amusement and respect from some of the older ANBU. They knew that the recruits would either come to respect them or harbor resentment by the end of their training. The training began, and within a week only the older recruits and 10 younger ones remained, as many could not withstand Kurama's rigorous training. The final task for the recruits was to face the village's best ANBU general. The protagonist watched from the sidelines with the Kazekage, who was bemused as the young recruits dominated the general. After the recruits triumphed, the protagonist nodded to the Kazekage and handed him a scroll detailing who had remained and who had left. They waved goodbye to the recruits and made their way through the ANBU halls, overhearing whispers about their training success. With a smirk, the protagonist used chakra to scale the stairs and exited the headquarters, following the path to the marketplace before heading home to report to the Hokage. The flashback faded, and they refocused on their surroundings, shaking off the slight dizziness it had caused. Once they entered the Kazekage Tower, they followed the Hokage up the stairs to his office. Inside, the Kazekage, with his vibrant red hair, greeted them. The Hokage gestured for them to unmask, and after receiving a nod from him, the protagonists slowly removed their mask, revealing their blonde hair and striking blue eyes. The Kazekage's sharp intake of breath indicated his surprise at their youth. The Hokage smiled softly at the protagonist and the others, announcing that they were dismissed for the day but needed to return by dusk. The protagonist giggled silently and used a simple jutsu to change out of their ANBU attire, with Shursui and Itachi doing the same. With a playful leap, the protagonist landed on Itachi's shoulders, gently grasping his long hair. Itachi, slightly blushing, held Shursui's hand as they exited the office. They wandered through the vibrant yellow city and stopped at a food joint that sold dango. Shursui went inside to buy 6 sticks, while the protagonist hesitated, still unsure about sweet foods. They could manage 1, but 2 might be too much. Itachi and Shursui had been working on their appetite ever since they joined ANBU together. It was actually Shursui who tried it first, but that ended badly. In a brief flashback, the narrator recalled lying on the bed shared with Itachi and Shursui, completely avoiding the cafeteria. The thought of the greasy food there made them feel ill. They hadn't eaten all day and didn't feel up to it. Suddenly, Shursui burst through the door, slamming it against the wall while carrying a tray that looked like mashed potatoes. The narrator instinctively turned away, but Shursui sat in front of them, legs crossed, and began feeding them spoonful after spoonful. By the 9th spoon, they could no longer take it and dashed to the bathroom. At that moment, Itachi walked in and scolded Shursui for making the narrator eat so much. It was then that Itachi decided to help as well. It wasn't much, but soon the narrator could handle a whole salad and even have 2 small meals a day. As the flashback ended, the narrator was handed a dango stick and slowly began to eat it, careful not to rush for fear of feeling sick. Soon, Itachi was walking again, and the narrator finished. The dango stick. Shisui tried to offer another, but the narrators sealed their mouth shut and turned away. Shisui's eyes saddened slightly, but he blushed and offered it to Itachi, who was more than happy to accept. Taking one end, Itachi placed it in his mouth, eating one of the pieces off the stick, then pulled the other off and placed it in Shisui's mouth. Shisui smiled happily and began to eat it. The narrator couldn't help but feel a sense of delight watching Itachi feed Shisui, and thoughts of their potential relationship filled their mind. Feeling bored as they still had a short walk to the Kazekage Tower, the narrator started braiding Itachi's long hair, mimicking what they had done to Shisui's a while ago. While fussing over a braid that wouldn't turn out right, they heard Shisui making cooing sounds. Looking up, they saw him standing back a bit with a camera, having just taken a picture of Itachi and the narrator. Leaping off Itachi's shoulders and landing on Shisui's, the narrator looked down at the picture, wondering if they were sticking their tongue out. Shisui confirmed that they did that when concentrating too much. Smiling and blushing slightly, the narrator noticed Itachi was also looking over Shisui's shoulder, smiling at the picture. They sat down in a park and began playing 20 questions. Itachi asked Shisui if he had a crush on anyone, and Shisui replied affirmatively. The narrator could have sworn they saw a hint of amusement in Shisui's eyes and disappointment in Itachi's. In turn, Shisui asked Itachi the same question, and the roles reversed. When it was the narrator's turn to be asked, both boys looked at each other and simultaneously asked, "Why don't you talk?" The narrator froze, memories of their 4th birthday flooding back, tears welling in their eyes. They could faintly see Itachi's worried face, and black spots filled their vision, inviting them to their worst nightmare. From Itachi's perspective, he was shocked to learn that Shisui had a crush. Who could it be? Did he know them? Itachi felt a pang of realization that he might not have a chance. With a small, forced smile, he waited for Shisui to ask him a question. "So, Itachi, do you have a crush?" Itachi smiled, thinking that of course, he did it with Shisui. "Yeah, I do," he replied. He and Shisui exchanged glances, both wanting to ask a particular question. Should he go for it? It might be their only chance. "Why don't you talk?" he asked Naruto, surprised when Shisui echoed the same question. Naruto found himself deep in thought as he navigated the complexities of his relationships with his friends and allies. The weight of his responsibilities often felt heavy, but he was determined to push through. He couldn't shake the memories of Itachi and Shisui, especially their last encounter in the Leaf Village, which had left a lasting impression on him. As Naruto reflected on the bond between Itachi and Shisui, he couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and concern. Their connection was unique, filled with unspoken words and shared experiences that only they could understand. Naruto sensed that there was more to their story, a depth that went beyond the surface. In the midst of his musings, Naruto felt a surge of determination. He knew that he had to support his friends, to ensure that their relationships could flourish despite the challenges they faced. With a renewed sense of purpose, he resolved to be there for them, to help them navigate the trials ahead. As he prepared for the next chapter of his journey, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that significant changes were on the horizon. He was ready to face whatever came next, fueled by the bonds he cherished and the lessons he had learned along the way. Chapter End. Itachi observed Naruto, noting the emptiness in his eyes, though he recognized some improvement since their first meeting. However, that thought faded when he saw Naruto's eyes glaze over, and he fell forward, tears streaming down his face. Itachi froze, watching as Naruto was overcome with sobs. Shisui rushed forward, but as he approached, kunai were launched at him with incredible speed. Thinking quickly, Shisui activated his gravity seals and darted away just in time, joining Itachi as they both tried to reach Naruto. Suddenly, chills ran down Itachi's spine. He glanced up to see a small figure resembling the Kazekage. The boy's short red hair glinted like blood in the evening sun, and he clutched a worn teddy bear, his eyes cold and unyielding. The boy looked at Naruto, and Itachi sensed a flicker of recognition in his gaze. He raised his hand, and sand wrapped around Itachi's and Shisui's ankles, halting their advance toward Naruto. With the grace of a child, the boy approached Naruto, and Itachi's eyes widened as kunai flew toward him. In a moment of panic, Itachi called out, but to his astonishment, a wall of sand appeared, shielding the boy. The kunai fell harmlessly to the ground as the child walked up to Naruto, his sand protecting him from any threats. Kneeling down, the boy placed his teddy bear in Naruto's arms. To Itachi's surprise, Naruto stopped writhing and lay peacefully on the ground, his face finally serene. Itachi stood there, stunned, trying to comprehend what had just transpired. The boy then stood up, looking at them with a hint of fear in his eyes. Itachi smiled gently, hoping to encourage the boy to trust them. But the child turned away and vanished into sand. It was only then that Itachi realized he could move and rushed over to Naruto. All thoughts of the boy vanished as he picked up Naruto, who was exhausted but otherwise okay. It was moments like these that reminded Itachi that Naruto was still just a child. He struggled to lift him due to the gravity seals, so he handed Naruto over to Shisui, who carried him in a bridal style as they made their way to the hotel they had booked for the night. Once they arrived, Itachi laid Naruto down on the bed and sat on the couch beside Shisui, his hands trembling slightly, though he barely noticed. Guilt washed over him as he glanced at his lap, realizing they shouldn't have pushed Naruto. He clearly didn't want to talk about it. Itachi's mind drifted to the scars on Naruto's body, feeling a pang of sympathy for the boy. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt something land on his shoulder. Looking over, he saw Shisui asleep, holding his hand. Itachi was surprised but didn't mind, remaining still as he kept watch for the night. One last glance at his sleeping friends revealed how much younger Naruto looked in slumber, and he couldn't help but think how adorable Shisui appeared while asleep. Time skip. Shisui awoke, blushing when he realized he had slept on Itachi's shoulder. When Itachi looked at him with a sweet smile, Shisui returned the smile and stood up to check on Naruto. As he entered the kitchen, he found Naruto making ramen for breakfast. Noticing a small teddy bear tattoo that hadn't been there before, Shisui grinned at the childish action. As he approached, however, Naruto flinched and averted his gaze. Shisui sighed, hoping their trust hadn't been shattered by that one question. He put on a cheerful grin and greeted Naruto enthusiastically. Naruto nodded in response, but despite Shisui's efforts, the only sounds they could elicit from him were laughter, which had taken a long time to achieve. After finishing his ramen, Shisui walked into the living room to find Naruto already dressed in his ANBU gear, wearing a mask that only they were allowed to see him without. Suddenly, a loud poof echoed through the room as Rama-sensei appeared, leaping onto Naruto's shoulder and liking his cheek, whining softly. Shisui realized that Naruto hadn't been talking to her either. Kurama growled when he didn't respond, and Shisui winced, recalling the consequences of ignoring her. He knew Naruto would be feeling the weight of extra gravity seals soon. As he watched, Naruto's shoulder dipped slightly before returning to normal, indicating the added weight. Shisui coughed and Kurama turned, jumping onto his shoulder and liking his face. Shisui couldn't help but smile at her affection. He asked if Kurama would join them on their way home, but she snorted and vanished, leaving him with his thoughts. As Shisui headed toward the rooms, he spotted Itachi coming out, dressed and ready to go. In a burst of energy, he exclaimed about being the last one ready, quickly dressing and packing before they left, prepared for their next adventure. Naruto blinked his bleary eyes to clear the fogginess of his mind as he recalled the events of the previous night. He felt frustrated, realizing he should have moved on by now. Kiyoshi wouldn't want him to suffer, he would want him to find happiness again. A flash of silver flickered through his thoughts, bringing with it the smiling face of Kiyoshi, his silver hair and dark onyx eyes haunting him. In his memories, Kiyoshi looked so happy, but in his dreams, all Naruto could see was Kiyoshi's pained expression, filled with anger and disappointment. Shaking off the thoughts, Naruto noticed the small bear cradled in his arms, its brown fluffy fur soft to the touch. Holding it up, he recognized the earthy scent that calmed him, and it seemed to bring a smile to Rama-sensei's face as well. He decided that the bear would not be left behind, knowing his priorities. Taking his sealing ink brush, he drew a seal on his wrist. Placing the bear on top of it, he channeled chakra into the seal, watching in fascination as the bear vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a small bear tattoo on his wrist. Sighing, he realized that everyone would treat him differently today after last night, so he planned to ignore them until they returned to their usual behavior. Glancing over his shoulder at his sleeping teammates, he smiled to himself and unsealed the camera he had stored in a scroll for moments like this. Itachi had his head resting on Shirsue's chest, his hands bundled in Shirsue's shirt, while Shirsue had his head on Itachi's shoulder, one arm around his waist and the other resting on Itachi's hand. They both snored peacefully. Turning away, Naruto headed into the kitchen to make some ramen, leaving the sleeping pair behind. He ignored Kurama's playful comment about their relationship and focused on preparing his meal. As he worked, he flinched when he noticed Shirsue's presence closer than he had anticipated. Shirsue greeted him with an overly cheerful "good morning," and Naruto nodded in response before sitting down to enjoy his ramen. After finishing his meal, Naruto got ready for another day as a heartless ANBU. He changed out of his pajamas and into his ANBU attire, sliding on his fox mask. He could already feel the despair emanating from Rama-sensei, who urged him to be more open with his team. Ignoring her, he froze when she suddenly appeared in the lounge, her presence heavy and demanding. She leaped onto his shoulder, gathering chakra that felt like a weight pressing down on him. Determined not to show weakness, he straightened his posture. The gravity seals he wore were a double-edged sword. They could enhance strength or weigh him down, depending on how chakra was applied. Stiffening under the scrutiny of Shirsue's gaze, Naruto glanced over to see Shirsue looking at him with Rama-sensei on his shoulder, who was playfully liking his face. Shirsue's reaction caused Rama-sensei to vanish back into Naruto's mindscape. Itachi appeared beside him, his weasel mask flashing dangerously, just as Naruto's fox mask must have. Naruto couldn't help but giggle at the startled shout from Shirsue, who lamented being the last one ready. It was true, they always seemed to prepare in order of team strength. Naruto was the strongest, able to best Itachi in a spar if given enough time, though Itachi's experience and adaptability were formidable. As they made their way to the tower, Naruto teleported inside and knelt before the Hokage, bowing his head. Itachi and Shirsue followed suit. The Hokage chuckled softly and instructed them to stand. He explained that they were the only ANBU team without Danzo's seal on their tongues and that he and the Kazekage had come to an agreement. They needed a strong team of ANBU to specialize in hunting down Orochimaru, an ex-student of the Hokage. Their mission was to eliminate him and any threats he posed, a task that could take months or even years. Naruto felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders as he nodded in understanding, while Itachi and Shirsue responded with a firm yes. Far away, a voice echoed in the shadows, noting that a boy had finally awakened after being taken with a serious injury. A woman smirked, contemplating how to put him to use. If the boy wanted to go home, he would have to earn it, and the cost would be high. In another room, a nurse fed a small 13-year-old boy pieces of apple, his long silver hair flowing gently. His onyx eyes reflected pain and fear as he shouted his desire to go home. The nurse reassured him that he could leave once he healed, but the boy insisted he was not who they thought. He was, refusing to accept the identity imposed upon him. Kiyoshi stood at the center of the room, his presence commanding attention. The atmosphere crackled with energy as everyone turned to face him, their expressions a mix of surprise and anticipation. The boy stood at the edge of the forest, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and fear. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows that danced among the trees. He took a deep breath, feeling the cool evening air fill his lungs, and stepped forward, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the sounds of nature surrounded him. The rustling leaves and distant calls of birds created a symphony that both calmed and thrilled him. He felt a sense of adventure coursing through his veins, urging him to explore further. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a clearing. In the center stood an ancient stone structure, covered in vines and moss. It looked as if it had been forgotten by time. The boy approached cautiously, his curiosity piqued. He could feel a strange energy emanating from the stones, a whisper of stories long past. As he reached out to touch the weathered surface, A sudden rustling in the bushes startled him. He turned quickly, his heart pounding. From the shadows emerged a figure, cloaked and mysterious. The boy's instincts told him to run, but something held him in place, a mix of fear and fascination. The figure stepped closer, revealing a face partially obscured by the hood. The boy could sense a powerful presence, one that seemed to command respect and caution. The air grew thick with tension as they locked eyes, an unspoken challenge passing between them. In that moment, the boy realized he was standing at the threshold of a great adventure, one that would test his courage and resolve. He took a deep breath, ready to face whatever lay ahead, knowing that this encounter would change his life forever. In a world filled with mysteries and unanswered questions, the journey was only just beginning. The protagonist, Kiyoshi, found himself entangled in a web of intrigue that seemed endless. The marks on Naruto's cheeks and the fate of Gaara's beloved teddy bear were just the tip of the iceberg, and Kiyoshi was determined to uncover the truth behind them. As the story unfolded, the teams were tasked with a new mission: to track down a cunning adversary known for his treachery. The challenges ahead were daunting, and Kiyoshi could sense the tension in the air. Each step brought them closer to danger, but also to revelations that could change everything. Kiyoshi felt the weight of the unknown pressing down on him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that surprises awaited them at every turn. The thrill of the chase fueled his determination, and he was eager to see how the story would evolve. With every chapter, the stakes grew higher, and Kiyoshi knew that the answers he sought were just beyond the horizon. The adventure was far from over, and he was ready to face whatever came next. After the mission briefing by the Hokage and the Kazekage, Naruto and his team set off on their journey back. Shisui and Itachi sprinted alongside each other, with Itachi occasionally giving Shisui a boost to a higher branch. The meeting had been about the notorious Orochimaru, who had infiltrated the ranks of the Sand and stolen their jutsu, including forbidden techniques. This had already happened to the Leaf Village, prompting them to take action as part of the alliance treaty. Their team was chosen to help address this urgent issue. Naruto felt the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. He wasn't sure if he was honored to be handpicked by the Hokage and Kazekage, but he knew he had to ensure Orochimaru was stopped and that his team remained safe. To make matters worse, they had no leads on Orochimaru's whereabouts. Despite his worries, a voice in his head encouraged him, reminding him that his team believed in him. They all knew he was capable, as he was nearly as skilled as Itachi, if not better. Both of them were the strongest in ANBU, and if it weren't for his age and inexperience, he might already be an ANBU captain. Upon returning to the village, the other ANBU members relieved them of their guard duty. Naruto slipped into the shadows to change into casual clothing, donning ninja pants, a black long-sleeve shirt, and his favorite navy blue hoodie, a gift from Kiyoshi. Emerging from the shadows, he pulled the hood of his jacket up and joined Itachi and Shisui, who were also dressed casually. Remembering the Hokage's advice, Naruto created 40 shadow clones, transforming them into an investigation squad to search for leads on Orochimaru. Once that was done, he walked between Shisui and Itachi as they guided him to training ground. He subconsciously pulled his hood further over his face, trying to avoid being seen, unaware of the sympathetic glances exchanged between Itachi and Shisui. Arriving at the secluded training ground, Naruto focused on honing his second chakra element, water. He had already mastered the wind element during his ANBU training. During a free PRD, he met a black-haired ANBU known as Fish, whose real name was Ragataki Nara, a cousin of Shikaku Nara. He seemed to be around 18 and had a slow manner of speaking. When Naruto first approached him, he used his chakra to write words in the air, introducing himself as Fox, but most called him Kit. Fish responded lazily, introducing himself in turn. Curious, Naruto asked why he was called Fish. Ragataki explained that he could slip out of almost any agreement, a skill that Naruto found intriguing yet questionable. Ragataki then asked how a kid like Naruto got into ANBU. Naruto proudly stated his age and explained that the white headbands represented him as a protege in need of training. Ragataki raised an eyebrow, recognizing Naruto's potential. He suggested Naruto go train or play, but Naruto couldn't join in on the sparring match between Itachi and Shisui, as he knew it would lead to a lengthy battle between him and Itachi. Ragataki handed Naruto a piece of paper, encouraging him to learn about chakra natures. After running his chakra through it, the paper broke apart and soaked in water. Ragataki informed him that his chakra elements were wind and water but advised him to focus on one for training. Grinning, Naruto took off to practice. Over the next 2 months, Naruto learned to slice a waterfall in half and infused his clones with wind chakra, enhancing their speed. Now, he was working on creating the challenging task. As he concentrated, he pumped water chakra into the water, raising it to about 4 feet high before it fell back down. Glancing over at Shisui, Naruto saw him using earth chakra to create clones made of solid rock. Itachi and Shisui were engaged in a mini-spar with their clones, with Itachi using water clones to seep into Shisui's rock clones, causing them to break apart. Naruto couldn't help but giggle silently as he summoned Rama-sensei to take over their training. Rama-sensei announced a rigorous training session, calling for everyone to run laps around the forest. Shisui exclaimed in surprise at the loud command, and Naruto took off at a sprint, ready to push himself further. The next day, Naru rose from bed with a silent groan and a mental note to avoid summoning Rama-sensei for training again. Shaking the aches out of her muscles, she dressed in a long-sleeve white shirt, Kiyoshi's hoodie, and a pair of black ninja pants, her sandals white. Taking a deep breath, she readied herself for the day ahead, already feeling the strain from having too many clones out for too long. After their extensive physical training, Rama-sensei had instructed her to summon 4,000 clones to create investigation squads of 9 and send them out of the village in search of leads on the Snake Sannin. They had been out for over 4 hours, and Naru could already feel the fatigue setting in, suspecting it was just another one of Rama-sensei's intense training methods. With a groan, she shadow-stepped onto the street and used a complex genjutsu to hide her face, knowing her chakra reserves wouldn't allow her to use simpler techniques. It wasn't long before she found herself knocking on Itachi's door, but to her surprise, it was his younger brother, Sasuke, who answered. Upon seeing her, Sasuke called out to Itachi, announcing that his friend had arrived. Moments later, Itachi appeared at the door, a small knapsack in hand, ready for some light training. As they left, Naru glanced back at Sasuke, who looked crestfallen at his brother's departure. Grasping Itachi's sleeve, she waited for him to notice her. When he did, he bent down in front of her with a look of concern. Naru glanced back at Sasuke, who stood watching them, and she could see a mix of emotions in his eyes: excitement and worry. Itachi stood up with a small smile, extending a hand for Naru to take while reaching out to Sasuke, whose eyes instantly brightened as he ran toward them with a big grin. They walked slowly to meet Shisui at the front gate, ensuring it didn't seem like Sasuke was lagging behind. When they spotted Shisui leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, he sensed their presence and spoke up, asking if Sasuke was joining them today. Itachi's nod confirmed it. Naru giggled silently, careful of Sasuke, and picked him up, placing him on Itachi's shoulders. She then hopped onto Shisui's, knowing her gravity seals were too much for Itachi to handle. Smiling slightly, she looked over her shoulder at Sasuke, whose eyes shone with childlike wonder. Naru thought about how she often made the others carry her around and giggled quietly before hopping off Shisui and sending a message to Itachi. With a silent countdown, she noticed Itachi preparing to stick Sasuke firmly on his shoulders before lowering himself into a ready position behind an unsuspecting Shisui. They took off at incredible speeds, and Naru scooped Shisui onto her shoulders in one swift motion, causing him to let out a startled yelp before bursting into laughter. Naru giggled the entire way, mindful of the little guy on Itachi's shoulders, keeping the pace fast but manageable. When they finally reached the Forest of Death, Naru jumped over the fence, arms outstretched as Itachi tossed Sasuke to her. She caught him, noticing the awe in his eyes, and gently carried him as she used to carry kids in the orphanage, cradling him in her arms. Sasuke looked around excitedly as they made their way to her tree. Upon arrival, Naru summoned Rama-sensei with a small amount of chakra. The lazy creature sprawled on the ground, dangling a tail near Sasuke to keep him occupied while Naru climbed the tree to retrieve the targets. Remembering their promise of light training, she grabbed 20 targets along with an ink brush and ink. Returning to Sasuke, who was trying to play fetch with Rama-sensei, she handed the shuriken and targets to Itachi and brought her sealing equipment to practice. They headed to a clearing with a large tree stump for Itachi to set the targets on and a serene pond nearby. Leaning against a rock, Naru dipped her toes in the water and began drawing a seal on a stone. This seal was meant to help the owner of her teddy bear, even if others thought she was unaware of its significance. The image of his red hair and haunted eyes lingered in her mind. Only a few weeks ago, she had asked Rama-sensei why she cherished the teddy bear, and she learned it reminded her of her brother, Shikaku. It didn't take long for Naru to connect the dots, and she began working on the seal. After placing the final slide, she called Rama-sensei over to give it a try. She combined a mind-healing seal with a tailed beast seal, her own version designed to avoid the madness that often accompanied the original. Once Rama-sensei arrived, the protagonist channeled chakra through her and into the seal, only for her to vanish into it. Concentrating, they joined her in the pocket dimension connected to the rock and asked her a few questions. Rama looked around, her chakra radiating everywhere as she attempted to break free from the seal. After 40 minutes of effort, she surrendered. If the Nine Tails couldn't escape, it was unlikely that the One Tails could either. With a grin, the protagonist exited the seal and performed an elaborate sequence of hand seals to break it. They then made their way to a sunny spot by the pond, sitting quietly to meditate for a while. Awakening from their trance to the sound of a strangled yelp and a splash, they looked around and saw Sasuke sinking into the pond. Rising, they walked across the water and scooped him up. Sasuke's clothes were completely soaked, and it appeared that none of the others had brought any spare clothing. Setting him down in the middle of the clearing, the protagonist quickly set up a campfire and called Itachi and Shursui over for a break. Both of them approached to see little Sasuke shivering and trying to warm himself in front of the fire. The protagonist asked if either of them had spare clothes, but both shook their heads in unison. Frustrated, they watched as Itachi leaned down and removed Sasuke's shirt and pants, leaving him in his boxers. Using a low-level wind jutsu with minimal chakra, the protagonist dried Sasuke off before removing their hoodie and long-sleeve shirt, revealing scars across their skin. A shocked silence fell over the group, and the protagonist turned to see Shursui pale and horrified. He stumbled forward, tracing a finger along a few of the scars before expressing his disbelief at what had happened to such a sweet child. The protagonist frowned, realizing that Shursui had never seen their scars before, as he usually ate breakfast first. Blushing, the protagonist tossed their white long-sleeve shirt to Itachi and pulled their navy hoodie back on to conceal the scars. Sasuke looked worried, but the protagonist felt relieved that he was only 6 and wouldn't be able to connect the scars to them if they ever returned to the academy to meet friends. Feeling somewhat selfish, the protagonist thought about how revealing their true appearance to Sasuke felt wrong. He knew them as Itachi's friend, around the same age as Itachi, with caramel hair and honey-colored eyes, named Naru. They decided it was better for him not to know what the villagers could be like. Glancing over at Shursui, the protagonist saw him leaning against Itachi while Itachi poked at the fire. Looking at Sasuke, they couldn't help but smile. Their long white shirt fit him poorly, reaching all the way down to his knees, with sleeves that had to be rolled up 3 times to keep them from covering his hands. Sasuke was drawing in the dirt with a stick. From where the protagonist sat, they could make out 4 figures and a fire, but that was all they could see before a sting reminded them of their clones. They sat down and focused on maintaining the clones, knowing that if they disappeared now, it would spell disaster. Hearing Shursui's stomach rumble, the protagonist giggled and unsealed some snacks, including Pocky, ramen, tomato rice ball, and dango, distributing them to everyone present. The pain from the clones felt like a splitting headache, demanding most of attention and making it difficult to focus on anything else. 4,000 clones had been active for a month and a half, and it was no longer just training. There was genuine concern about them disappearing. If even one clone vanished, all the memories it had accumulated would flood into the mind, and the current pain was a clear indication that this would be extremely overwhelming. Hands pressed against the sides of the head, attempting to ease the discomfort, the focus remained on the genjutsu used to disguise as Naru. Once that was completed, the individual stumbled to the wardrobe, retrieving clothes suitable for the larger form, A simple white shirt, Kiyoshi's hoodie, smoky gray ninja pants, and standard white sandals. Leaving the small, somewhat shabby apartment, a shadow stepped transported back to the old home. Not in the mood for the noise of excited children, a portion of the weekly ANBU pay was pinned to the door along with a hastily written letter. The message conveyed that, although unable to stop by, the money was meant to help with food and clothing. Attached to the letter were the training exercises for the older kids, including chakra exercises and meditation, knowing they would be disappointed without their weekly schedule. A wave of stinging pain surged through the head, prompting the release of more chakra to the clones still training and gathering information. With chakra reserves running low and a double S-class mission ahead, there was little room for error. In ninja terms, an S-class mission indicated secrecy, while 2 S's stood for super secrecy, and 3 S's meant suicidal super secret. Such missions were typically assigned only to the most qualified solo ninjas or teams. Refocusing, the individual entered the room to notify the team while conserving chakra by relying solely on physical energy. Walking in on Itachi and Shursui sharing a moment brought a grin. Just a week prior, Rama-sensei had encouraged them to connect by linking their minds for a week and a half, allowing them to share thoughts and feelings. It didn't take long for them to realize their mutual affection. Attempting to massage away the headache, a kunai was thrown at Itachi's head, containing the mission details, before leaving to prepare for the journey. Sensing movement behind, Itachi caught the kunai effortlessly before the individual teleported away to pack for the trip. The mission involved investigating a man with the ability to seemingly see the future, who was providing this information to rebel groups in Kirakure. The estimated duration for completion was around 8 months, as locating the individual and understanding his abilities were crucial steps before intervening. Meanwhile, far away, Kiyoshi found himself in a troubling situation. It was the 12th fight he had been forced into that week. Shortly after waking, the masked individuals who ran the facility had entered. Their blank white masks were unsettling, and their origins were clear from the scratched-out forehead protectors indicating they were from the village hidden in the rain. Once able to stand, he was shoved through a door into a room filled with kids his age, all training vigorously, hitting punching bags and throwing shuriken at targets. Some even seemed to vanish and reappear in the same spot, creating an atmosphere of intense training. Glancing back at the masked figures, he barely dodged a swift attack aimed at him. Cursing himself for the oversight, he jumped away from the assailant. The rule of Doryai Supai was clear: attack until one was severely injured or worse. This was no game, and survival was the only option. Whatever the future held, Kiyoshi was determined to do everything possible to return to Naru and the others. It had been a week since the mission began, and Naruto had completely withdrawn into himself. His face was pale and distant, and he often rubbed his temples as if suffering from a severe headache. He rarely communicated with the group, functioning on autopilot, eating, sleeping, and running without much thought. Itachi had spoken to Shursui, who, despite his usual obliviousness, had also noticed Naruto's state. They agreed it was time to address the issue. Itachi guided their friend to a secluded spot among a cluster of trees for cover and snapped his fingers in front of Naruto's face, but it took several minutes for Naruto to respond. Itachi and Shursui began to express their concern, urging Naruto to share what was troubling him. After a moment of hesitation, Naruto finally spoke, his voice raspy as he mentioned the clones. Shursui, filled with excitement, hugged him and cheered at the breakthrough. Itachi contemplated the implications of Naruto's words. The only time Naruto had used his clones was during training sessions, which had been over a month and a half ago. Itachi realized the gravity of the situation. If Naruto was referring to the investigation and training squads created by their teacher, that meant there were over 4,000 clones. The thought was staggering. Naruto was clearly suffering from migraines and chakra strain, but Itachi knew that anyone else would have collapsed by now. The fact that Naruto had not dispelled the clones meant he was burdened with nearly 2 months' worth of memories from each one. It was evident that he needed to confront this issue sooner rather than later. Itachi decided to take action. He asked Naruto to summon their teacher, Rama. After a moment of hesitation, a large poof signaled her arrival. Itachi confirmed that Rama was aware of Naruto's dilemma, and she agreed to help. Itachi requested that Rama remove any extra weight she had added to Naruto's training gear. With a frown, she complied, and Naruto's seals glowed white, indicating the weight had been lifted. Itachi then instructed Naruto to lie down and release all his clones. Although Naruto looked hesitant, Itachi raised his hand to silence any protest. As Naruto lay down, a significant buildup of chakra dissipated around him, and he went limp. Itachi turned to Shisui and asked if he could carry Naruto, knowing that even with the weight removed, he would still be too heavy for them to manage with their seals activated. Shisui agreed, grinning as he lifted Naruto into the air. Before they moved on, Itachi used a simple jutsu to change Naruto's clothes into his favorite hoodie and some casual villager attire, placing a mask over his face to respect his privacy. With everything in order, they set off to the next town, seeking a motel where they could wait until Naruto regained consciousness. Kiyoshi was planning his escape soon, needing to work out the patrols during the night among other things. This place had taught him many skills that he hoped would aid him in getting away. His body protested as he sank onto his bed, hoping to avoid another lesson from the supervisor about the curfew. His mind drifted to memories shared with Naru, especially the time he watched him build a tall block tower, the sound of Naru's giggles echoing in his mind as he fell asleep. He vowed to Naru that he would come home. As Naruto reflected on the months that had passed, memories flooded his mind. The village hidden in the mist had been particularly eventful, with a full-blown war beginning for the leading position as Hokage. He recalled images of a red-haired woman using lava, a beastly man walking through snowy villages with a frail child, and ninjas from the sand village saluting him. There were men in red cloaks, a long-haired figure with a red cloud face-planting into another red-haired cloud, and a mysterious old man with white hair and red stripes on his face. He also remembered a pet pig and a monstrous blonde lady, a hideout being staked out, and Gaara with his new-tailed beast seal. In the span of a month, he had done so many things that it was hard to decipher what happened, especially with so many different versions of the same month swirling in his head. His mind was a constant scream of pain, but it was slowly calming down. He was subconsciously aware of being lifted before slipping back into darkness. In that blissful darkness, where pain couldn't find him, he lay for a long time before deciding to get up from the black silk bed. He floated over to the cage where Rama lay, her ears pressed tightly against her head. She only looked up when he curled up into her tails for comfort. Resting allowed his chakra reserves to replenish, and he noticed they had nearly doubled. The chakra felt like a constant slight burn under his skin, similar to the taste of dishwashing liquid, with an acidic sensation that was hard to shake off. It felt uncomfortably hot, and as his mind sorted itself out, he realized that the man who had left the snow village was one of the 7 swordsmen, and the child was a Kekkei Genkai user from the late snow village. He had become friends with them. Zabuza was a mentor teaching him how to use his katana better. When he disappeared, he had left behind a note explaining that he was a clone of the original, having been out with around 100 others for a month before he would eventually vanish. The young boy Haku was only 6 years old and had nearly frozen to death. They were best friends, and he had told Haku one night that he would disappear soon, but promised to meet them at the falls on the 20th of September with Zabuza-sensei. A wave of sadness washed over him until a memory of the red cloud cloaks came to mind, along with an image of a sickly-looking man with long greasy black hair and purple lines around his yellow slitted eyes. He realized the man was involved with a group called the Akatsuki Orochimaru. It took another week for all his memories to sort themselves out. He hesitantly lifted his head from Rama's tail to meet her worried gaze, and she gently nudged him out of his mindscape. His body felt heavy, more so than the weights that were now considerably lighter as Rama-sensei relieved him of some of the burden. Moving hurt, and the acidic feeling under his skin was more pronounced, feeling like a burning itch. Sweat rolled down his forehead as he opened his eyes to look around. The first thing he noticed was the sheets bundled up at the end of the bed. Then Itachi and Shisui came into focus, their heads resting on the bed next to him, both holding hands. Itachi's other hand was in his. He realized his body was shaking, the heat radiating from him making him feel as if he might melt. He gasped for breath, trying to cool down, and felt self-conscious as he noticed he was only in his boxers and singlet, the scars on his arms and legs clearly visible. He flinched away when the hand he was holding began to move, unsure of what would happen next. When Itachi looked over and smiled, he hesitantly smiled back, though it was a little strained. Itachi lifted his hand to Kiyoshi's head, concern crossing his features. As he gently shook Shursui awake, they both looked over him. Itachi took hold of Kiyoshi's legs while Shursui took his torso, lifting him out of the bedroom and into an adjoining bathroom. They placed him in the tub, and as the cold water hit his skin, he could see steam rising from his body. He sighed in relief as the water cooled the burning sensation under his skin, unconsciously pouring his chakra into the bathwater. Finally, after what felt like years, he could think clearly again, even if he had a small headache. Turning his head to his two teammates, he smiled shyly at them. It was finally time for Kiyoshi to have his silver hair cut short, just to the length of his chin. Having long hair was what everyone knew him for. His dark eyes surveyed the room he was in, realizing that he was at a charm school designed to strengthen young people like him. Once they became strong enough, their memories would be taken, and they would be trained for a mission. Getting a mission was notoriously known as the only way to leave this place. Despite being able to defeat the stronger members, he had yet to be sent to the jutsu room where the brainwashing occurred. Feeling fortunate, Kiyoshi got up and headed to the door. The clock had just struck 2 a.m., the only time he knew the chakra alerts would go down. The chakra alerts were large monitors in every room, powered by a massive crystal that captured chakra. Every morning at 2 a.m., the system would shut down for maintenance, allowing the staff to replace the crystal with a fresh one. As soon as the small blinking light disappeared, Kiyoshi used his chakra to create 3 jutsus in the time it took for the power to be restored. The first jutsu opened every door he needed, including the air vents, which were still secured from prying eyes. The second jutsu created 2 clones. One transformed into a helmet while the other used a powerful camouflage technique that rendered him nearly invisible. He sent one clone to take his place in bed, donned the transformed helmet, and slipped out through the unlocked doors. For the first time in years, Kiyoshi made it outside when the alarm sounded. Using his chakra freely, he managed to evade the high-ranking ninja. He was almost outside the barbed wire fence when the woman who led the place appeared. It was clear to him why she despised him. Her name was Barge, or Mistress, as they had to call her. When the Hokage finally took action against her treatment of Naruto, Kiyoshi had provided evidence in a hearing against her. He was the sole reason she was convicted, as everyone else had turned against Naruto. Without his testimony, she would have escaped punishment, and she knew it. Her imposing figure towered over him, her greasy hair pulled back into a bun, and despite the mask she wore, he recognized her from living with her for 6 years after his family had died. The blank expression on her face made Kiyoshi think quickly. He used his chakra to sharpen his hand and struck at her side, catching her off guard. She retaliated with a powerful electric snake jutsu that lunged at him, and he barely managed to dodge it. Turning to run, Kiyoshi made it outside the compound. According to their laws, she could not leave the premises, but he knew revenge clouded her mind. It didn't matter if he was free, she would still pursue him. He sprinted toward the Leaf Village, vaguely wondering if this was what Naruto felt like when he was chased that night, perhaps even worse, as it was people who were kind to everyone else but him. He couldn't understand how they could treat a small child so cruelly. As he picked up speed, he noticed he was getting closer to the village. Looking back, he saw her being restrained by another member and dragged away, but not before she unleashed one last jutsu at him. He didn't have time to dodge, and a powerful gust of wind struck him, sending him flying. His head collided with a large rock, and he slipped into blissful darkness. The boy went flying, his head striking a large rock and knocking him out cold. It was morning when a young child discovered him, but instead of helping, the child ran back to where he came from. A little while later, the child returned with a lady dressed in nun's clothing, her orangey blonde hair framing her green eyes behind glasses. She lifted the boy, helmet and all, and took him to the orphanage where she worked. She began to heal him with the jutsu most nuns knew, and he stirred awake. Kiyoshi opened his eyes, instantly aware of a sharp pain in his head. Sitting up, he looked around in a panic, questioning where he was. There seemed to be a lady nearby, holding a cloth near a bucket. She smiled at him and handed him his helmet, claiming it was his. He couldn't remember having it, nor could he recall anything at all. He whispered his confusion to her but otherwise remained quiet, feeling it wise to keep to himself and not draw attention. Something nagged at him, a feeling that he had something to do or someone to see, but he couldn't remember. Laying back down on the bed, he heard the lady, Nono, say she would call him Kabuto until he remembered his name, just like the helmet he had brought with him. Naruto felt a scratchiness in his voice from misuse as he expressed his gratitude. The heads of his companions turned toward him, and for the first time in a while, he let out a soft laugh. Itachi merely acknowledged him with a slight grunt, while Shisui reached out and enveloped him in a bear hug, clearly thrilled that Naruto had finally opened up to them. As he took a moment to gather his thoughts, Naruto mentally noted the important events he needed to remember. He had a visit scheduled with Zabuza and Haku at the falls on the 20th of September. He learned that Orochimaru had joined a group known as the Akatsuki, whose base was hidden somewhere in the Leaf Village. Additionally, there was a revolution occurring in the village hidden in the mist, led by a lava user. He had also revisited Gaara, thanked him for the teddy bear, and placed a seal on him to ensure the raccoon could not escape. Naruto recalled that two members of the Akatsuki, Sasori and Deidara, were secretly developing a relationship. The leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, had acquired the Rinnegan. He had met his godfather, Jiraiya, but chose not to reveal himself, curious to see if Jiraiya would ever visit him in the village or if he had truly abandoned him. He had also met Jiraiya's teammate, Tsunade, who had a fear of blood, which he helped her overcome. He remembered seeing the old ANBU recruits he had trained in the hidden sand village salute him instead of the general, which required some explanation. With a groan, Naruto realized he knew where the man they were searching for was located. He had spotted him outside the village hidden in the mist, using a crystal ball to gather information and relay it to the current page of the Mist Village, allowing him to keep track of the revolutionaries' movements. The simplest way to complete their mission would be to take the crystal ball. However, he now faced a dilemma: should they pursue Orochimaru or the crystal ball first? After sharing the events of the past month and a half with his companions, they quietly deliberated on the best course of action while Naruto documented everything he knew about the Akatsuki and Orochimaru. They eventually decided to retrieve the crystal ball before the Mist Village could take measures to protect it. If they encountered anything familiar to the hideout area, they would pursue Orochimaru, but only if he was alone and not surrounded by 6 highly dangerous S-rank criminals. As they set out, they utilized their speed to cover great distances quickly. By midday, they reached the border of the Mist Village, where the man with the crystal ball was camping. Sneaking into the campsite, Naruto approached the fortune teller from behind, placing him in a headlock with a kunai at his throat while Shisui and Itachi searched for the crystal ball. Once they acquired it, Naruto dealt with the few guards the man had, and they began their journey back. However, they soon encountered the red-haired revolutionary, who possessed lava abilities. She had realized how the fortune teller was leaking information from her group and was coming to retrieve it. Naruto understood that running was not an option. She was a formidable opponent, and he was not yet at her level. Glancing at his teammates, he knew they had to work together. He instructed them to fight to disarm, not to kill, as they needed to return to base. They nodded in agreement, and the lava user began launching attacks at them effortlessly. In response, Naruto sent a wave of water crashing toward her while Shisui wrapped earth around her ankles, and Itachi unleashed a blade of wind at her legs. Naruto then created a bubble of water to cover her head, preventing her from breathing. Before she lost consciousness, a large spray of lava erupted, and Shisui took the brunt of it, suffering burns on his arms. As she collapsed, Naruto grunted and got to his feet, ensuring the scroll containing the crystal was safely tucked around the blade of his ANBU sword to avoid detection. He and Itachi supported their injured teammate, carrying Shisui away before the lava user regained consciousness. Once they crossed safely into Leaf territory, they patched up Shisui using Naruto's healing chakra and some burn salve. The mission had clearly been classified as S-rank if both war factions were vying for the crystal. It had become a third-party conflict, and if either side discovered who had taken it, the Leaf Village could find itself at war with both factions. Suddenly, the mission took precedence over locating the Akatsuki's hideout in the Leaf Village. They hurried as fast as they could, reaching the Leaf Village by the next morning. With the scroll in hand, they entered and Naruto replaced the genjutsu that concealed his Anbu identity. His caramel hair returned to its usual style, and his height matched Shinsuke's, making him appear older. His honey-colored eyes reflected his Naru persona. After debriefing the Hokage, Naruto entrusted him with the crystal ball for safekeeping, unaware that it would later serve as a valuable tool for the old leader to monitor the Leaf Village. With the S-rank mission finally complete, they had just enough time to rest for the next 2 days before deciding on their next course of action. Using his Naru persona was customary for Naruto, except when he was alone at the orphanage or with Shinsuke and Itachi. It saved him a lot of trouble, especially when it came to purchasing overpriced food and clothes. After a good night's sleep, he woke up and summoned Rama-sensei so she could go hunting and enjoy her day off. Today was one of his rare days off, and he planned to deliver the children's new schedule, which would last for the next 6 years at the orphanage. After that, he would spend the day with Itachi and Shinsuke on a simple yet extremely fun mission. They referred to it as cat nabbing, though Itachi thought it was immature. As he made his way to the orphanage, he spotted the 2 toddlers he had cared for before joining the academy. They were now running around and building towers with blocks. Smiling, he carried the scroll in his Naru disguise and transformed back into his true self once he was safely inside the orphanage. The place was chaotic, with kids screaming and playing tag over the sofas and couches. He winced, knowing they would soon turn their attention to him. With a smile, he began searching for Queenie, who could take the scroll and explain what was going on. As he stepped into the room, he sensed 3 leaf ninja presences, clearly Genin and their team leader. He grinned and shifted back into his Naru persona. Following the presence, he found 3 11 to 12-year-olds trying to control Team 1, their efforts hindered by their inability to manage chakra effectively. Standing silently in front of them, he scanned the room for the Jonin and noticed him observing the children with curiosity while sitting on the rafters, holding onto the current leader of Group 1, Kai. Kai, a 12-year-old with spiky black hair and bright blue eyes, was clearly frustrated, struggling against the Jonin's hold. Naruto could almost hear his thoughts through his eyes, declaring, "I'm the leader, damn it." The Jonin watched with amusement as his Genin students struggled. Stepping forward, Naruto addressed the Jonin, reminding him that any mission involving Group 1 should be at least AC rank, not AD rank. Instantly, every child in the room turned to see his guys and rushed toward him, eager to be the first to give him a hug. His eyes sparkled with happiness as he stood his ground, embracing at least 12 children of various ages. All except Kai, who remained in the Jonin's grip. The Jonin, with a kunai at Naruto's back, narrowed his green eyes and demanded to know who he was and what he was doing there, warning him not to touch the children. Naruto grinned and replied that if he were the Jonin, he wouldn't threaten him in the vicinity of the kids, let alone hold a kunai to his back. Satisfied, he watched as the children's expressions shifted to anger, and they leaped from him toward the Jonin, whose face paled at their sudden movement. With a smile, Naruto lifted Kai from the Jonin's hold and created a wind chakra platform to elevate him above the chaos below. He gently picked up each child, giving them a kiss on the forehead until all of them were seated on the wind barrier. Finally, he turned to assess the extent of the damage done to the Jonin. He went to the sink, retrieved the medical kit, and placed it on the ground. He splinted the Jonin's arm, which had been broken by one of the older children in Group 1, who were known for their strength and chakra control. It was probably not the best group to try to control by force. Pulling up the Jonin's shirt, he applied bruise balm to the black and purple marks on his chest before using medical jutsu to heal the injuries. The Jonin glared at the children, who were still in shock, frozen in the middle of the room. Ignoring him, Naruto turned to Group 1 on the wind barrier platform. Gently lowering the barrier to the floor, he noticed many of the children giving the sensei disapproving looks. Encouraging them, he reminded them that the Jonin was just doing his job. A few children shuffled their feet in shame, and he could see that Kai understood but didn't like it. He then called for Group 1 to form up, and instantly, every child lined up from youngest to oldest. Grinning, he was glad he had put away his ANBU gear before coming here, knowing it would confuse the Jonin. Walking up to Kai, he gave him a hug and expressed his gratitude for taking care of the group while he was away. Kai beamed with pride and informed Naruto that they had completed everything on their training regimen from last time. Naruto smiled and apologized for being away longer than planned, revealing that he had brought a new, lengthy schedule that would take them 3 years to complete, happily ignoring the fact that it was supposed to take 6 years. Turning back to the Jonin, who stood defensively in front of his genin team, Naruto called out to him. The Jonin responded with a curt, "What?" Naruto reiterated that he was serious. These kids only listened to 2 people, and this group knew quite a bit about chakra. He asked if the Hokage had given him this mission, to which the Jonin confirmed it was a D-rank assignment to look after the children while the owner was away. Naruto grinned, acknowledging that it sounded like the Hokage. He introduced himself as Naru, the only person besides Queenie whom the kids would listen to. He warned the Jonin that if any of the children had been injured, he wouldn't expect him to walk out of there unscathed. The genin went pale at his words. With a loud voice, Naruto called out to everyone, rallying their attention. Upon arriving home, the joyful shouts of excitement filled the air, culminating in a single enthusiastic cry of "Naru." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from all directions. Naru was quickly surrounded by a flurry of hugs, happily returning each embrace as the first group joined in, showering him with affection. Once the hugs subsided, everyone lined up in their respective groups. Naru beamed at Emi and Haru, relieved to see his younger sister unharmed for once. As he smiled at them, he noticed the 2 whispering to each other. It soon became clear what they were discussing when a few members of the 4th group shot intense glares at the nearby ninja. Kiyoshi had been a mystery to everyone, and now it was time to reveal his true identity. The onyx color of his eyes had always been a clue, a reflection of his connection to Kabuto's past. As Kiyoshi entered the room, he gave the group an intense look, silencing their chatter. He inquired about Queenie, and Emi stepped forward to explain that Queenie had gone to meet with the people she needed to see about the orphanage, a task that typically took all day. Kiyoshi noted that the old man had wisely hired ninjas to look after the children in her absence. With a sense of authority, Kiyoshi announced that it was time to clean the place up, prepare lunch, and put the little ones down for their naps. Afterward, they would gather for a debriefing. The group responded with enthusiastic agreement. He assigned tasks. Group 4 was to start in the living room, ensuring all the children's drawings were cleaned up. Group 3 was to gather the little kids and keep them entertained outside while the cleaning took place. Group 2 was sent to the kitchen to prepare pizza and salad, promising to join them shortly. Turning to Group 1, Kiyoshi expressed his disappointment. They were meant to look after everyone, not let the younger children run wild. He reminded them that their role was to ensure safety and assist in any way needed, whether that meant lifting heavy items or tending to minor injuries. With a sense of guilt hanging in the air, he sent them off to help the other groups. To the ninja team, Kiyoshi instructed that the genin could assist Group 3 with the little kids, while the jonin could help clean the roof. He received quick nods from the genin and a surprised look from their sensei. As he entered the lounge, Kiyoshi noticed the sensei eyeing the roof and the children with skepticism. He shared the sentiment. It was puzzling how children under 5 managed to draw on the ceiling. Regardless, as long as the roof was cleaned, he was content to focus on preparing lunch. In the kitchen, he found some last-minute tidying up still in progress. Ignoring it, he retrieved all the ingredients for pizza and explained the process while preparing a salad. Once lunch was finished, he watched as the genin followed him like eager puppies while he put the little kids down for their naps, tucking each one in with goodnight kisses and telling them stories about Ashisa and Tachi who cared for their adoptive brother, Nalo. He smiled, knowing that as they grew older, they would realize he was sharing a piece of his own story. After the children were asleep, Kiyoshi returned to the kitchen, where he made cups of hot cocoa for everyone, including the babysitters. In the now tidy lounge, he had Group 3 assist him in distributing the cocoa. Once everyone had been briefed, he heard Queenie approaching and stood up, ready to greet her. The kids groaned as he began to hug each one goodbye. When he reached the Jonin, he noticed the man was visibly anxious, which made Kiyoshi smirk. At least he understood the responsibility of watching over the children. A knock at the door prompted him to signal the sensei to answer it. Queenie's cheerful voice filled the room as she asked if the kids had behaved. Kiyoshi could sense the relief in the Jonin's tone as he responded to her questions, explaining that the children had been a handful until a caramel-haired child with honey-colored eyes arrived, transforming them into angels. Queenie's excitement was palpable as she called out for Kiyoshi, who quickly made his way around the corner to give her a warm hug, grateful for her affection. After their embrace, she nudged him with a playful gesture, and he opened his mind to hear her asking about his mission. After answering her questions, he bid her farewell and set off to find Itachi, ready to meet up with Shiusi. It was time for some cat nabbing. The next chapter was ready, inspired by the enthusiastic comments from readers. The encouragement and appreciation for the story motivated the author to continue writing. In a bustling city, the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the streets. The protagonist, filled with determination, prepared for the challenges ahead. They had faced numerous obstacles, but each experience had only strengthened their resolve. As they navigated through the crowd, a sense of urgency filled the air. The protagonist could feel the weight of their mission pressing down on them. They had to find the missing artifact before it fell into the wrong hands. With each step, memories of past battles flashed in their mind. They recalled the moments of triumph and the lessons learned from failure. The thrill of adventure coursed through their veins as they approached their destination, ready to confront whatever awaited them. The atmosphere shifted as they entered a dimly lit alley. Shadows danced along the walls, hinting at the dangers lurking nearby. The protagonist's heart raced, but they steeled themselves, knowing that courage was essential in the face of adversity. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, their intentions unclear. The protagonist's instincts kicked in, and they prepared for a confrontation. The tension was palpable, and the air crackled with anticipation. With a swift movement, the protagonist engaged, their skills honed from countless encounters. The clash of wills echoed through the alley, each strike a testament to their determination. Though the fight was fierce, the protagonist remained focused, driven by the desire to protect what mattered most. As the dust settled, the protagonists stood tall, their spirit unbroken. They had faced the challenge head-on, emerging stronger and more resolute. The journey was far from over, but with each step, they moved closer to their ultimate goal. The city continued to buzz with life around them, unaware of the battles fought in the shadows. But for the protagonist, every moment was a reminder of the stakes involved. They would not rest until justice was served, and the world was safe once more. With renewed purpose, they set off into the night, ready to face whatever awaited them on this thrilling adventure. Naruto arrived at Itachi's house first, where he found Itachi sitting on the front steps, reading a scroll to his younger brother, Sasuke. He noticed the admiration in Sasuke's eyes, but also a hint of resentment when Sasuke turned to look at him. It seemed that Sasuke didn't appreciate having his brother taken away every time Naruto visited. As Itachi remained unaware of his presence, Naruto decided to keep up his genjutsu, making it easy to sneak up. He picked up Sasuke and dashed off to their meeting spot with Sure. Itachi's voice called out in surprise as Naruto ran away with his little brother. Naruto felt a twinge of guilt. Sasuke deserved to spend time with Itachi without interruptions. With a grin, he carried Sasuke to where Sure was waiting and gently set him down before transforming into Sure himself. Itachi soon caught up, playfully punching Naruto on the head, a deserved reprimand for trying to hide from a Sharingan user with a henge. Naruto suggested that they could take Sasuke on their mission, hoping to include him rather than leave him behind. Itachi smiled and ruffled both Naruto's and Sasuke's hair, despite the height difference caused by the genjutsu. They set off toward the cat lady who lived on the outskirts of Konoha. Upon arrival, Naruto could see the determination in Sasuke's eyes as they discussed the mission. They left with a scroll filled with seals, placing pink cat ears on Sasuke since he was the youngest. Their goal was simple: collect paw prints without any fighting. After an hour of work, they agreed to let Sasuke do the printing while they handled the convincing. They managed to gather paw prints from all the cats except for one, the large boss cat, which would be a challenge for Sasuke. Naruto paused to speak with Itachi, suggesting they leave the boss cat for Sasuke to handle when he became a genin. Itachi nodded with a soft smile, clearly approving of the idea. Itachi was reading to his little brother when he suddenly noticed Sasuke was no longer on his shoulder. Instantly alert, he spotted Naruto running off with him. A fond smile crossed his face as he recalled the first time he met Naruto, who had been just a small child. Itachi remembered the worry he felt when Naruto had tapped out a message in Morse code, which had chilled him to the bone. He had overheard his father discussing the plight of war prisoners who had suffered from starvation. When Naruto had tried to go home and collapsed on the road, Itachi had rushed to carry him back to his house. In a flashback, Itachi recalled how he had carried Naruto, who had hissed in pain. Concerned, he held him carefully, noticing that Naruto was shivering. He hurried through the hallways of his home until he found his parents in the kitchen. Their worried expressions prompted them to spring into action, and Itachi laid Naruto down gently, anxious about his condition. Naruto's lips were turning blue, and he was trembling uncontrollably. Itachi's mother approached with medical ointments infused with chakra, using her skills to assess Naruto's condition. Itachi's heart sank at her frown, feeling a deep attachment to the quiet blonde who accompanied Shisui. She asked Itachi to help remove Naruto's shirt, and though hesitant, he complied, seeing the tears streaming down Naruto's face. As he lifted the shirt, Itachi's heart raced at the sight of the scars that marred Naruto's young body. It was a painful reminder of the cruelty that existed in the world, and Itachi's resolve to protect. Others hardened in that moment. After his mother treated Naruto, he needed rest. Not wanting to send him back to the red light district, Itachi carried him to his own bed, allowing him to sleep peacefully. Itachi stayed awake, worried about Naruto, knowing how much Shisui valued his friendship with him. As dawn approached, Itachi noticed Naruto stirring in pain, tears falling from his closed eyes. He gently cradled Naruto, rocking him as he had done for Sasuke when he was sick. When Naruto finally woke, he surprised Itachi by using a high-ranking jutsu to communicate telepathically. They had shared breakfast, and Naruto had taken his academy exam, impressing Itachi with his newfound abilities. Now, after all this time, Naruto could eat properly and was beginning to speak again, even if not in his physical form. Itachi smiled softly as Naruto offered to leave the boss cat for Sasuke when he became a genin, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead for them all. In a world filled with vibrant characters and unexpected alliances, the story unfolded with a focus on the relationships that blossomed between them. As the characters were introduced one by one, it became clear that connections could form in many ways, including between male characters and nii-chan. The journey was not without its challenges, as each character faced their own trials and tribulations. Bonds were tested, and friendships deepened, leading to moments of tension and excitement. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the characters navigated their feelings and the dynamics of their relationships. As the narrative progressed, the emotional stakes rose, and the characters found themselves in situations that demanded courage and resilience. They fought bravely against the obstacles in their path, showcasing their determination and strength. The battles they faced were intense, filled with a sense of urgency, yet the details remained suggestive, allowing the imagination to fill in the gaps. Through it all, the connections between the characters grew stronger, revealing the depth of their feelings and the complexities of their interactions. The story unfolded with a rich tapestry of emotions, showcasing the beauty of friendship, love, and the bonds that tie them together. As the characters continued their journey, it became evident that their relationships would evolve, leading to new possibilities and adventures that awaited them on the horizon. Naruto's perspective shifted as the team prepared to head to the hideout where Orochimaru had last been seen. The mission required one more member, as the Hokage had emphasized the absurdity of taking on an organization filled with S-rank criminals, especially with none of them being over the age of 18. This meant Naruto's genjutsu would need to be active throughout the mission, and as the team leader, he would have to direct everyone while ensuring they kept their masks on in the presence of the enemy. At the gate, Naruto waited in his fox mask and white ANBU clothing for Itachi and then Shisui to arrive. They stood together, anticipating their final member. This newcomer, who wasn't dressed in the standard white ANBU attire, was likely there to keep Naruto in check. Frowning, Naruto assessed the new member and recognized him as Yamato, or Tenso. With a commanding tone, Naruto ordered the team to leave, instructing Shursui to carry Tenso. Although Tenso appeared displeased, he soon realized that he could not match their speed as they took off. They reached the hideout by midday and sent out clones for reconnaissance. Once the all-clear was given, the team approached the weakest wall of the hideout. Naruto combined his chakra with Rama's to enhance his hearing. He could hear an argument inside, with Orochimaru's oily voice easily distinguishable. Naruto instructed the group to wait until Orochimaru left, which happened about an hour later, following the end of the argument. As Orochimaru exited, Naruto launched a shadow mind destruction jutsu, a variant of his mind communication technique. The jutsu unleashed a cacophony of screams in Orochimaru's mind, causing him to cry out in pain. With a cold determination, Naruto commanded the others to attack. The team moved fluidly together, but Tenso struggled to keep up, causing a slight disruption. Recognizing this, Naruto ordered Tenso to stand down and assist if needed. As Naruto dodged a giant snake, he sent a ball of wind chakra to Itachi to enhance his fire attack. Tenso watched in awe as Naruto, the caramel-haired ANBU captain, skillfully attacked and protected his teammates, using his wind to support the Uchiha brothers while maintaining incredible speed. It was clear that without Naruto, the team would have faced dire consequences. When Naruto instructed Tenso to remain back, it became evident why. Tenso's presence was hindering their efficiency. Once he stepped out of the line of fire, the team accelerated to incredible speeds, their white ANBU uniforms a blur. However, despite their advantage, Orochimaru remained mostly unharmed, while the team bore minor injuries from his sword and snakes. Notably, Naruto seemed to be the one most adept at handling the snakes, as if he were immune to their poison. As the battle intensified, Tenso noticed the team beginning to struggle. He wanted to help, but Naruto's voice rang out, commanding him to stay out of it. Tenso watched in horror as one of the Uchiha was ensnared by a snake, screaming in terror. Fortunately, Orochimaru's strikes were wide, missing his targets, likely due to Itachi's genjutsu. With the team injured and one Uchiha poisoned, it was clear they were losing. The only thing preventing disaster was Naruto's incredible speed, as he mostly carried the poisoned ANBU. Tenso observed as Naruto, visibly annoyed, handed the injured Uchiha over to him. He steadied the Uchiha, watching Naruto prepare for his next move. With a swift hand sign, Naruto gathered a massive amount of chakra before vanishing in a puff of smoke, leaving Orochimaru disoriented. Tenso was astonished by Naruto's speed, realizing he could barely keep up. Shaking off his shock, he hoisted the Uchiha, whose weight was considerable, and helped him find cover. Using with style, Tenso concealed their position while keeping an eye on the fight. Naruto and the other Uchiha worked in tandem, attacking with precision. Though the Uchiha hit harder, Naruto's speed was unmatched, ensuring that the Uchiha remained unharmed. As Tenso adjusted to the rapid pace, he recognized the jutsus being exchanged, and caught sight of the signature Uchiha fire technique, confirming the Uchiha's identity. A smile spread across Tenso's face as he watched Orochimaru being pushed back. They had a chance, albeit a slim one. Feeling a surge of relief that his teammates were still alive, Tenso turned to the Uchiha, uncovering the arm that had been bitten. He used a medical jutsu to extract the poison, ensuring none remained. The Uchiha fell unconscious from the pain, making it safer to leave him that way, as Tenso couldn't carry him elsewhere. Glancing back at the fight, Tenso saw Naruto and the Uchiha continuing to wear down Orochimaru, who was laughing and attempting to strike back. Sweat glistened on both Naruto's and the Uchiha's faces, and Tenso realized victory was slipping away. After several more exchanges, it seemed they might finally defeat Orochimaru, but then he shed his skin. Tenso cursed under his breath as Naruto swiftly grabbed the Uchiha and began to pull Tenso along, moving at an incredible speed. They managed to evade Orochimaru, but it was clear that they were not yet ready to confront him. After covering a significant distance, Naruto finally stopped, and they set up camp for the night. The Uchiha was kept by the fire until he regained consciousness, while the others tended to their injuries. Today had not been a victory, but they had survived. Naruto felt a sense of failure as he returned home, vowing to keep trying despite the silence from his teammates. Shisui had managed to heal everyone with the limited medical ninjutsu he knew. Back in the village, Naruto allowed Shisui and Itachi to report to the Hokage while he went home to rest, unaware of the genjutsu they had placed him under. Itachi was filled with a terrible sense of dread as he prepared for the night ahead. The twisting feeling in his gut made him question his resolve, but he felt bolstered by Shisui's decision to assist him. After debriefing the Hokage and confirming the genjutsu on Naruto, Itachi made his way to Danzo with Shisui. They steeled themselves for the difficult task ahead, all for the sake of Sasuke. Itachi pocketed a note he had written and knelt for his final orders. Danzo's gruff voice left no room for doubt as he commanded them to destroy the Uchiha clan and join the Akatsuki, emphasizing that the village's survival depended on the information they could gather and the elimination of the Uchiha clan. Nodding in agreement, they set off. As they moved across the rooftops, they used chakra to ensure Sasuke was not in the clan compound before beginning their grim work. Naruto awoke with a sense of foreboding, heightened by the absence of Itachi and Shisui's chakra. He quickly prepared himself and activated his genjutsu, racing across the rooftops until he reached the clan compound, where he was met with devastation. He froze, his heart racing as he took in the scene of destruction, feeling a surge of anger and sadness. In a moment of despair, he cried out to the sky, overwhelmed by the unfairness of it all. Suddenly, he sensed a faint chakra source and rushed toward it, hoping it wasn't too late. He found Sasuke's crumpled form and knelt beside him, relieved that someone had survived. On Sasuke's shirt was a note, which Naruto carefully removed and read through his tears. The note expressed deep regret for the actions taken, explaining that both Itachi and Shisui were alive but had to infiltrate the Akatsuki on Danzo's orders. They had killed the entire clan to prevent a civil war. They expressed their love for Naruto and Sasuke, urging Naruto to look after Sasuke and let him make his own choices, especially in the wake of their actions. They promised to send a summons when it was safe to do so. Naruto read and reread the letter, feeling the weight of its contents. He rolled it up and secured it in his belt before gently lifting Sasuke and carrying him to the hospital, where he entrusted him to the care of a nurse. He then made his way to the Hokage's office, requesting a solo mission. The Hokage provided him with an S-ranked mission scroll, which Naruto accepted before leaving the village to channel his anger on an unsuspecting target. A year later, Naruto, now almost 16 and serving as the youngest ANBU general in the elemental nations, felt the pressure of constant S-class distractions. Only Danzo and the Hokage were aware of his true status and age. His former teammates had not reached out, leaving him on edge, especially as he trained new ANBU recruits. His youthful voice was concealed by a genjutsu that would have been easily recognized by any remaining Uchiha. On September 19th, Naruto dashed across the rooftops, carefully using Shadow Step to avoid detection as he entered the Uchiha compound. He double-checked the advanced genjutsu he used to maintain his disguise. Not wearing his ANBU mask, he donned simple pants, a katana, and a white long-sleeve shirt. He approached the only house with lights on, Itachi's home, and entered through the kitchen window. After restocking the fridge, he turned to see a 9-year-old Sasuke attempting to be stealthy. With a grin, Naruto caught him and lifted him onto his shoulders while preparing dinner of tomato rice ball for Sasuke and a plain version for himself. Sasuke had only 3 years left in the academy before becoming a ninja. Naruto suspected that the Hokage was delaying his graduation to keep him in the village, hoping to prevent any feelings of resentment. After dinner, Naruto took the enthusiastic Uchiha to the clan training grounds, watching him practice while feeling the weight of Itachi's absence. I placed the exhausted child in bed, sharing stories about the missions I had undertaken in Umbu, carefully framing them so he wouldn't realize I was speaking about his brothers. It was one of the more memorable missions I had gone on with Karasu and Kuma. Our task was to protect a feudal lord from enemy ninja, a mission classified as a rank due to its difficulty. However, to provide the genin with experience, the Hokage had informed them it was a C rank mission. It was my team's responsibility to ensure their safety and remain undetected. The feudal lord was carrying what was believed to be an extremely valuable item, which he had acquired from the enemy ninja. The mission involved us attempting to infiltrate the enemy camp without alerting the Jonin and retrieve this valuable artifact, which turned out to be a bomb set to detonate when the lord reached the gathering of feudal lords. As I noticed the child drifting off to sleep, realized I could continue this story another time. Frowning, I recast the genjutsu on him. He wouldn't remember me unless something triggered his memory, or he directly saw me, or unlocked his Sharingan. I knew it was harsh, but if he remembered, he might grow to resent the Leaf for taking his brothers away. I had explained to him why his brothers had left, then made him forget. Whenever he saw me, it was as if he had never forgotten, and when I recast the genjutsu, it seemed he didn't ponder why the fridge was always stocked or why he was so skilled with shuriken. It was a cruel necessity, otherwise, Danzo would discover that he knew and could legally have the Yamanakas erase his memory until he awakened his Sharingan. Once he had that, the Yamanaka's techniques would no longer work, and the genjutsu would break on its own. Tucking the child in, I took care of his laundry and organized his belongings. This was the first time in months I had been able to do anything for him other than restock the fridge. It might also be the last time, as today I would be heading to the falls to meet with Zabuza and Haku to continue my training. If all went well, I hoped to bring them back to the Leaf. Spinning around, the protagonist used their katana to block a strike from the sword. For the next few hours, they sparred, barely managing to hold themselves together with only their kenjutsu skills. As if on mutual agreement, both combatants stopped attacking, allowing the protagonist's battered body to heal under Rama-sensei's care. They then dove toward a partially hidden figure who had been watching the fight. Once the protagonist embraced the 11-year-old ice user, they allowed themselves to relax and enjoy the moment. Smiling, they felt relief knowing there was still someone who cared for them. In a similar fashion, they also embraced their attacker, a huge swordsman. With frayed nerves, it was comforting to have someone who wasn't falling apart. Sitting cross-legged close to the father and son pair, the protagonist smiled for the first time since Shursui and Itachi had left, and despite everything, it felt good. The next few days were spent traveling with them and learning from Haku how to instinctively combine water and wind to create ice. The protagonist sparred with Zabuza in the mornings, just as they had for months, using a clone, and in the afternoons, they all gathered under the stars to cook food over a fire and enjoy each other's company. On the third day, Zabuza took the protagonist aside from training with Haku and offered a chance to talk. It was that day that the protagonist, known as Naru, finally spoke to him. With a broken voice, they shared the story of the two friends they had made in Umbu. Zabuza smiled, glad that the protagonist had people to rely on. As tears silently ran down their face while recounting the discovery of the Uchiha clan, Zabuza pulled them close in a comforting hug, his body tense as he listened to the events that had transpired with their team. As the protagonist recounted the note, they felt anger rising within them as Zabuza learned what the teenage Uchihas had done, leaving behind the responsibility of the last Uchiha. The protagonist explained how they had become an Umbu general after completing numerous solo missions. Zabuza frowned and asked how someone so significant in the Leaf Village had managed to meet with them. The protagonist tensed, their eyes flashing red for a brief moment as they quoted the Hokage, stating they were on a self-destructive path. The Hokage had refused to allow them to take on any more missions until they formed their own Umbu squad, which every general was required to do. Shursui and Itachi were supposed to be part of that team, but now they couldn't join until their mission was complete. With a grimace, the protagonist pulled away from Zabuza, wiping away the last of their tears before running off to join Haku in training. Another week passed, filled with practice and quiet conversations, until the protagonist managed to create a shard of ice. It wasn't much, but it left Zabuza speechless, while Rama-sensei face-bombed in the protagonist's mind, mumbling about how only they could defy all known logic of the ninja world and make it seem simple. They continued to travel during the day, encountering random ninjas seeking Zabuza's head. On this particular day, however, a familiar chakra signature accompanied one of these ninjas. The protagonist froze, rooted to the spot, while Zabuza began scanning the area for the source. Their heart raced in relief and suspense as the signature grew closer. The protagonist updated the strength of their Naru persona, knowing there was no way this jutsu could fail against whoever Itachi was with. Moments later, they saw the telltale black and red cloud cloaks of the Akatsuki. Glancing behind, the protagonist noticed Haku standing there, as he usually did with bandits and easy targets. Desperately, they lashed out with wind chakra, unintentionally sending Haku into the branches of a nearby tree, leaving him confused and dizzy. There was no way he would survive if he tried to join the fight. The tension in the air was palpable, and as Itachi rounded the corner, the protagonist could see the toll the past year had taken on him, with deep lines under his eyes indicating sleepless nights. However, Itachi's eyes were different, showcasing a new Sharingan, indicating he had acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan. The protagonist could also sense small amounts of Shursue's chakra within Itachi's eyes, suggesting they had traded eyes to prevent blindness. Looking over Itachi's companion, the protagonist felt the bloodlust radiating from him. He was clearly not human, with blue skin and what appeared to be gills on his face, and even more alarming was the massive bandaged weapon he wielded. The man grinned and attacked. The protagonist moved just in time, barely catching Zabuza's warning not to engage with the shark-like foe. They scoffed, standing to the side. Although they hadn't yet shown the older swordsmen their full capabilities, they were far from weak. Zabuza had only seen their kenjutsu skills. Feeling annoyed, the protagonist used their mind jutsu to communicate with Itachi, allowing the others to remain unaware. They asked if Itachi and his team were okay. Itachi responded with concern, instructing the protagonist not to speak to him but confirming they were fine. The protagonist reassured him that Sasuke was okay, though he was under a weak genjutsu that would break once he awakened. His Sharingan. Itachi inquired about the protagonist's situation, and they scowled, explaining how they were currently on leave due to self-destructive behavior and had become an Umbu general. Itachi expressed excitement, noting that being a general meant the protagonist would have their own team for missions. The protagonist lamented that they had intended to include Itachi and Shursui in that team, but now they were on a mission. "Do you still have your white headbands?" Naru asked, and of course, he would never go anywhere without it, nor would Shursui. He suggested keeping it, as his squad would be represented through that, making Naru an honorary member of his squad when he returned. He choked slightly, adding that if Naru came back, he could rejoin anytime he wanted. Naru was reminded to make sure Shursui knew and to tell him that he missed them a lot. The buzz from them had died down, and he could contact Naru again. If it was too much hassle, he could always use his fox summons. Naru assured him that he would tell Shursui and that they could still use his crow summons for communication. He then asked if Naru had anyone else on his ANBU squad yet. Naru replied that he didn't want a squad of people he didn't trust, and he didn't trust anyone in the Leaf who could be on his ANBU squad. He understood, noting that Naru was still having trust issues. It was reasonable, and he suggested that Naru only get people he could trust. It didn't have to be people in ANBU from the Leaf. It could be anyone as long as they were willing. Naru smiled at him, and he caught it thanks to his Sharingan. Tapping out a message in Morse code was a little difficult since he momentarily forgot how to do it, but soon Naru got the message. "Goodbye for now, Itachi, brother." Itachi smiled, looking more alive than before, and Naru turned back to the fight, surprised to see Zabuza weakening against the Shark Man. As he watched, he saw Zabuza beginning to lose, his arms getting cut by what seemed to be a massive sword with teeth that devoured chakra. Naru felt a bead of sweat drop. Walking into the middle of the fight just as they were about to swing their swords again, he slammed both his fists down on Zabuza and the Shark Man's heads. He scowled and dragged Zabuza away just as a sword came flying at him from behind. He dodged and growled, releasing all of his built-up killing intent from the past year and channeling it toward the Shark Man. The Shark Man fell to his knees, his face pinched in pain. Naru watched as he attempted to stand and sent another wave of energy at him, causing the Shark Man to fall unconscious, face first to the ground. Naru left Itachi to deal with his partner and dragged Zabuza away, making sure Haku was following. When they were a safe distance away, he sat Zabuza against a tree and helped Haku care for his injuries. As Zabuza's eyes fluttered open, he sat up and glared at Naru, demanding to know what that was all about. Naru frowned, feeling hurt. He explained that Zabuza was losing, and he had a partner. It was what he had to do, especially since Haku needed protection. If Zabuza lost, he couldn't fight them both and protect Haku. Zabuza groaned and ran a hand down his bandaged face, conceding that Naru had taken down the shark man without lifting a finger. Naru smiled gently, reminding him that he was an ANBU general, and there was merit behind that title. Zabuza playfully frowned, suggesting that Naru was stronger than him now and maybe he should be learning from him, especially since Haku should be as well. Naru smiled shakily and bent his head, avoiding eye contact nervously. He wondered if Zabuza was mad, if he didn't like him anymore now that he was stronger. What if he saw him as an enemy now? Changing the subject, Naru mentioned that he had to go back to the village soon and wondered if Zabuza would like to join the Leaf Village instead of doing shady deals for cash. Zabuza gently replied that he knew that was why Naru wanted to meet. He wouldn't have come if he didn't want to go. Naru smiled at him, and they set up camp for the night. Haku wasn't angry at Naru for flinging him into a tree. He understood that it was to keep him hidden and safe in case they lost, and he had a chance to run. Tomorrow, they would be going back to the Leaf Village together, and it would be great to have someone to practice and train with around the village when Naru wasn't on missions. He thought to himself that he wanted a mission, at least a C rank. He didn't care what happened. He never wanted to do D ranks again. The falls remained unchanged, just as they had always been, including the last time he had seen them. Water cascaded over the picturesque cliffs that marked the border to the village in the mist. The sun peeked over the cliffs, casting a golden hue on the water for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, and the water took on a more ominous quality. It was in that moment that Naruto instinctively ducked to evade a massive sword that sliced through the air above him. They left for the Leaf Village with the 2 new members of the Umbu squad, hoping this would be enough to calm the Hokage down for now. Haku walked alongside a white snow rabbit he had named Kori, carrying it gently. A smile crossed the face of the squad leader, knowing that Haku would follow Zabuza, who was accompanying him. As they approached the gates, the leader paused to equip his Umbu gear and mask, leading the 2 rogue ninjas through the front gate, allowing the hidden Umbu to see them and let them pass without interference. He carefully took hold of both their sleeves and guided them toward the Hokage's office. Upon entering, the Hokage's expression shifted, clearly surprised not to see Zabuza and Haku. The Hokage began to lecture, expressing his frustration. He insisted that the leader wouldn't receive any more missions until he had someone in his Umbu squad. The Hokage had watched the leader work tirelessly for the past year and decided that enough was enough. The leader felt his face heat up as the Hokage continued, but thankfully, his fox mask concealed most of his embarrassment, leaving only his pink ears visible. Zabuza's quiet snickering earned him a playful scowl from the leader. Suddenly, the Hokage cleared his throat, realizing there were others in the room. He inquired about the presence of a boy and a rogue ninja. The leader sighed and explained in a monotone voice that they were his friends and that they were willing to join his Umbu squad. The Hokage blushed at this revelation and, after a moment, he stood up and walked over to the nervous pair, handing them each a mask. Haku received a mask resembling a rabbit, while Zabuza got a plain mask with 2 purple lines running down the cheeks. The leader smiled and whispered a request into the Hokage's ear, who readily agreed. Soon, both Haku and Zabuza wore white Konoha headbands, just like the leader and the 2 Uchiha lovers. The Hokage instructed the leader to take them to the Umbu headquarters and to ensure they received the necessary seal to prevent any unwanted attention from Danzo's followers. The leader nodded, acknowledging the Hokage's request, and left with the others. As they walked, the leader reflected on the Hokage's words, understanding that it was a signal for him to reveal his true self to the 2 new members without the other Umbu present. He made a quick stop at his apartment to gather his sealing equipment before heading to a nearby training ground to give it to them. From Zabuza's perspective, the young boy, Naru, arrived at dawn at the falls. Before Naru noticed him, Zabuza attacked with his signature long sword. The 2 engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to back down until well into the morning. After a while, they paused, acknowledging each other with a nod. Naru, feeling the need for connection, dove into Haku with a hug, revealing his longing for human interaction. Zabuza noticed that Naru seemed tense despite the embrace, and his eyes lacked the usual brightness, appearing dull. Zabuza recognized that Naru's true self was hidden beneath the surface, and he respected the boy for his strength despite his struggles. Lost in thought, Zabuza was pulled into a hug by Naru, who seemed to need the comfort. They spent their days exploring the countryside, and Zabuza understood Naru's desire to meet up, planning to return to the village with him. Eventually, Zabuza could no longer ignore Naru's hidden sadness, so he led him away from Haku to inquire about how the past year had been for him. To Zabuza's surprise, Naru spoke clearly, sharing stories about two remarkable ninjas on his team, two Uchiha who made him smile. It was evident that Naru had found people he considered special, and Haku would be proud. For a moment, Zabuza forgot about Naru's sadness as he listened to the boy excitedly recount his adventures, including a chase after a snake. However, when Naru mentioned the Uchiha compound, Zabuza felt a wave of tension and pulled the boy into an awkward hug, reassuring himself that they were not dead. He couldn't bear the thought of Naru dealing with the loss of his teammates due to their clan's history. Fortunately, Naru's teammates were safe, though the alternative was still concerning. After sharing his story, Naru ran off to train with Haku, leaving Zabuza to reflect. Zabuza shook his head as he overheard Haku trying to explain how he created ice. If Haku hadn't managed to recreate ice days later, Zabuza would have found it amusing to witness the boy's wonder. Snapping back to reality, Zabuza followed the leader, known as Fox, to a small, run-down apartment that seemed to be his home. The leader then led them to a nearby training ground, where he began writing seals on two small pieces of paper. Once finished, he approached them and instructed them to stick the seals on their tongues. Confused, they complied, and the leader then asked them to channel their chakra through the seals and show him. As Zabuza unraveled his bandages and placed the seal on his tongue, he was surprised to feel it disappear, as if it were never there. Turning to Naru, he saw the boy tentatively smile and nod, and they both followed suit with Haku. The leader then took them by the sleeves, guiding them carefully, as if worried they might react negatively if he didn't. With unparalleled caution, Zabuza and his team entered the Leafs ANBU headquarters, clad in their new gear. Danzo, the old man with most of his body wrapped in bandages and leaning on a walking stick, had put Naruto on edge. Zabuza knelt behind his ANBU captain, feeling no respect for Danzo, who led him into a room, leaving the others behind. Zabuza was instructed to pledge his allegiance to Danzo. After doing so, he was baffled when Danzo ordered him to stick out his tongue. Danzo wrote a seal onto Zabuza's tongue, mirroring a seal Naruto had previously received. Once finished, Danzo cruelly led him back to the others before taking Haku in next. After their pledges, Danzo dismissed them and sent Naruto to train them. Naruto wasted no time, ordering them to remove their shirts. Zabuza and Haku complied, sitting shirtless on the floor as Naruto drew seals across their backs. Once he finished, he instructed them to channel chakra into their bodies. As they did, everything felt heavier, as if the weight of the world pressed down on them. Naruto smiled sheepishly, his brown eyes regaining some of their former warmth. Over the next few days, training became grueling for both Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza struggled to keep up, but his determination kept him from quitting. He noticed the other ANBU members shivering when Naruto walked by, realizing that his training methods were far from standard in Konoha. Zabuza and Haku managed to endure the intense physical training, mastering techniques like sunban, tactics, and sword fighting. However, when it came to mental training, it became clear they were not improving. Naruto observed that Zabuza had difficulty calming his mind, and Haku struggled to relax. After a week, Naruto decided to seek help from the monks, known for their expertise in meditation. With a sigh, Naruto headed to the Hokage's office and received permission without question. The next morning, he woke Zabuza and Haku from their apartments and led them to the gates, adding extra weight to their gravity seals to motivate them. They traveled for a while, dispatching bandits and covering their tracks, until they reached the base of the mountain where the fire temple was hidden. As they approached the temple gates, the tension within them grew. Naruto instructed them to remain silent to avoid losing their way. He backtracked them out of range and explained the details of the upcoming trial. They began climbing, and it was evident that Zabuza was struggling to contain his frustration. By the third hour, Zabuza's face was flushed, and his teeth were clenched. Naruto felt irritable too, but they all understood the necessity of the challenge. By the fourth hour, Zabuza resorted to striking his sword against the ground to keep from speaking out. As a group, they reached the gates just in time to see Zabuza open his mouth to shout, but instead he simply said they had arrived. Naruto smiled knowingly behind his mask as he, along with the others, removed their masks and opened the gate to the next trial. This trial would test their perseverance, requiring them to walk only on their hands up the hill without using chakra. They decided to camp for the night, preparing for the challenge ahead. In the morning, they packed up and ate. Naruto kindly removed half of everyone's gravity seals except his own, where he kept most of the weight. They flipped upside down and began walking, quickly realizing that this was not only a test of strength but also of balance. If they let their legs drift too far back, they would topple off the steep incline. It took them most of the day to reach the top, and by midnight, they finally arrived at the next set of gates, where they set up camp for the night. The following morning, they groaned from the pain in their arms and the headaches from the blood rushing to their heads all day. The next trial awaited them at the top of the volcano, covered in fine, spidery silk. If they didn't channel their chakra just right, the silk would split, sending them into a pit of lava. This was the final test before reaching the path to the temple. Haku would have little trouble with this trial, while Zabuza would find it challenging, and it was highly likely that I would struggle due to my high levels of chakra. To assist myself, I cut off my access to the fox's chakra and released as much of my own chakra into the air as possible, making my reserves easier to manage. The heat from the volcano had us sweating within the first 20 minutes, and the precise application of chakra meant we spent at least a minute before taking each step. It was grueling, and by midday, we were only halfway through. Haku could have gone ahead, but he chose to stay close in case he was needed. Zabuza appeared to be just as exhausted as I was, and if I learned anything from this experience, it would be that when we returned to the village, we would need to practice chakra control exercises to regain my previous standards. When we finally reached the other side of the volcano, we traveled down a small path and set up camp in a small grove of trees. The next morning, we would enter the temple and seek help from the monks. As Naruto woke up his small ragtag group, he equipped his ANBU gear, securing his ANBU katana in its sheath. He placed the gravity weights he had taken the day before back on everyone. Soon, they were all walking down the desolate, unused path. Haku rubbed his eyes and yawned quietly as he slowly became fully awake. Naruto carried the camp supplies in a scroll tucked into his pocket. Within 10 minutes, they came across a large entrance made of white iron, where a bald man stood tall in a robe, ushering them in quietly. For the next few days, they trained. Naruto found it easy to enter his mindscape, and while everyone else was training, he filled it with toys, huge blocks and small blocks, and they played hide and seek for hours as they meditated. It wasn't the most responsible use of his time, but he often found himself bored. During a prayer day, while his two teammates practiced meditating, he explored and stumbled upon a small cave. He could hear the sounds of wind training coming from within, and a quick check on chakra made both him and Kurama freeze. Whoever was in that cave possessed chakra similar to that of their sensei, Rama. They crept in using the shadow step technique, and Naruto swapped his white ANBU vest for a navy hoodie from an old friend. Inside, he watched a boy who seemed around 3 years older than himself attempt to infuse an excessive amount of wind chakra into his fist, only to fail. With a determined scowl, Naruto dropped from the roof in front of him and struck him hard enough to knock him unconscious. When the boy came to, Naruto had him restrained with chakra cuffs. The boy scowled and attempted to lunge at him, his anger and sadness evident. It was clear he was similar to Gaara, ignored and feared wherever he went. After the boy calmed down, Naruto summoned Kurama, who helped the boy relax, his face gradually becoming peaceful. They conversed as Naruto worked on a seal on sealing paper. The boy introduced himself as Sora, and Naruto replied, gesturing to Kurama, who sat beside him. Soon, Naruto finished the seal. the same one he had created long ago when Sasuke fell into the pond. Taking a deep breath, Naruto lifted Sora's shirt, ignoring his protests, and broke the current seal. A tear slid down Naruto's face as Sora let out a cry of pain, but within moments, Naruto placed the new seal where the old one had been and activated it. Sora's screams subsided, and he slumped forward in exhaustion. Naruto carried him piggyback style to Zabuza and Haku. After asking Haku nicely, he agreed to apply pressure points that would speed up healing and lessen exhaustion. Naruto laid Sora on his bed. That night, while Sora slept, Naruto opened his window and sat with his legs dangling out, leaning on his katana as he kept watch, marveling at the stars. When Sora next woke up, he was furious, his killing intent radiating and ensuring no monks approached Naruto's sleeping quarters. Naruto sighed, recognizing that Sora had serious trust issues, but he liked him nonetheless. Keeping his face calm, he expertly ignored the insults thrown his way and, when Sora finished, kindly invited him to train together. To Naruto's surprise, Sora accepted. When he met up with Zabuza and Haku, he suggested to Haku that he enhance his ice mirror jutsu by adding ice to the floor, making it harder for captives to dodge. They continued past him, and Naruto engaged Sora in an epic wind mash. In the end, Sora lost, but Naruto noted where he needed to improve. That afternoon, as they prepared to leave, Zabuza had learned meditation, and Haku was almost a master at it. Naruto sped off after training to speak with the elder monk named Abel. Abel sat in his office, expecting Naruto as he always did, and knew exactly what Naruto was going to ask. He told Naruto plainly that if he believed he could handle Sora, he should take him, as staying there would only cause Sora to suffer and stray from the correct path. They had made a mistake forcing a child to contain the extra chakra collected from the nine-tailed fox before it was sealed. Abel requested that Naruto treat Sora no differently than he would treat others. Naruto quickly agreed, and soon Sora was packed and ready to join his team in the village hidden in the leaves. Sora was feisty, but it was clear he trusted Naruto more than the monks he had lived with for most of his life. In the village hidden in the leaves, the atmosphere was lively, and Naruto felt grateful for Rama's teachings. Without them, he might have faced dire consequences. Times had changed, and now he had 3 people actively working in his ANBU squad, with 2 on leave. As they approached the gates, Naruto turned to his squabbling team and gave Sora and Zabuza a disapproving look, the kind that froze them both in place, guilty. Within minutes, Haku and the narrator walked happily through the gates while Zabuza and Sora exchanged scowls in grudging silence. They first visited the Hokage, whose raised eyebrow prompted an explanation that Sora would be joining the ANBU team and possessed the chakra of the nine-tailed fox. This revelation raised eyebrows, including Zabuza's, but the narrator chose to remain silent. It was Sora's secret to share, and as his captain, the narrator respected his choice. Sora received a white headband along with a warning that he would be held responsible for any negative impact on the village, holy monk or not. The narrator decided it was time to find their ragtag team a larger training area. Like most ANBU captains, they had 2 acres of land to their name. Leading the group to a dense brush area of their property, the narrator created 60 shadow clones. They stood back in line with their team, watching as the clones uprooted trees, sawed logs in half, and constructed a large training area along with a small clan home featuring 6 rooms, a kitchen, and 6 bathrooms from nothing. Once the construction was complete, the narrator led everyone inside and gestured toward the 3 rooms labeled with each person's name. Sora dropped his bag in his room, and the narrator systematically dispelled the shadow clones, leaving one to head into the town district to buy supplies for their new home. The day began with the narrator summoning Rama, which elicited a range of reactions. Sora smiled for the first time since leaving the temple, Zabuza growled at Rama, and Haku jumped back, wary of her 9 tails. Rama stood tall and imposing for a brief moment before collapsing in laughter, unable to comprehend the reactions she received. Observing everyone's faces, the narrator waited for understanding to dawn upon them. Once it did, they looked each person in the eye and expressed an apology, foreseeing the challenges ahead. Rama then stood upright and began issuing orders, starting with chakra control exercises. The narrator discovered, unsurprisingly, that Sora and Haku excelled, while they and Zabuza were tasked with reaching their level before nightfall, following a few laps around the village. By 9:30 p.m., both the narrator and Zabuza leaned against each other, sipping from their water canteens while the others slept inside. After numerous attempts, they had finally improved their chakra control significantly since that morning. Sora promised to demonstrate the spidery chakra silk needed to reach the temple the next day, as learning to create the chakra web was the first task of a monk and required perfect control over medium amounts of chakra. Exhausted, the narrator fell asleep outside against Zabuza's back. If they had been awake, they would have seen Zabuza carefully lift them and place them in their captain's quarters bed, muttering about the intense training and wondering how long it would take. Zabuza left soon after, also worn out from the day's training. The next morning, the narrator woke early and decided it was a perfect day for pancakes. Sneaking past the highly trained ninjas' rooms, they entered the kitchen and began quietly preparing pancakes. Soon, there were enough for everyone, and Rama and the narrator plated them up before waking their exhausted team. Starting with Sora, the narrator gently woke him and led him back to their room, suggesting they bond a little. They discussed how to wake everyone up, and Sora's grin indicated a prank was in the works. The narrator sent a clone to gather the necessary items, and soon they were setting up stink bombs, paint, and a large water bucket outside Haku and Zabuza's doors. Afterward, they returned to the kitchen and sat at the table, where the narrator taught Sora a small wind jutsu to waft the smell into the rooms, ensuring their plan remained undetected. They both laughed as Zabuza entered, covered in a foul-smelling pink paint. Surprisingly, Haku appeared through the back door with a small smirk, clearly having figured out the prank and entered through his window. The narrator fist-bumped Sora and quickly dumped the water and detergent bucket over Zabuza to wash away the paint and smell before he could retaliate. Using a wind jutsu, Zabuza was soon clean and dry, and the water on the floor was gathered up with chakra and disposed of out the window. They all enjoyed pancakes for breakfast, including Rama, who woke up on the wrong side of the bed and added more weight to everyone's gravity seals, leaving them groaning in pain and dreading the training day ahead. This morning, Naruto woke Sora up early again, and they both plotted to prank Zabuza and Haku. They knew Zabuza would be harder to prank, so they set up one trap and hid another. Zabuza walked into the kitchen, unaware of the genjutsu that had transformed his teeth into long, exaggerated fangs. It wasn't until Haku walked in and burst out laughing that Zabuza realized something was off. Feeling relieved, Naruto finished the web obstacle course that Sora had built the day before. Zabuza was still trying to figure things out while Haku and Naruto began sparring. Haku trapped Naruto in an ice prison, and Naruto worked to escape. The floor was mostly covered in ice after he burrowed through the ground and managed to break free the first time. Haku had decided to stick with Senbon as his weapon, so they had collaborated to create Ice Senbon, giving him an unlimited supply. Today marked their first mission as a team, and it was Naruto's first time leading them. He gathered his team with the authoritative tone he used on the orphanage kids when he spotted a hawk circling above. He called them over, and they crouched as they did for Danzo. Naruto felt a bit of sweat drop as they responded in unison. They were about to embark on their first mission, likely an AS-level mission, and Naruto knew that most of them hadn't gone above a B-level mission before. He laid down the rules. First, they were to complete the mission unless he deemed it necessary to withdraw. He emphasized the importance of sharing any concerns or worries about the mission so he could make informed decisions. Next, they had to wear their headbands at all times unless the mission required otherwise. They needed to be discreet, avoiding detection by villagers or civilians. Finally, he instructed them to refer to one another by their masks or weapons instead of their names. Since Zabuza had no animal on his mask, he could be called Swordsman, while Haku could be referred to as Rabbit. As for Naruto, he requested they call him General or General Fox when with other ninja. They all nodded in agreement, and Naruto smiled. Sora then asked what he would be called. Naruto grinned and told him they would find out when the Hokage assigned him a title. Sora nodded, and everyone departed to their rooms. Naruto performed a Kawamari, swapping with a small stone he kept in his room for this purpose. He grabbed his 2 scrolls with camping supplies and changed into a white long-sleeve shirt to conceal his scars, along with long black ANBU pants, white ninja sandals, a black ANBU vest, and his white headband and fox mask. He waited for his team by the front door, and in no time, they were all ready and walking out of their rooms. They headed straight for the Hokage's office, and Naruto pondered what it would be like to be on a mission with a different team. Would he mess things up? Would he do something wrong? He took a discreet, calming breath and knelt before the Hokage in the middle of the room, his team members lined up behind him, mirroring his actions. The Hokage handed him a scroll with the mission details, and Naruto nodded. Sora still needed his ANBU mask, so the Hokage retrieved it from a drawer and handed it to Naruto. He turned to his team, looked Sora in the eye, and gestured for him to stand. Sora took his loyalty oath, vowing to protect the village and its people to the best of his ability. Naruto nodded and placed the mask in Sora's hands, welcoming him to the ANBU as Coyote. They left, their feet barely brushing the rooftops as they headed to the gate. Naruto read through the mission scroll as they traveled. Another ANBU squad would accompany them, consisting of a captain and 2 ANBU members, along with Naruto as the ANBU general. He wondered what the mission would entail. Upon arriving at the gate, Naruto unraveled the rest of the scroll. The mission required the ANBU team to go to the samurai lands, where the ANBU general was to teach the samurai. The risks included full-scale war, the release of Jinchuriki, mass attacks from unknown enemies of the samurai who opposed their learning from ninjas, and the possibility of life imprisonment. Naruto muttered to himself about the S ranking of the mission. He briefed his team and waited patiently for the other squad to arrive. When they did, he was surprised to see Inu, the ANBU who enjoyed teasing him in the Hokage's office. He smiled slightly behind his mask as he introduced himself. Captain Sparrow introduced his team members, Inu and Tenzo, who would accompany Naruto on this mission. Naruto nodded and explained that this mission was a high-risk teaching mission in the Land of Iron. The enemies of the samurai did not want them to succeed. If they became known as the ninjas teaching the samurai, it could spark a war with their village. One of the students he would be teaching was rumored to be a Jinchuriki, though the truth remained uncertain. He warned them to expect encounters with enemy shinobi and the necessity to eliminate anyone who spotted them. With that, he turned to leave, barely catching the disappointed sigh from Zabuza and Haku, along with the bewildered expression on Sora's face. To be continued. Naruto led his team towards the Land of Iron, accompanied by the new members Sparrow, Inu, and Tenzo, who struggled to keep pace with his steady jog. Sora, still adjusting to the group, lagged behind, his speed not yet matching the others. Despite the slow pace, it was evident that the other ANBU members were having difficulty keeping up. Naruto remained silent, unsure of his new teammates and hesitant to trust them. Utilizing his sensory abilities combined with his chakra, Naruto carefully navigated the area, avoiding the ambush set by enemy ninjas. They had to cross a lake to evade detection, as the enemies held a deep-seated animosity towards the samurai. If they were spotted, it could lead to disastrous consequences. As they paused for a break, Sparrow bent over, gasping for breath. It was clear he had trained primarily in jutsu, neglecting physical conditioning. Naruto, having finished drinking water, remained alert, sensing Sparrow's frustration. Zabuza, always protective, growled at Sparrow's disrespectful tone. Naruto stepped in front of Zabuza, placing a hand on his arm, urging him to calm down. Sora, visibly restless and fatigued, paced like a caged animal. After a brief rest, they resumed their journey. Naruto maintained his genjutsu, a technique he had not dispelled since Itachi and Shisui had left. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of chakra to his right. A clone was dispatched to investigate while the team continued moving. The clone soon dispelled, confirming that the threat was neutralized. Naruto felt a weight on his shoulders as he realized the responsibility of taking lives was growing heavier with each encounter. He skillfully avoided the enemy ninjas, extending their journey to 3 days with only brief stops for food and water. Noticing Sora stumbling, Naruto called for a halt. Using his mind shadow jutsu, he checked on Sora, who appeared startled but nodded in acknowledgement. Recognizing Sora's exhaustion, Naruto approached him, placing a glowing hand on his shoulder. Instantly, the weight of Sora's gravity seals was significantly reduced. Sora straightened, visibly relieved. After taking a moment to hydrate, Naruto remembered Itachi and Shursui and shared some protein bars with the team, determined not to fall back into old habits. He then approached Haku, also known as Rabbit, offering him a soldier pill to replenish his chakra, which had been depleted from running. Naruto observed the other ANBU members, noting their harsh breathing and low chakra levels. He instructed Haku to provide pressure healing to Sparrow, Inu, and Tenzo. Haku complied, and the three breathed a sigh of relief as Naruto tossed them soldier pills, advising them to focus on speed. Training rather than strength and jutsu. He sensed Sparrow's frustration but knew he was aware of the truth in Naruto's words. As they neared their destination, Zabuza showed signs of fatigue, but he continued to keep pace. The three mountains loomed ahead, and Naruto felt the presence of around 100 chakra signatures, all of whom posed a threat to their mission. Determined, he steeled himself, knowing that failure was not an option. He activated a genjutsu, ensuring his team would remain unaware of his next actions. The additional ANBU had been sent by the Hokage to assist, but Naruto understood the gravity of the situation. They were preparing for a fierce confrontation. Summoning a family of foxes to protect his unconscious squad, Naruto ignored Inu's apprehensive expression. With a surge of combined chakra, he unleashed a powerful mind-destroying jutsu towards the enemy, hoping to gain the upper hand. Without hesitation, he charged into the fray, with the other ANBU following closely behind. Another chapter was completed, and the author hoped readers would enjoy it. This chapter took an unexpected turn, but it would remain as part of the story. With a sigh, the protagonists sealed the last body into the second scroll on their hip, the first one already full. Today, exactly 102 lives had been taken by Tenso, Sparrow and them. Turning back to the rest of the group, the three new ANBU members approached. Before the protagonist could intervene, their foxes sprang into action, eyes glowing red. Rama, whom they had neglected to inform the others about, leaped from her resting position, her tails arched over the squad, and charged straight at Inu, baring her teeth. In a flash, the protagonist appeared in front of Inu, grabbing Rama by the scruff of her neck and gently slamming her to the ground. Their mind raced with concern. Kurama's voice echoed in their head, apologizing for the sudden excitement brought on by the bloodshed. The protagonist nodded and dispelled the foxes, then turned to Inu, who appeared shaken but was trying to maintain composure. Circling him critically, they noted how he favored his left leg and caught a faint trace of blood now that Rama was back in her seal. Gently placing a hand on Inu's leg, the protagonist noticed a cut roughly the size of their hand. Frowning, they stood up and guided him to sit down. Approaching their genjutsu-affected team, they grabbed Sora and infused him with a small amount of their and Kurama's chakra, waking him from his stupor. Sora's eyes reflected confusion and concern. Taking Sora by the hand, the protagonist led him to Inu. Knowing Sora was a former monk with adequate chakra control, they felt confident he could learn medical jutsu. They gently pushed Sora down next to Inu and assessed his chakra levels, which were fine. Of course, he had trace amounts of Rama's chakra, so he would be alright. Kneeling beside them while the others watched, the protagonist took out a kunai and carefully sliced a window into Inu's wound, allowing Sora to see it. Sora nodded, slightly annoyed, and began healing Inu. The protagonist smiled gently at them before moving to Tenzo, who had displayed an impressive ability to control wood during the fight. However, the chakra strain he exhibited was concerning. They tossed Tenzo a few soldier pills, knowing he would need them to recover. Sparrow appeared tired and slightly strained but otherwise fine, and one soldier pill would restore him quickly. The protagonist then approached Zabuza and Haku, who were still under the effects of the genjutsu. They infused their chakra into both, waking them up. Out of the three, Zabuza was the only one who seemed to grasp what had happened, eyeing the protagonist with concern and gruffly pushing them toward Sora, who had just finished with Inu. The protagonist frowned and sat down, allowing Rama to tend to the kunai wounds on their back, sustained while protecting the ANBU who had failed to watch their surroundings. With a smile at Zabuza, The group packed up and began walking, allowing Inu and the others to rest. Now that the mountain was visible, they could afford to slow their pace. The protagonist sensed the chakra of several hidden samurai nearby, assessing their abilities during the recent battle, which sent a shiver down their spine. They were tiring, and if they felt fatigued, their team was likely far beyond that point. Looking back, the protagonist noticed that the others seemed to be faring better than them. They missed Zabuza and shot a glance at Haku and Sora before turning back to continue on. They would not stop unless the others needed to rest. They could push through until then. Their exhaustion stemmed from 3 days without sleep, inadequate food, and significant chakra depletion. Maintaining a complex genjutsu while fighting was not the best strategy. A headache began to form, reminiscent of the time they had kept clones active for a month. They needed to reassess their chakra levels, realizing they were becoming weaker. As they continued, the temperature dropped, and their hands grew cold enough that they wrapped bandages around them while running. The ANBU clothing was designed for breathability, making movement easier but less effective against the cold. Soon, they were running atop the snow, while the others struggled through it, creating long trenches in the white surface. The protagonist called out to their team, instructing them to start a new training exercise. It was similar to water walking and tree walking, but snow walking required enough control to stick to the ground like a tree while also hardening the surface of the snow like water. They encouraged the team to practice on the go. A small smile crossed their face when they saw Sora grasp the concept immediately. Haku caught on after a few tries, while Zabuza struggled. Out of the corner of their eye, they noticed Sparrow signaling his team to do the same. Soon, they were all running across the snow as if they had been doing it for years. As they approached the entrance to the samurai headquarters, the protagonist felt so exhausted that they thought they might need to rely on Rama just to stay upright. The samurai ushered them inside, and they were taken to see the leader, to whom the protagonist handed the mission details. He nodded and sent everyone to bed, as it was already 2 a.m. He collapsed onto the floor with a pillow that Zabuza had offered after he refused to share a bed, much to Zabuza's raised eyebrow and the annoyance of Haku and Sora. There were 3 beds in the room. Zabuza and Sparrow shared one, Inu and Tenzo another, while Haku and Sora were expected to share with him. He didn't want to keep them up with the nightmares that were sure to come. With one last jutsu, he summoned a clone to keep watch and drifted off to sleep. Once again, the images of Kiyoshi, the clan massacre, and more recently, the events he had been a part of, drifted through his mind. Whenever he became too loud or shifted too much, his clone would wake him. The next day, Naru woke up feeling tired and dispelled his clone, which had dealt with samurai soldiers trying to enter their room the previous night. He walked into the bathroom, undressing and taking a shower while still in his Naru persona. Despite his best efforts with genjutsu, the scars from his past remained visible on his body. He ran his fingers over them, pausing at the one over his heart, a reminder of the nearly unbreakable friendship he shared with Itachi. Shaking off the memories, he turned off the shower and dressed in a white long-sleeve shirt, a navy blue hoodie from Kiyoshi, navy blue ninja pants, and white ninja sandals. His caramel hair appeared perfect, an illusion that masked the reality of his real hair, which hadn't been cut in over a year and was likely quite long now. Forcing that thought aside, he walked silently to Sora, mindful of the other sleeping NBU in the room. He shook Sora awake, and as he got used to the routine, they left the room and headed to the kitchen in their small apartment. Naru grinned at Sora, who returned the smile, and they began scheming, knowing they had more targets than usual that day. In the next 20 minutes, they devised an elaborate trap using Sora's chakra strings, which only their personal team knew about, ensuring the other ANBU were caught off guard. Naru also used Rama's chakra to create another version of the chakra web around Haku and Zabuza. This special chakra string required a significant amount of chakra to remain intact, and since his team was aware of this, they would use minimal chakra, causing the string to break easily. As planned, the other NBU walked into the kitchen, covered in neon slime that smelled strongly of soap. At least they didn't smell like blood anymore, which was a small victory. With a grin, Naru high-fived Sora and sent everyone else off to the showers. The new ANBU team was frustrated but powerless to retaliate since Naru was the team leader. After making breakfast with Haku, who was developing a passion for cooking, Naru donned his ANBU gear, reminding his team to bring their weapons, his own katana slung casually across his back. Inu was similarly equipped, but Naru noticed the book he was holding. After reading the title, he scowled and summoned his chakra, sending a whip of nine-tailed chakra at the book, which instantly crumbled into ashes. Inu paled at the sight. Satisfied, Naru signaled the ANBU to move out, and they followed him as they made their way to the samurai they would be training. At the exit of the house, he dug into one of his sealing scrolls and produced a sealing brush. Grimacing, he lifted his shirt, ignoring how visible his scars were to everyone, including the new ANBU team, and began creating a temperature seal on his chest to keep his body warm. Once he infused it with chakra and confirmed it was stable, he approached Haku, dipping his brush into the ink. Haku lifted his shirt, and Naru applied the seal. As Haku infused it with chakra, he sighed in relief and thanked Naru. Moving through his team, they all soon felt warm. Hesitant, Naru approached the other ANBU group, debating whether to offer them the seal, worried it might seem rude. Nevertheless, he dipped his brush in the ink and stood in front of Sparrow, who turned away and lifted his shirt. Naru carefully applied the seal, feeling jittery being so close to someone he didn't know well and didn't fully trust. He breathed a sigh of relief as he stepped back, sealing his ink and brush before they ran through the blizzard outside to find the head of the samurai village. The leader explained how the village had endured a harsh winter, losing many members to famine, and how the current samurai lacked the skills to fend off the usual ninja attacks. Naru nodded, and as they entered the training dojo, he smirked at its emptiness, ignoring the uneasy vibe from the group and eagerly followed the leader, Yuji-sama, down a secret flight of stairs where sounds of training echoed. The secret base beneath the main base intrigued him. With a glance, he noted the bunker was strategically designed with at least 15 exits but only one entry. He hardened his eyes under his mask and reaffirmed his genjutsu. Standing tall as Yuji-sama left, Naru called out loudly for everyone to line up for training, and they complied without hesitation. His team also lined up, and Naru felt irritation rise at the sight of the extra leaf team standing behind him, as if they were above training. Several samurai glared at them, and Naru noticed the distaste in Zabuza's eyes. Approaching them, he spoke in a threatening tone, asking if they were injured. When they replied no, he growled, and Zabuza, along with several samurai, directed their killing intent toward the team. Naru demanded to know why they weren't in line, warning that if they didn't comply in the next 2 seconds, he would personally remove them from the mission. He heard Sparrow scoff, and Rama-sensei was visibly angered. Sparrow arrogantly stated that he didn't need to train under Naru and questioned his authority over him and his team. Naru barely restrained Rama, who could have easily dealt with Sparrow, as there was no longer any seal to hold her back. His team looked conflicted, and he reined in his temper. He frowned as the word stung, simply nodding before turning to the rest of the team. He asked if they felt the same, and thankfully, Inu stood up and joined the line lazily, his silver hair standing out in a sea of black. He nodded to Inu, who nodded back. The other member, Tenzo, still seemed low on chakra, so he tossed him a soldier pill and sent him back to their rooms. The leader, Sparrow, however, received no special treatment, as he was in perfect condition. Looking Sparrow in the eye, he turned away and addressed his trainees. He asked how many of them knew the basics of chakra, and thankfully, all raised their hands. He then inquired how many knew jutsu, and about 52 of the 200 samurai raised their hands, along with his team and Inu. Separating them from the rest, he gave each of them 10 pills, except for Inu, for whom he created a clone to lead him away for training. The extra 20 went to Zabuza, and 2 were given to each Sora and Haku. From that moment until 9 o'clock at night, he delivered a lecture using his genjutsu voice. He explained how chakra was created, the different ways to manipulate it, and the consequences of various manipulations. He sighed, knowing it would be a challenging week. His team evaluated their group skills, discovered their chakra types, and decided on the easiest training methods. Today was merely a setup for the intense week ahead for the samurai. As the third day progressed, his group learned their first jutsu. To ensure each person had a jutsu that none of the other samurai possessed, he created around 150 clones. Each clone connected mentally with the others to decide which jutsu to teach. That day, they mastered their first jutsu, and the following day, they learned 2 more. Soon, the samurai forces could cover every element and scenario when combined. He smirked as he received his clones' memories. With only 2 days left of training, he planned to teach them teamwork. Each samurai's jutsu element was strategically grouped with others, allowing them to create combo moves and swap opponents to their advantage. On his final day, he taught them a sealing technique, specifically how to perform the gravity seal. By the end of the day, they had all learned how to execute it, with his clones moving swiftly along the lines of samurai, correcting mistakes and providing guidance. As the day concluded, he watched carefully as the samurai placed the gravity seal on each other. He then dismissed all his clones, except for the one training Inu, who had not been dismissed all week. Tenzo had joined Inu the day after training began, and he learned that he had taught Inu to effectively use his lightning element to enhance his speed. They had begun developing a lightning jutsu that gathered in his hand. Eventually, the technique was intended to become an assassination method, but first, they needed to refine the sound it made. Tenzo learned to amass chakra in his unique wood element, creating a sturdy shield and allowing him to store chakra for later use. They crafted a band of wood around his wrist, enabling him to pump chakra in and draw it out when needed. They left feeling satisfied with the samurai's progress. The only thing left was to return home, preferably without any further incidents. Naru scowled as the complaints from Sparrow continued. They had been running for most of the day, and he hadn't stopped once. Naru was struggling to contain his frustration as he sent another clone to collect the shinobi who had spotted them, knowing that the clone would return in a body scroll. The constant noise from Sparrow was becoming unbearable, drawing the attention of other shinobi they could have otherwise avoided. This was why Naru had been dispatching clones throughout the day. He scowled again as he heard Sparrow grumbling about the samurai not knowing even a single jutsu. Abruptly, Naru stopped and spun around, his glare intense enough to intimidate anyone. Sparrow quickly fell silent, mumbling apologies. Naru noticed Zabuza's eyebrow raise, accompanied by a bloodthirsty smile peeking through his bandages. Once they reached the gates, Naru dismissed everyone and made his way to the Hokage's office to report. As he entered the room, an ANBU member knelt before the Hokage and delivered the mission report. The Hokage raised an eyebrow at Naru, who was quietly seething at Sparrow. Naru quickly arranged his expression back to neutral and continued with the report. After finishing, he received the payment for his ANBU squad and returned home, where he found his team relaxing in the kitchen. Naru distributed everyone's share of the payment and took out a small amount for himself, placing it in his wallet before forming the summoning signs. He summoned one of his messenger foxes, handing her the envelope of money and instructing her to deliver it to the queen, just as he had done every time he was paid. He ignored the incredulous looks from Sora and Zabuza as he stretched, cracking his back. Looking out the window, he smiled at the sunset, but Zabuza cleared his throat, breaking the moment. Naru listened as Zabuza expressed a desire to see what he truly looked like. Zabuza, Sora, and Haku wanted to know who to look for when they needed him, emphasizing the trust they had in him as their leader. Naru felt a slight flinch at the request but noticed the others nodding in agreement. He lifted the genjutsu, revealing his true form, and watched as they all grew taller, their jaws dropping in surprise. Naru scratched the back of his head nervously, realizing how long his hair had grown, reaching past his shoulders. He revealed his 8-year-old self, and it seemed none of them had suspected anything. Sighing, he lifted his oversized shirt over his head and walked back to his room to change into clothes that fit him better. He didn't notice the shocked expressions as the scars on his body became visible. In the land of the samurai, his scars had been partially concealed by genjutsu, appearing only slightly different in color from his skin. As he entered his room, he heard Sora call out, asking what kind of mission had caused such scars. Naru turned his head back to respond, explaining gently that not all Jinchuriki were ignored like Sora had been, and that he hadn't received those scars from a shinobi. He then left the room. Walking into the bathroom, Naru sighed at the thought of fixing his hair. He grabbed a pair of scissors and a chunk of hair, deciding it was time to cut it back to the length of his genjutsu. After finishing, he left the bathroom wearing a long-sleeved white shirt and comfortable black ninja pants. Finally able to relax, he stretched out on his bed and fell into a deep sleep, free from the strain of the genjutsu. Unbeknownst to him, a crow summon waited patiently on his windowsill, holding a letter addressed to him, ready for when he would wake. Zabuza could sense that Naru was upset, a feeling shared by Sora and Haku. Sparrow was pushing Naru's patience to its limits, and Zabuza instinctively stepped back as he watched Naru irritably create another clone that soon returned with a scroll. Connecting the dots, Zabuza realized that Sparrow was being loud enough for the enemy to hear, which was putting them all at risk. Naru was dealing with the consequences of Sparrow's incessant chatter. Zabuza hissed at Sparrow to quiet down before Naru lost control. However, Sparrow dismissed his warning with arrogance and continued his complaints. As they traveled further, Zabuza noticed more clones returning with scrolls, and his frustration with Sparrow grew. He felt that if Naru didn't intervene soon, he might have to take matters into his own hands. Finally, Naru erupted, his glare icy and filled with a bloodlust that made Zabuza shiver. He couldn't help but grin at the thought that Sparrow deserved whatever was coming to him. Zabuza watched as Sparrow fell to the ground, rambling apologies, clearly shaken by Naru's unleashed fury. The shimmering genjutsu surrounding Naru reminded Zabuza that he still didn't know what Naru truly looked like. Sora seemed surprised when he noticed the genjutsu, and Zabuza thought it was about time Naru revealed his true self. They finally reached the gates of Konoha, and Zabuza felt relief wash over him as Naru dismissed them back to their home base before heading to the Hokage's office. He hoped Sparrow would face the consequences from the Hokage. Back at home, the team relaxed in the kitchen. Sora asked if Naru was under a genjutsu, and Zabuza sighed, knowing today was the day to reveal the truth. He confirmed that Naru had been under a genjutsu since before they met, even his clone. Sora looked troubled and questioned how they could trust Naru. Zabuza massaged the bridge of his nose, explaining that Naru used the genjutsu to hide his age. Sora was shocked to learn that Naru was younger than both him and Haku. Zabuza clarified that Naru was very young, perhaps not even in double digits yet, but mature for his age. He urged them to treat Naru the same if he revealed himself, warning that if they didn't, Naru might never take off the genjutsu again. They both agreed, and Haku began preparing food for everyone. Not long after, Naru returned and handed each of them an envelope filled with money. Zabuza grinned as he realized they had earned a substantial amount. He watched as Naru took some of the money for himself, which seemed insufficient for living, and was taken aback when Naru donated the rest to the orphanage. As Naru settled into a chair, Zabuza decided to ask him about his true appearance. He expressed that they needed to know what Naru really looked like, emphasizing their trust in him as a team. Naru flinched at the request, making Zabuza feel a twinge of guilt, but his curiosity had grown over time. Finally, Naru nodded, and before their eyes, he transformed. His hair lengthened and turned bright blonde, his honey-brown eyes shifted to a striking blue, and the 3 marks on his cheeks became more pronounced, resembling scars. He appeared significantly shorter than Haku, looking around 7 or 8 years old, and his clothing hung loosely on his smaller frame. As Naru left the room, Zabuza reined in his emotions when he noticed the scars across Naru's torso, marked with words like monster and freak. It was clear that Naru had endured much more than they had realized. Sora called out, horrified, asking what kind of mission could have caused such scars. Zabuza shook his head at Sora's naivety, allowing Naru to answer. Naru explained softly that not all Jinchuriki were ignored like Sora. He hadn't received those scars from a shinobi. Zabuza felt a wave of sadness wash over him as he understood that the genjutsu was more than just a disguise. It was a shield against the villagers' judgment. He placed an arm around Sora, who was holding back tears, and reassured him that they had Naru now. Together, they made their way to the living room, where Haku was trying to distract himself with a movie. Later that night, Zabuza went to sleep, ignoring the crow outside. He decided to deal with everything in the morning. Naruto awoke to the bright light filtering into his room, feeling surprisingly well rested. As he sat up and surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a pile of plates stacked on his dresser. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were 3 bowls and 6 plates, indicating he had been asleep for 3 days. It was clear he had overslept, especially since his ninja companions had left him food without waking him. Running a hand through his now yellow hair, he made his way to the bathroom to shower, avoiding the sight of his scars, reminders of his past struggles. After dressing in clothes that fit him well, including Kiyoshi's jacket and knee-length shorts, he summoned Kurama, who quickly dashed off to hunt. In the kitchen, he opened the fridge and grabbed an apple, munching on it while watching his team spar outside. A crow pecked at the window, drawing his attention. Curious, he approached and retrieved a letter tied to the crow's leg. It was from Shursui and Itachi, finally reaching out after a long silence. Shursui's letter brought a smile to Naruto's face. He expressed regret for their abrupt departure and urged Naruto to keep training, emphasizing the importance of staying strong as their team captain. Shursui mentioned Sasuke and hoped he would remain loyal to the village, despite the circumstances. The second letter from Itachi was equally heartfelt. He thanked Naruto for looking after Sasuke and expressed his annoyance at taking orders from anyone other than Naruto. Itachi reminded him to take care of himself and keep training, as both he and Shursui had grown stronger. As Naruto read through the letters, he felt a mix of emotions. He was grateful for their support and quickly penned a response, updating them on his current team and recent events. After sending the letters off with his crow summon, Zabuza entered the room, expressing his relief that Naruto was finally awake. Naruto reassured Zabuza that he was fine, explaining he had been exhausted from maintaining a genjutsu for an extended period. With that, he stepped outside to train, increasing his gravity seals by an additional 50 kilograms, bringing the total to 950 kilograms. Over the next 2 weeks, he dedicated himself to intense training, pushing himself and his team to their limits, all while Kurama celebrated his 9th birthday. The rest of the year passed by in a blur of missions with the team, pranks with Sora, cooking with Haku, intense training, sightings of Orochimaru, infiltration missions to gather intel on him, and messages from Shursui and Itachi. Naruto was improving. He was eating more often, especially as he and Haku cooked for everyone, and they all sat down together, joking around during meal times. He kept his genjutsu off in their team grounds, but when they left, the genjutsu returned. His Anbu status had risen among the elemental nations, and everyone knew who he was or who Naruto was. He was the unholy Kitsune, but first and foremost, he was an Anbu general of the Leaf. Naruto visited Queenie and the kids occasionally, continuing to teach them chakra control. By the end of the year, they were almost on par with Genin, making him proud. A few of the kids were adopted when potential parents discovered their chakra control, finding them suitable for clans to adopt. He still visited Kiyoshi's grave from time to time, leaving flowers and letting him know he was missed and thought of. The hoodie Kiyoshi had given him was still worn whenever he was in his Naruto body, and it remained one of his most cherished possessions. Sasuke continued to brood, and it only seemed to worsen as he got older. He was now in the academy, training to become a genin, and Naruto took care of him whenever he could. The gravity seals he wore allowed him to lift the Hokage tower if he took them off, and they had progressed significantly. He had started training to remove the gravity seals. Life was getting better. Naruto was happy, and even during the showers at night, looking at the scars on his body made him smile. These scars had shaped him into who he was today, and he felt it was worth it. The end of Book 1. Naruto was summoned to the Hokage's office late in the afternoon. The dog Anbu was absent, as the Hokage mentioned something about a long-term mission. Sighing, Naruto knelt and focused on the Hokage's words, knowing he had a team to return to. The Hokage informed him that his Anbu team was being disbanded, causing Naruto to freeze, his heartbeat rising. He questioned what had gone wrong and insisted he could fix it. The Hokage explained that the council had brought to his attention that not a single one of Naruto's team members, aside from the 2 banished ones, were legally recognized as ninjas in the village. For the team to be reassigned together, they would need to reach Genin and Chunin levels in the village before they could become Anbu again. They would have to go through the academy and form a new team until they became Chunin. The Hokage knew this would mean leaving Naruto behind, so he presented him with a non-negotiable mission. Sasuke Uchiha was the target of Orochimaru, who would likely make a move against him soon. Therefore, it was time for Naruto to take off the genjutsu and rejoin the academy. He needed to ensure he was placed on Sasuke's team, as Sasuke was the highest in the class, while Naruto would be expected to be at the bottom. The Hokage instructed him to act as the dead last until he reached Genin and joined Sasuke's team. He must protect Sasuke and his Sharingan from Orochimaru and ultimately defeat him. Naruto's new team would take accelerated academy lessons and become Genin as soon as possible, likely within a week or two. They would train with their instructors outside the village and participate in the Chunin exams alongside him. That was the preview of what was to come. The author had updated the story and felt a sense of pride, having written it during one of the final weeks of their schooling. They acknowledged that they probably shouldn't have taken the time to write, but they hoped everyone enjoyed it. The author mentioned that the book needed new details and was working on it, noting that the current version was a rough copy. They expressed a desire for anyone willing to create a cover for the story to find an email address in the description for inquiries. The author hoped everyone was happy and conveyed their affection for their readers.